Event activated. The storm is approaching. The cult sect that believed in the original angry owl broke out its final madness at the moment when it was about to be destroyed. They are about to desperately summon the owl god who has become a member of the evil god of the abyss. The most heroic fighters under your command are trying their best to prevent this from happening, and what you do next will also have a decisive impact. Seeing the news displayed on the event interface, Gu Hang took a deep breath and decided to go to the north in person. Of course, he knew about the situation in Polar Industrial City, and the headquarters was always reporting information to him. He knew that the flag of the Alliance had already been planted in that city. He also knew that a group of his most elite fighters had descended to the underground space of the so-called C7 area and started fighting with the cultists. He knew that this time, under Garrett's proposal, although the cost of payment was relatively high, the Alliance immediately mobilized a huge amount of power and put all the cutting-edge power at hand into the same thing. But at present, this choice is correct. The Alliance struck with all its strength and demonstrated its formidable strength. It carried out a quick surprise attack in a manner unimaginable by the local forces of the Fury Star and indeed completely subdued the Polar Industrial Group, and the entire Northern Territory will also be at your fingertips. Although it will take a long time to pacify other regions and rebuild the Alliance's own ruling system than on the whole, however, it certainly took less time than it took to recover the eastern provinces. What's more, this action has a great value. That is, it can wipe out the Pingyuan Chuangxiao sect, which is a thorn in Gu Hang's heart, in one fell swoop. Gu Hang knew that things might not always go so smoothly, and he was also prepared for accidents, and even had corresponding remedial measures. And he himself is a part of this remedy. He has indeed been busy with government affairs for a long time. But this does not affect. He is the most powerful psyker in the entire Alliance's sphere of influence. As a 5th-level psyker, he was already able to use purely psychic means to fatally control opponents at the level of the Orc Fleet Warlord. Not to mention, he has already accumulated enough experience to be promoted to a 6th-level psyker. However, before that, he hadn't upgraded. Upgrading from LV5 to LV6 requires too many gift points. LV5 only needs 500 gift points, but needs 6 points to upgrade to LV2000. This is an expensive price. Even if he got the gift of dash-to-dash points before, he was not in a hurry to upgrade. Upgrading can be done at any time, as long as there are gift points. On the contrary, every minute and every second is precious golden time for the development of the territory. He didn't make this choice when he thought that there would be no subsequent battles that required him to fight himself. Saving -gift points means that he can draw technology, expand his army, conduct multiple political commissar trainings to fill his government departments, expand the team of demon hunters, and serve as the main force of the anti-corruption campaign. His own personal strength is not that urgent. But now it seems the time has come. On the Falcon flying to the north, Gu Hang used the gift points left over from these 2 months to raise his personal level to LV6. First of all, the physical and spiritual attributes have each increased a little. Secondly, among the options, Gu Hang once again chose the direction of spirituality as the specialization for this upgrade. And this provided him with a brand new ability, Iron Will. Steel Will, you will have a steel-like will. From then on, you will not feel tired, shaken, or afraid before you are on the verge of the limit. Your emotions will become more stable and strong. The spiritual attribute gap between the opponent and you has been reduced to a certain extent. When the caster's spirituality is more than 4 points lower than yours, all such effects will be invalid. When the caster's spirituality is more than 35 points higher than yours, the reduction effect is fixed at 1%. You gain additional spirituality. Score. Gu Hang is generally quite satisfied with this newly acquired feature. There's nothing wrong with defensive psychic powers. He has body protection aura, which can be used to resist physical and energy attacks, and this is just used to deal with mental damage. The two are complementary. Not to mention, the additional great resistance to negative states such as normal fatigue, shaking, and fear can also bring him a lot of help in non-combat situations. As for the extra increase in spirituality, it was expected. So far, His personal attribute panel has become like this. Hero, Gu Heng, Faction Leader. LV6, Inexperienced cannot upgrade. Physique, 11. Spirituality, 22. Characteristics, Psychic Spellcaster, Governor of the Angry Owl Star, Enemy of the Storm. Talent, Body Protection Aura, Advanced Mind Control, Mind Manipulation Steel Will. A total of 22 points of spiritual energy attribute, compared with before he upgraded, increased by 2 points, which is equivalent to 2.25 times when he was at level 5. There is no doubt that his strength has once again been greatly enhanced. After testing it out of thin air, he felt that if he was allowed to meet the Orc fleet overseer he encountered in the previous Star Wars, he might not need the cooperation of other people. He could use his psychic power to break his will, or use psionic energy to tear its flesh from the inside of the heavy armor. With this new strength, Gu Heng arrived at the Polar Industrial City a few hours later. Fong Falcon speed was once again displayed. The distance of kilometers took only 2 hours. In fact, this is more than double the regular cruising speed of the Wind Falcon, flying at Mach 2.5 the whole time. In fact, it is very rare. Normally, Fong Falcon would not continue to fly at more than twice the speed of sound for such a long time. After all, it is not a one-man fighter, but an air battleship with a weight of several hundred tons. The anti-gravity engine running at full speed for such a long time consumes a lot of energy. However, the Alliance is still very rich in the small amount of energy used. The Waste Energy Storm Collection Plant, an energy compression plant built in the High Tower province, can easily produce super crystal blocks. This kind of high-level energy is more than enough to be used on the Wind Falcon, and it is enough to support the consumption of long-distance full-flight flight. It is the mechanical structure of the Wind Falcon itself, which may not hold up a bit. After flying like this a few times, I'm afraid I have to go back for overhaul. But soldiers are expensive and fast, and you can't care so much. Just go back and fix it. The Special Forces elite who were on duty outside the warehouse center that had been captured and blocked in the C7 area were very surprised when they saw the governor's arrival. They don't know that the governor is coming. In fact, when Gu Heng set off, of course he sent a message to the frontline command post. When Thaddeus knew he was coming, he strongly objected. With such an important status as the governor, he should not come to the front line in person. If there is any mistake, it will be unacceptable to the Alliance. However, it is obviously impossible for him to persuade Gu Heng. The next best thing to do is to pass the news on to the more frontline Martin's chapter commander. However, the message failed to get through. Martins has lost contact. Then, Thaddeus tried to pass the news to the 31st Airborne Division, asking them to go to Area C7 as soon as possible to inform the governor that the governor was coming. However, it takes time for news to circulate. The 31st Airborne Division just got the news, and before the messenger they sent arrived, Gu Heng had already arrived. The Special Warfare elites guarding outside were astonished, but their first reaction was to salute. Most of the members of the Special Operations team were selected from the selection of Phoenix Space Warriors. Every one of them has met the governor at the place of training. They even believe that the miraculous changes that happened to them had a lot to do with the governor. Even a considerable proportion of them have attended classes at Shifeng Loyal Descendants Academy, and they are extremely loyal to the governor. After Gu Heng returned the salute, he summoned the person in charge of the scene, a major officer from the 10th Special Operations Brigade, to ask about the current situation. Gu Heng learned that Martins had led the team down for about 2.5 hours, in addition to the 12 Space Warriors. They were accompanied by 31 Battle Nuns, 80 Demon Hunters, and Special Combat Elites, totaling more than people. That's pretty much the limit. The entrance is just a 6x6 hole, and after preliminary investigation, it was found that the terrain below is narrow, and there are many rooms connected by various underground passages. No matter how many people go down, it is difficult to deploy troops. On the contrary, an elite small-scale team is more suitable. It stands to reason that with such a scale, it is enough. However, they have not heard back for a long time. The major felt something was wrong and sent another team to investigate the situation 2 hours ago. Before the team set off, the order they received was that no matter what, as long as they saw the Martins chapter commander, They had to come up and report the situation as soon as possible. However, they never came back. This made Mr. Major very anxious. After that, the Major would send another team down every once in a while. He had already sprinkled more than 100 people in it, but none came out. Your Excellency, this is the current situation. The Major's brow was covered with sweat. He could see that the governor seemed to want to go down in person again, that he knew that his identity was not enough, but he still gritted his teeth and persuaded him. Master Governor, I will take a team down to have a look. As long as I don't die inside, I must promise to bring back the news. You don't want to go down and take risks in person. The Alliance cannot live without you. Gu Heng raised his hand, preventing him from continuing. He closed his eyes tightly, feeling the surging spiritual energy below. A terrible thing is being conceived there. This is not a complete conception, but more like madness before death. If left alone, its damage is actually relatively limited for the entire planet. That's the case. That should form an incarnation of the evil god, which can exist for about a week. It can set off a mighty storm and sweep across the entire northern border. The polar industrial city will definitely be destroyed because of this, and most people will not be able to survive. Except for the polar industrial city, 200% to 60% of the population of more than 70 million in the entire northern border may die directly or indirectly because of this. In total, this is about a population loss of 200 million. Switching to the cruel mode of a ruler, Gu Heng can calculate that this is not a completely unacceptable number. It's true that this will almost destroy the value of the North, but after a week, the disaster will be over and will not continue to spread. However, this is the last, worst and worst outcome. Gu Heng believes that the situation is far from reaching that point. Even if he really got to that point, he would have to fish out the people below and withdraw his army. He has this certainty, because he could feel that below, in the turbulent sea of psionic energy, nearly 200 flames of life were still burning. That's evidence that his fighters are still fighting.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
Gu Heng opened his eyes and said to the Major, I'm going down. After saying that, he floated forward. Of course, the Major couldn't stop him, and Gu Heng did not leave any explanation. No need. He will not fail to come out, and he himself has strong confidence in this. After entering from the underground entrance, Gu Heng floated in the corridor. He saw many corpses, but all of them belonged to cultists. Apparently, the cultists put up a dogged but useless resistance when the Space Marines led the intrusion. The warriors of the Alliance advance all the way, invincible. While Gu Heng was advancing along this road, he felt as if he was at the seaside, constantly walking towards the depths of the sea. With every point he advanced, he felt the power of psionic energy getting stronger. The manic power from the abyss, like a real storm, crazily washed away Gu Heng's spirit. But under the protection of the iron will he just obtained, these powers did not have any substantial impact on him. At the same time, he also quickly saw the members of the First Alliance. Those were a few special warfare elites, lying down around the corridor, short of breath and unconscious. After a brief inspection, Gu Heng judged that their consciousness seemed to have entered a strange area. They seemed to be fighting fiercely, their hearts were beating fast, and their muscles were still twitching involuntarily, but they didn't wake up. If he uses the ability of mind control, Gu Heng can wake him up from this strange state. But after thinking about it, he didn't do that. He continued to float forward and saw more Alliance fighters, until he arrived at one of the emptiest underground spaces. In the center of this space, there were densely packed corpses, surrounding an old man whose clothes were very similar to that of the cult high priest Chui, Cao, whom he had seen in Fuxing City back then. The old man died too. Below these corpses is a blue and white, chaotic 8-pointed star array that flickers rapidly. At the same time, Gu Heng also saw the figures of Martins, Garrett, the demon hunter, and dozens of special warfare elites. They stood with their eyes closed tightly, their bodies trembling slightly. Their heartbeats were fast, and their breaths were short of breath, which was the same as the soldiers found earlier. At this point, Gu Hang can still carry out a large-scale mental intervention to wake them all up, but he still didn't do it. He probably already knew what happened. He should have fallen into the same state as them when he entered the area where the psychic sea shrouded the most violently. But his powerful spirituality and the blessing of Iron Will allowed him to avoid that situation. However, he wants to take the initiative to enter it. Anatole had fired the last bullet in the bolter. That bullet pierced through a wolf-shaped monster formed by visible white wind and exploded, smashing its entire upper body, and then its entire body shattered and dissipated. After sending out the last bullet, Anato threw down the bolter without hesitation, pulled out the combat blade from his waist belt, and rushed forward a few steps. After swiping the knife quickly, in just a few seconds, another monster was dismantled by the combat blade in his hand and dissipated. This monster has exactly the same composition as the previous one, but the overall shape looks like a standing-up evil cat with 3 heads. Eliminate this one, and more will pounce on it. Anato fought tirelessly like this, and not only him, but all the people around him. All the people who enter the underground space, without exception, are fighting here. They roughly maintained a circular position, and in the center of the position was a blue-white chaotic 8-pointed star that shone. They are guarding here, and outside their position, they're almost endless storm monsters. They have different shapes, most of which are human, but there are also many animal images, and there are even many things that are twisted into strange shapes. But without exception, apart from their different appearances, their cores are all the same. An unstable body composed purely of blue and white psionic storms. They crazily attacked the defense lines of the human warriors. Even if they were constantly eliminated, they had no fear. This battle has lasted for more than 2 hours. 2.5 hours ago, they entered the headquarters of the original Raging Owl sect through the opened underground passage, but on the way, he was blocked by many enemies. The power of the storm magic, some traps, and explosives in the narrow passage was stronger than usual. But none of these can stop the advancement of the League's most elite team. Captain Martins, who was wearing Terminator power armor, completely blocked most of the space. With him personally as the pioneer, no matter what methods those cultists use, it is meaningless, and they will be crushed by him. In about half an hour or so, after they eliminated an unknown number of cultists blocking the way, they finally arrived at the core area of the cult headquarters. And here, they saw what the cultists were desperately trying to stop. A chaotic 8-pointed star array that had been drawn long ago and that was infuriating had absorbed many souls and was flickering at a very high frequency. A large number of cultists clustered on it. They fanatically repeated their belief in evil gods. In the eyes of many demon hunters and the fighting nuns, they can see that the real soul light of these cultists has been connected with the chaotic formation under their feet. This is not even because they have the ability to see souls and spiritual powers, but because these people have such a deep connection with the chaotic circle that their souls have almost been pulled out of their bodies. Anyone with a little bit of spiritual talent can see it directly with the naked eye. Apparently, these cultists were performing a very sinister ritual. After arriving here, the fighters of the Alliance did not hesitate, and did not even need the commander's order. Almost subconsciously, they launched an attack on the cultists who were performing the ceremony. Try to stop the rituals of these cultists as early as possible and interrupt what they want to do. Of course, there will be better results. However, even so, it is still a bit late. Around the magic circle, a wind wall flickered, blocking their first wave of blows. The wind wall was obviously formed hastily. Although the cultists of the original Raging Owl sect were already making various preparations when they realized that their headquarters might be attacked, the time was still too short, and the hastily constructed wind wall protection was not strong enough. Not to mention, the fighters of the Alliance are particularly fierce in addition to per capita bolters. There are also things like heavy bolters and plasma charge pistols that if you really want to get to the point where it seems impossible to break through, there are still melta-bombs waiting for you. Of course, in reality, there is no need to pull out such a fierce thing. Just after carrying a round of firepower, The wind wall was already on the verge of shattering. As long as there is a little more effort, the cultists behind will be completely exposed to their firepower and will be wiped out quickly. However, at this moment, within the precarious wind wall, the storm prayer chanted by the aged high priest became louder and more manic. All of a sudden, all the cultists fell down, including the high priest himself. However, even though he fell down and his body was silent, the evil prayer still echoed throughout the space. In the eyes of those with spiritual gifts, the souls of those cultists were all quickly taken away. The next moment, the chaotic eight-pointed star shining with blue and white light suddenly became extremely bright, a white storm, with it as the center crazily swept away in all directions. Everyone's field of vision was covered by a vast expanse of whiteness, and their bodies seemed to feel a huge force, and they were pushed to the ground. After a few breaths, their vision recovered, and when they struggled to get up from the ground, they found that they were no longer in the original place. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with lightning and thunder. The violent wind made them struggle to get up from the ground. There was no sand and stone on the top, and the bare gray-black rocks seemed to have been blown by endless winds for countless years. Baptized incredibly smooth. When Anachuo tried to stand up, he found that in the sudden storm just now, there were only 3 people who were not blown down: Chapter Master Martins, Priest Rizzo, and Sister Dorit. They were all looking in the same direction at the moment. Anato also naturally followed their gazes, and then froze in place. He was the fastest to stand up, and the people who gradually got up one by one in the back also looked in which direction curiously, and then petrified one by one. They saw a huge creature with an almost indomitable figure. Its body was like a giant bear, but it was covered with feathers. Those white feathers were slightly bluish, as if there were blue electric arcs in it. It flickers. Its head looks like a huge bird, a bit like an owl. Among the crowd, most of them are locals of New Xiaoxing. Seeing the huge monster in front of them, they undoubtedly thought of the local myth that was quite prevalent on the New Xiao star, and even if they didn't believe in it, they had at least heard the legends and came from the ancient times of this world. The original New Xiao, primordial angry owl. It turned out to be true, and just when they were terrified by this, the original angry owl moved. He took a step and walked towards them, or the chaotic 8-pointed star array they surrounded. Its pace is very slow, as if bound by some kind of force, but it is very firm. Even if it is slow, it will come. After a while, it seemed to be irritated by this sense of restraint and roared towards the sky. All of a sudden, there was a strong wind, lightning, and thunder. Among them, monsters of different shapes, formed by storms one after another, appeared around the Alliance soldiers. These monsters roared and rushed towards them. At the same time, the orders of Martins, Rizzo, and Jarrett were also conveyed. Stick to the ground. No monster is allowed to enter the magic circle behind us. We will be the frontmost shield of the human world, and we will never allow any monster from the abyss to break through our defense. Although everything that is happening in front of us is challenging people's fragile nerves, but they are all the most elite fighters. After hearing the commander's order, they still quickly formed a circular defensive position, isolating the chaotic 8-pointed star array from the monsters outside. The weapons in their hands fired with all their strength, destroying one monster after another. And this kind of battle lasted for almost 2 hours. In the process, they made no mistakes. Whether it's the space warriors or the battle nuns, even the demon hunters and the special forces in the army, they are all doing their best. Sister Garrett and Pastor Rizzo kept boosting their morale during the battle, making them realize that this battle is about the future of Star Fury. They have all made up their minds to die. But despite this, the difficulties in reality will not be diverted by the will of people. At least these people here are not very good. The bullets in their hands are getting fewer and fewer. As the fighting time continues, they will get tired. By the point of 2 hours, most of the people had run out of bullets and could only go to fight those monsters close to hand. How long can their tired bodies maintain a battle line? Although it seems that because of their loss of contact, the friendly forces on the ground sent a reconnaissance team, and they were also inexplicably pulled into this space, providing them with hundreds of new troops. But in general, everything seems to be turning in a bad direction. Anachuo was anxious while eliminating the unstable wind monsters that rushed over. Of course he can hold on. He's a space fighter, he's a phoenix, and he has extraordinary strength. Those battle sisters looked a little tired, but it was not a big problem. But the demon hunter and those special forces gradually became unable to hold on. For those who have been fighting for a long time, it is inevitable to be strenuous in close quarters and close combat. They have great courage and determination, but in the final analysis, they are still mortals. Without the help of these mortal heroes, even when the battle sisters are gradually unable to hold on, can the 12 space warriors guarantee that no monster will be let go? And at this moment, he suddenly felt a powerful but friendly energy fluctuation appearing behind his head. He couldn't help it and turned his head to take a look. He met the governor. Wearing a red military uniform, the tall and straight Governor General floated there quietly. The wild storm, when it reached his body, was suppressed by a magical force and became insignificant. It could only make the corners of his clothes fluctuate a little, but nothing more could be done. "Your Excellency, Governor? Your Excellency, Governor, why are you here?" At this moment, Gu Heng did not respond to these doubts immediately. He took a slight breath, then raised his hands. A spiritual energy that is completely different from the storm breath here, and that belongs to him, spreads around him with him as the center. In the area that passed by, the storm subsided immediately. Those monsters made of storms also dissipated directly because of the calm of the storm. This is limited to a range of about 500 meters around Gu Heng, and it won't last long, but at least it solves the urgent need. Then, Gu Heng frowned slightly, and the soldiers present suddenly felt their fatigue and suddenly disappeared. At the same time, they also discovered that the ammunition they had already emptied suddenly became full again. "Long live the governor!" A demon hunter shouted frantically, and immediately everyone, including the space warriors, shouted the phrase, "Long live the governor." It wasn't until the battle sisters shouted for the emperor twice that they added those 4 words after "Long live the governor." But Gu Heng didn't care about these. The original angry owl was roaring angrily, and the thunder and storm became more violent. The 300-meter wind-stopping area created by Gu Heng was quickly suppressed back, and at the same time, a large number of storm monsters also formed from it, sprinting towards the human position again. This time, Gu Heng didn't try to force it. Those elite fighters under his command, after being encouraged, relieved of fatigue, and replenished with ammunition, were good enough to keep those things out, just as they had done in the past 2 hours. But at this moment, Gu Heng, who was floating in midair, had blue flames constantly beating in his eyes. Martins looked a little worried. In fact, the governor had already worried him a lot when he came here, but the fierce fighting left him with no time to say anything. At this moment, the situation had calmed down a little, and seeing that the governor's state was not right, he wanted to ask. But he was held back by Rizzo and Grat from left to right. Rizzo said, "Don't disturb, the governor is thinking." Garrett's expression was more complicated. This Governor Gu, is he such a powerful psychic? During this period of time, he has grown too fast. Or he used to have such a powerful psychic, a power that has never been shown. Her question was not answered. And just as Rizzo said, Gu Heng is indeed thinking at the moment. After coming to these spaces, a large amount of incomparably messy knowledge, like ocean waves, swarmed towards his brain crazily. It takes a lot of effort for him to extract some effective information from it. Among them, it may include the solution to the current problem. Before thinking of the method, Gu Heng first made sure of one point. Here is the legendary Hellebis. When Gu Heng came to this space that didn't belong to the real universe, but was extremely violent, a lot of knowledge poured in his head like a flood. At first, he thought it was some kind of attack, and tried his best to use the power of psionic energy and cooperate with iron will to resist the countless fragments of knowledge from his consciousness. But soon, a little piece of knowledge that leaked and made him realize that he shouldn't do this. Of course, he didn't directly remove the protection, but used the ability of iron will as a filter to start filtering the knowledge. If it is useful, it is absorbed and then stitched together to form a piece of reasonable and valuable knowledge. What is useless and incomprehensible is kept out. To be honest, the number of the latter is much more than the former. In fact, this is not an adventure, but a revelation or a curse that a psychic of a certain level will get when he comes into close contact with the abyss of hell. Crazy knowledge invades the brain, and if you're not careful, you will be killed. Excessive information will burst the brain of the psyker. A lot of knowledge is toxic, which will pollute the soul of the recipient and make him crazy. A psyker who is not powerful enough will die for various reasons. Even a psyker who is powerful enough has to do his best to keep the evil knowledge that is constantly instilled out of his soul. But Gu Hang's current strength, especially with the addition of Iron Will, he has already surpassed the level where he can only be blocked passively, and even has the ability to actively screen out the understandable and useful parts of knowledge to absorb. And from the many pieces of knowledge and information he pieced together, he learned that the place he was in was a corner of the abyss of hell. Hell Abyss. This is the dwelling place of demons, but it is also part of real world. The so-called real world is different from real world or material world. It is the bottom layer of the universe. All supernatural powers, so-called psionic powers, come from there. The most cutting-edge technology of mankind is essentially extracting and utilizing spiritual energy in various ways. The real world is divided into two layers, the abyss of hell and the astral world. In the past, there was no such distinction, and the whole real world was a terrifying appearance, breeding terrifying monsters. Until at least 1 year ago, the human emperor who established the empire ascended to become a god, cut out a part of the real world, and established a spiritual network so that this part of the spiritual energy can be used purely, stably, and safely. Before the establishment of the spiritual network, using spiritual energy was a very scary and dangerous thing that if you are not careful, you'll be overwhelmed by indescribable existences, your personality will be changed, you will explode yourself due to excessive use of psionic energy, and you will be positioned at the coordinates to make the devil tear the space rift and come to reality. Even interstellar travel is extremely dangerous. The astral tunnel is a tunnel made of psionic energy, and it is also in the chaotic space. When passing through, it must be covered with a protective force field and must be guided by a powerful star torch. Even so, many horrible things still happen during the journey through the astral tunnel. It is common for a few people or more people on board to complete an astral shuttle, and often the entire ship gets lost in the astral world. But with the astral spirit world supported by the spiritual net, the safety of spiritual energy has been greatly improved. Astral navigation has become safe, psychers have become safe, and technology using psionic energy has become safe, which greatly expands the upper limit of human beings. However, the security of all this is built on the spiritual net. There are still quite large parts of the real world that are not secure. This part is the so-called Hell Abyss. This place is full of uncontrollable spiritual energy, waste energy emitted after utilization, and chaotic demons, and even the most terrifying evil god born in the chaotic universe. The evil gods each occupy a part of the abyss of hell, of which 4 are the most terrifying. The abyss of hell frantically wanted to pour these 4 names into his mind, but his spirituality was frantically warning that he knows that these 4 names cannot be known to ordinary people. These 4 names belong to the kind of terrifying knowledge that will be targeted as long as they are known. Gu Heng did not risk his life, and resolutely blocked this knowledge from the outside. But the information about another evil god is not a big problem. It is within the range he can bear. Storm God Primordial Raging Owl. In the earliest past, it was the leader of the last wild Nu Shao clan on the Nu Shao star, and the strongest Nu Shao on the entire planet. Of course, no matter how powerful it is, the angry owl is just a primitive animal on this planet. With the arrival of human colonists and the development of a star civilization, no matter how strong the animal group is, It will either be locked up in a zoo for people to appreciate, or it will be classified as a nature reserve. The so-called nature reserve, in the name of protecting the original ecology, is actually a bigger zoo. It is no exception, and it and its ethnic group live in the protected area. However, one thing happened to it. The human beings on this planet have a kind of worship for the primitive creatures like Raging Owl. In the beginning, it might just be people's love for the native specialty of this planet, Raging Owl. After all, the looks are cool and cute, and they're local specialties, so it's normal to be liked. Later, something similar to religious worship really came out of this kind of love. But if that's all it is, it won't matter. But in the world of Star Fury, the barrier between it and the real world is particularly weak, and it can even create rare resources such as spiritual gas fields. People's love and admiration for this creature, Nu Shao, became powerful because of this, and it was implemented on the strongest living Nu Shao on this planet, so that it became stronger and stronger, even more energetic. Then people like its mighty and beautiful appearance even more. But if it's limited to this, then it's nothing more than giving birth to a somewhat miraculous beast. Moreover, this incident is not unique to it. Every Nu Shao star who has ever been the strongest has experienced a similar situation, even if it has an infinitely strong body and a little intelligence. But that's all. What else can it do? It's not just about staying in nature reserves. However, the opening of the Devil's Rift and a catastrophe sweeping the world changed everything. It fell into the abyss of hell and was accepted by the abyss of hell. It has been worshipped, and a sect was born on Fury Owl Star. And it also occupies a small space in the abyss of hell, and it is the master of this space. This means that it has really become a god. It is true that this is the abyss of hell, but of course it is not all the abyss of hell. It's just that as a second-class evil god among the second class, its own unique space is not as good as a speck of dust compared to the entire abyss of hell. But here is its divine kingdom. In the previous cult rituals, it was very close to the real world, and it was only a matter of stepping into this chaotic formation in person. Its power through the formation has been able to affect the real world, so that all people who approach the chaotic formation as a channel are directly drawn into its kingdom of God. Martins and others are coming like this. The good news, though, is that it's not strong enough. When Gu Hang was close to the chaos formation, he was not affected. The reason why he came in was that he came on his own initiative. The soldiers here, with only a few hundred people, can firmly block the attacks of many storm demons. After Gu Hang came in person, he even used psychic power smoothly, and even because he was in the real world, deep in the abyss of hell, his psychic ability was strengthened a lot. He can disperse the kingdom of evil gods with a radius of 300 meters in a single thought, and he can manifest his own consciousness, replenish ammunition for his soldiers in this unrealistic space out of thin air. And all these changes, the majestic evil god Yuan, Nu Shao, couldn't even stop it in his own home court. Its stalwart body in the distance wants to step towards the real world step by step, and it is also being pulled strongly, so that the pace is very slow. Of course, just because it is a second-class evil god among the second-class ones, one shouldn't look down on it too much. Although its strength is much worse than that of the big unclean who invaded Fury Owl a few months ago. But it is an evil god, after all, that if it is really allowed to step into the real world and use its power violently, it can still bring about devastating results. Even if he went to the real world for a short time, but harvested the souls of 200 million Northlanders, even if he was expelled later and became stronger and more powerful, the evil god would undoubtedly set off a second catastrophe. The connection between it and Fu Xiaoxing is too deep, and the power of the abyss of hell will follow this connection and continuously penetrate into the real world, secretly brainwashing one after another. I'm afraid it won't be long before a new evil sect that worships the owl will be born. After understanding a lot of relevant knowledge, Gu Hang also had an idea of how to deal with it. Originally, his worst consideration was save people, withdraw troops, evacuate the population as much as possible, let the storm rage in the north for 2 or 3 months, wait for the evil god to lose its power and be expelled back to the kingdom of God, and then consider the follow-up issues. But this will lose a large number of Northland population and the production capacity of the Polar Industrial Group. And there are serious sequelae. The original Angry Owl sect will definitely revive, and in a very strange way, a considerable number of people will be randomly selected on the Angry Owl star to be polluted as heretics. If the real thing cannot be done, then these situations will happen as they happen. It's a big deal. As the future development gets better and better, we will find a way to solve it. However, now it seems that he has a way to deal with it, and there is no need to go to that step. This second-class evil god among the first class, if it is at this level, then Gu Heng doesn't mind letting it experience the shock of mortals. Lieutenant Colonel Derrick received an order to assemble his troops, except for those who are necessary to guard the key parts of the Polar Industrial City. The rest will all go to Area C7 and prepare for battle. He didn't understand this order at first, so he called back and asked Commander Thaddeus. Thaddeus didn't say much, but asked him to do a good job of mobilizing the troops before the war. He must mobilize all the military and political commissars and tell the soldiers that they're going to fight in a wonderful place. They will be led by the governor, fight side by side with the space fighters. Derrick perked up. Among the nearly 31 people in the 5,000 SD Airborne Division, he dispatched 2 regiments and 2 artillery battalions. More than people, which is more than half of the combat troops, came to the designated position. Here, he met the major of the 10th Brigade who was in charge of the defense of the C7 area. The opponent asked him to organize the troops into a battle formation and prepare for the battle. After 15 minutes, the battle will begin. Derrick was a little confused. He didn't quite understand what it meant that the fight was about to start in 15 minutes. He didn't quite understand why there were only about 600 people guarding the C7 area in the Special Operations Team, led by Maddens and others. But the 15 minutes was relatively tight, and he didn't have time to ask more questions, so he went back and quickly organized the troops. The airborne infantry took out their weapons, and the artillery units that had just been airlifted a few hours ago also launched artillery formations. Everyone, even if they couldn't figure it out, strictly followed the order and prepared to fight. When the 15 minutes arrived, Lieutenant Colonel Derrick suddenly felt a gust of wind, and then he felt that his eyes were all white, and when he came back to his senses, he saw a scene that made him nervous for a moment. He and all the soldiers under his command suddenly entered a space covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder and strong winds. And not too far ahead of them, the governor was floating in midair, and 400 to 500 of the most elite fighters of the Alliance were below, led by space fighters and battle nuns, fighting bravely against some strange-looking storm monsters somewhere farther away. A furious owl, towering above the sky, is roaring angrily. But why does it always feel impotent and furious? The sudden change not only confused him, but also made the soldiers under his command flustered. However, the governor's voice sounded in everyone's heart. Destroy those weak demons and defend our planet. The governor's voice seemed to have a special magical power, which instantly dispelled the confusion and panic in their hearts. Derrick, as the commander, ordered the battle. Officers at all levels began to issue orders. Soldiers began to act. The soldiers of the 31st Airborne Division are of course far behind the 500 soldiers next to the governor in terms of individual quality, but their number is also 10 times that of them. The gunfire roared, the machine guns fired, and the artillery unit projected its firepower to the place where the storm monsters were most dense. Immediately afterwards, the infantry began to rush forward. After clearing away the enemies in an area, they would build a small defensive position on the spot. Unfortunately, the engineers could not dig the rocky surface that had been blown by the storm for many years. Otherwise, they're sure to dig some foxholes out. But in general, the soldiers of the 31st Airborne Division established a position step by step on the spot, occupied an area, and formed a corner with the governor and the elite fighters around him, covering each other, and even attacked each other, flanking and destroying all the monsters standing between them, finally linking the positions together. Gu Heng, who was floating in midair, was quite satisfied. He took the time to send another message to Thaddeus. How long will it take for the Northern Army to arrive? Thaddeus quickly responded, We guarantee that we will arrive at the target location within 32 hours. The chaotic 8-pointed star formation that connects to the real world is impregnable by human beings. When there were only 80 people, including space warriors, they were able to hold on to prevent those storm monsters from breaking through. But as the battle time went by, fatigue and ammunition reserves made them gradually unsustainable. But Gu Hang's arrival eliminated all these two negative problems. At the same time, he also ordered that the remaining 7 or so special elites who were guarding in Area Sidash also step into the underground space and be drawn into the realm of the original Nuashiao's Kingdom of God. And with these more than 500 people, the blockade of the Chaos Formation has become even more impenetrable. But Gu Hang was still not satisfied with this. Let the 31st Airborne Division assemble. Let Thaddeus lead the Northern Army to the designated location as soon as possible. That is for the follow-up plan. He intends to bring in the entire army. Doesn't the original Angry Owl like to pull people? What is the area around the petty, only pull cultist formation? Let's go bigger. In fact, it wasn't the original Angry Owl who wanted to pull the humans into his domain. This was completely accidental. After the chaotic formation opened up the barrier between the domain of the Angry Owl evil god and the real world, the connection between the two became extremely close. The aura of the abyss of hell naturally diffused out, passively pulling the half of the people who got too close here. It is said to be half, because the real body of the person who is drawn in is still in the real world, and what comes here is thinking, will, and soul. But the abyss of hell, or the entire real world, is not a world of pure energy. Here's a place where the laws of physics are chaotic, spiritual energy is densely distributed, and energy, will, and matter are chaotically entangled with each other. When people come here, they will get the same body as the real world, and the things they carry with them will also be sent in a certain way. The ammunition that is empty here is useless in the real world. When a person is injured here, the same injury will be reflected in the body outside, and death is even more so. Previously, what Gu Hang did to eliminate fatigue was to use purely spiritual power to interfere with the soldiers' feelings and to replenish their physical strength with spiritual energy that, as for those ammunition, he carried them in from the real world and put them on these soldiers. Then, the matter of pulling half of the 31st Airborne Division into the kingdom of evil gods was Gu Hang's intentional expansion of the scope of influence of the evil energy formation and targeted expansion to the 31st Airborne Division's staging area, giving them all pulled in, dragging in the entire Airborne Division with artillery and more than 5,000 people was of course not just to seal off the chaotic formation. If you just want to do this, the existing manpower is enough. In fact, what Gu Hang was eyeing was the god of Fury Shao himself. At this moment, the human warriors have already occupied a large area within the Nuashiao Divine Kingdom. Half an infantry division has launched a multi-level defensive position in a circular front with a circumference of almost 2 kilometers. Before, the goal of the human warriors was to prevent those monsters from rushing out of the chaotic formation. But now, let alone rushing out, it is impossible for those monsters to get within 300 meters of the chaos formation. However, those ordinary monsters made of storms were never in Gu Hang's consideration. Although they are numerous, endless, and generated at any time, even long-range attack methods are scarce. A small number of powerful ones can launch wind bombs, causing certain damage, but as long as such things appear, they will be wiped out from afar. On the contrary, the firepower of the human side is too fierce. The reverse of the real world also has a real impact on the real world. After the artillery was passed over, the 155mm howitzers fired still had terrible lethality. And these blows didn't need to consume Gu Hang's strength. On the contrary, after so many humans occupied the 300-meter deep position stably, some special changes took place here. The dark clouds overhead dissipated a little, and the solid ground became soft, and the shovels downward poking could crack the rock. A few more strokes could dig a hole. This is where the laws of the field are changing. The area occupied by humans for a long time is gradually breaking away from the concept of the domain of evil gods, and will no longer be controlled by the original angry owl. This is exactly Gu Heng's goal. After he has gained a lot of knowledge that can be understood, this is the solution he came up with. He wants to completely kill this evil god, disintegrate its kingdom of God, and solve the original cult that is shrouded on Fury Owlstar from the source question. When a considerable part of the area was occupied by humans and the attributes of the kingdom of God were removed, the pace of the original angry owl moving forward became even slower. Although it was originally an angry owl belonging to the real world, in the past hundreds of years, it has long embraced the abyss of hell, was also accepted by the abyss of hell, and became a part of the abyss of hell. It wants to cross the curtain between the real world and the real world. It is very, very difficult, and the restrictions it receives are very large. Even if someone opens the door for him, he has to lift the curtain bit by bit. Originally, this process only took 3 to 5 hours, but the destruction of the cult ceremony by the space fighters forced the high priest to push the ceremony to a climax hastily, which greatly extended this time. But even so, there will be 15 hours, 20 hours, and it will go there anyway. But more and more humans joined in, and even part of the area where the Chaos Magic Circle, which is equivalent to the gate, was stripped from his kingdom of God. It would make this time even longer. The symbol of this is that the angry owl god is extremely angry and moves forward with great efforts, but he moves slower and slower, and even moves further away. But Gu Heng was not satisfied yet. At present, it seems that it will take about 32 hours for the original angry owl to reach the human beings. This is enough for the main force led by Thaddeus to reach the battle location. But he didn't want to go to such a limit. Now, it is time to prepare in advance for the next battle. Under his will, mankind began to move forward. The interstellar warriors and battle nuns formed a vanguard squad and suddenly broke out of the position, expanding a part of the space outward. Immediately afterwards, the special warfare elite immediately followed and consolidated the position. Then, the ordinary soldiers of the 31st Airborne Division took over the consolidated position. At the same time, the interstellar warriors and the battle nuns will continue to rush outward, and the special warfare elites will keep up. So back and forth. They're further expanding the area they occupy. On the one hand, this will delay the arrival of the original angry owl at the gate, making the follow-up plan more relaxed. On the other hand, as the occupied area expands, it will also strip away more parts of the kingdom of God, weakening the original angry owl strength. However, when the position was expanded to a depth of 600 meters, they stopped. Gu Heng also wanted to save his strength. Although in the real world, his psychic strength has risen several levels, but it is limited after all that. In the follow-up, he will have to bring in 5 people, plus countless weapons and equipment. He didn't want to consume too much before that. Therefore, apart from carrying ammunition from the outside to replenish it, he does not intend to do anything for the soldiers to relieve fatigue. The cost is not too high, but if the quantity is more than 5,000, it is still quite considerable. The soldiers began to take turns to rest and take turns to fight. It is enough to maintain the 600-meter deep defensive position, and there is no need to do more. But even though 1/3 of the soldiers are always resting, those ordinary storm monsters still have no way to break through the human line of defense. Heavy artillery can always reduce their number from a distance and in large quantities, so that they cannot concentrate their forces and rush to one place. As long as they reveal such intentions, there will be roaring artillery fire. Scattered rushes could not stop the blockade of machine guns. Get any closer and you'll be shot with a rifle. After death, monsters will dissipate into the wind, waiting to regroup. Therefore, these monsters would not be able to use the accumulation of corpses as a cover to rush over. Of course, the human side was not without casualties. In 32 hours, the soldiers of the 31st Airborne Division suffered nearly 1,000 casualties. The main reason why they suffered a casualty rate of almost 20% was that those storm monsters were too brave to die, and they didn't need to rest. These 32 hours are real, and fighting is going on all the time. Not to mention that the soldiers on the human side still need a rest. Those monsters rushed forward without thinking. Even if they could rush up and release a wind bomb, it would be good. The most threatening attack method of those monsters is to charge in groups. Although most of their attempts were under the bombardment of the artillery, and they were already disintegrated during the charge. However, the ammunition of the cannon is not unlimited. Even if Gu Hang transferred all the cannonballs transported to the polar industrial city to the kingdom of evil gods here, there is still no way to really make dozens of cannons truly uninterrupted firing. Even if there are wind falcons outside that are constantly transporting shells, they can't stand up to the current consumption rate. Even if the shells are enough, the life of the barrel will not last. In this case, those storm monsters can still find an opportunity to complete a large-scale group charge. The artillery was too late to keep up, the machine guns couldn't finish sweeping, and the rifles didn't kill all of them, and a large number of monsters still rush to the face. Even though they will eventually be wiped out, the human warriors will still suffer certain losses before that. After 32 hours, the number of losses reached the scale of thousands of people. A casualty ratio of nearly 20% usually brings a big blow to morale. But on this particular battlefield, things were fine. First of all, there are governors, space marines, battle sisters, political commissars. All of these are things that have huge morale bonuses for ordinary soldiers. And second, the fundamental goal. They're not here aimlessly to the death. They have a clear battle goal. According to the governor, reinforcements will arrive in 32 hours. At that time, it will be time for them to launch a full-scale counterattack and completely wipe out this evil monster that is raging on the planet. The soldiers believe this to be true because the governor himself had always been here and never left. And the fact is the same. The governor is not bluffing. In other words, Thaddeus was not bluffing. Say 32 hours, just 32 hours. In addition to the 31st Airborne Division, which sneaked in through makeup and airborne with 100 aircraft and has already entered and even completed the task of occupying the polar industrial city. There are 5 divisions and brigades under Thaddeus' command. The units are 930323335. This adds up to almost 5 people, and heavy equipment is quite sufficient. That is, the previous President Pierre of Polar Industry, got the news of the army assembled at the northern border. Before the 31st Airborne Division and many Alliance elites took action, they had already entered the northern region and rushed all the way to the polar industrial city. Among them, there are indeed some armed forces. For example, the Guard Group in the polar industrial city, such as the malicious self-defense forces in some settlements. Thaddeus, however, ignored them completely. As long as the local armed forces don't go crazy trying to stop them, then Thaddeus will not have any problems. His primary goal is to cooperate with the airborne troops and reach the polar industrial city as soon as possible. If there is someone who is overconfident and tries to stop him, Thaddeus will command his troops mercilessly and run over them directly. No one can stop their army in the field, especially when dash line tanks are charging forward in a row, followed by hundreds of walker chariots. They don't need to stop at all and rush forward on the wilderness that's IT is impossible for those Manuses who are in charge of the car to eat the heavy artillery on the Lion tank, nor can they withstand the bombardment of the machine guns and heavy bolters on the infantry tank behind them. Of course, since the enemies along the way have not been wiped out, it does lead to some risks. If the follow-up battle is not smooth, the supply of the army will become a big problem. But, at least for a short time, don't worry. The Joint Logistics Force, which moves with the group army, has thousands of supply trucks loaded with ammunition and supplies, and moves with the army. No matter how cautious Thaddeus was, he would not think that anyone could stay in the northern border until their ammunition ran out. Of course, if the target is an evil god, it might be a little confusing. Therefore, Thaddeus mobilized the 8th Division and the 25th Division to escort more supplies from the Central Province as a backup on the way here. When the governor gave the order, the BJ Group Army was not far from the polar industrial city. And after 32 hours had passed, his troops had not only arrived at the designated location, the west side of the extreme north industrial city. They still had time to blast the western wall of the city, and then the entire army advanced another kilometer into the city. Gu Heng greatly appreciated this. Originally, the designated target location for them was on the western outskirts of Polar Industrial City. The consideration at the time was that it would take too much time for large troops and heavy equipment to enter the city. But now, it is obviously better to blast the wall and run indirectly. The closer the distance to the Chaos Formation, the easier it would be for Gu Heng to pull people into the kingdom of evil gods. 50,000 soldiers, including the supporting technical weapons, heavy weapons, vehicles, all are already in place. And Gu Heng also started to act. Psychic energy surged, and the aura that escaped from the chaotic formation that connected the evil god's space and the real world, which would cause human souls to be drawn into the evil god's kingdom, instantly became stronger and had a huge range. Expand outward. But this kind of expansion is not disorderly, but only extends to the west. Their irrelevant people have been evacuated by the soldiers of the Alliance in advance. Extending all the way from here, there are still living people, only soldiers of the Northern Army. And when this breath enveloped their heads, they were like the members of the 31st Airborne Division before. Their eyes turned pale, and then they came to the kingdom of evil gods. They saw dark clouds all over the sky, lightning and thunder, and many storm monsters besieging the defensive positions formed by their comrades in arms. At this moment, the governor's order also sounded in their minds. March! March! March towards the evil god. Today, we are the wind extinguishers. We are the god's layers. We are the masters of star fury. This world does not need gods. The governor's voice became louder and louder with every word until it shook the soul. The soldiers are fully cheered up. Shifeng, 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 kill God, kill God, kill God. The soldiers shouted wildly and threw themselves into the battle. Of course, they were not overwhelmed by the warm atmosphere. Instructors, trainers, and military political commissars are reminding the soldiers to keep calm, maintain discipline, and not to be too high-handed. Officers at all levels start to implement according to the usual training and the combat plan arranged earlier. A team of 5 people came to an unfamiliar environment, even though it came suddenly, and was about to engage in an epic battle. However, the army maintained high morale and discipline and moved forward in accordance with the governor's orders. The one rushing forward is the 35th Mechanical Brigade. Their heavily armored vehicles are some of the sharpest spears in the entire Alliance army. 18 Lion tanks were grouped into 3 groups to form a pin shape. 3 groups were used to form a large offensive arrow, forming 2 assault columns. Between the main battle tanks, infantry fighting vehicles followed. Together, they formed the armored assault column of the Alliance army and slammed into the group of storm monsters. They are so unscrupulous. Those storm monsters are powerless to stop the chariot from advancing. Their attack methods, not to mention affecting the Lion tank, even the Walker armored vehicle, can be ignored. The power of those wind bombs is as small as that of a rifle. The biggest is nothing more than the power of a bolter. Needless to say the former, even the latter, unless it is really unlucky and hits the weak point of the Walker, otherwise it will not be able to break the defense. And the most powerful method of this group of monsters is nothing more than clinging to the clothes, directly bumping into them, trying to overturn the chariot. But Xiongshi and the others are absolutely impossible to overturn. Even if it is an infantry chariot, more than a dozen of them will come up at the same time, and it will only shake the vehicle. Overturning is not so easy. What's more, how difficult is it to gather a dozen monsters to get close? Whether it is a lion or a walker, the weapons equipped are not for decoration. Once the main cannon on the lion is fired, it can plow a gap from the front in the state of flat fired on the straight trajectory. All the monsters were wiped out. The laser beam secondary cannon equipped on it didn't even bother to fire. Waste. A heavy bolter that acts as a side-by-side machine gun is enough. The same is true for infantry combat vehicles. Machine guns are directly swept away. Bolt guns are also deadly. Even if a large number of enemies approached in places where the chariots were not well taken care of for a while, they would be wiped out immediately. Every attacking arrow is an unstoppable knife with invincible firepower. It stabs fiercely into the tofu block without feeling any hindrance. And the infantry who followed up riding in troop trucks, also opened fire on the few enemies who had been wiped out all around at the same time. The truck will put down a large number of soldiers, establish a position on the spot, stabilize the formation, and create a safe passage for the follow-up comrades to drive forward by car to keep up with the speed of the armored forces. In this way, the human army used the armor power as an arrow, and the infantry quickly followed, forming a very layered offensive posture. It was irresistible and rushed nearly 4 kilometers away within an hour. And at this distance, the huge, evil god is almost within reach. In this wave, except for the 31st Airborne Division, who stayed behind the chaotic formation to avoid storm monsters emerging out of the chaos, almost the entire assault team acted together. The several divisions pulled up by the supply truck and the common artillery unit, under the protection of the infantry brothers, began to build artillery positions. The reason why it is built here is so that tons of 155 howitzers can be directly smashed onto the head of the evil god later. On this 3-kilometer-wide front, more than 500 artillery pieces were densely packed. Some were firing, aiming at the direction the troops were advancing, acting as fire coordination when the troops attacked. But there is still a considerable part, without making a sound, quietly erecting the barrel, coldly aiming at the body of the huge evil god that has entered the range. At the same time, a large number of infantry built positions around the perimeter to protect the artillery and prevent the storm monster from rushing in. The armored troop and another part of the infantry, as well as the elite troop composed of space fighters and battle nuns who also gathered, continued to move forward. 2 hours later, they advanced nearly 10 kilometers forward again. And when they got here, they really encountered threats. The angry owl, evil god, suddenly waved his hand, and a ball of lightning suddenly exploded among the 3 lion tanks acting as attacking arrows. All 3 tanks were shocked. In the end, 2 continued to move forward, but 1 was completely flat. Following the troops, Gu Heng, who was also floating forward, knew it was time. This has already entered the attack category of the original angry owl, and there is no need to hold back. All fire. Target evil god. His order was accurately conveyed to the artillery units in the rear. 500 artillery pieces, start firing salvo. The evil god's mountain-like body was instantly covered by flames. Gu Heng heard its angry and painful howling, filling the entire space. It is wounded, but Gu Heng was not too happy either. It is still far from the time to be happy. The real battle of gods is only now beginning. The original angry owl was hurt. This is a feeling it has not felt for a long time in its long career. It is a god. How can it be hurt? But now, the feeling of those hundreds of howitzers blasting intensively on his body is so clear. He felt a little panic, but this emotion was covered up by greater anger. These human beings are looking for death. After embracing the abyss of hell and becoming a god, it originally had only a little intelligence, but now it has turned into true wisdom that it is not brainless. It has the ability to think. However, since it was just a wild beast at the beginning, after becoming an evil god, its mind was completely washed away by the storm psionic energy of the abyss of hell, and there were only chaotic emotions of tyranny and destruction in its heart. These factors are superimposed, and it is obvious that even if it has the ability to think, it doesn't like thinking very much. What it does, most of the time, is still guided by instinct. At this moment, it feels angry, and its first reaction is, of course, to fight back. This is something it has wanted to do for a long time, but it was not possible before. The chaotic formation has opened up the connection between its kingdom of God and the real world, but it has not been fully opened up. It can't wait, and it can't wait. The extent to which its subordinates outside can do what they are now is already the limit, and under the attack of the Alliance, it is impossible to go any further. It can only take the initiative to take steps forward to the real world. And in doing so, it trapped itself in the gap between the real world and the kingdom of the storm god. When those humans entered it, defended the chaos formation, and divided the kingdom of God that occupied it, it was even unable to take the initiative to attack because it was in the cracks and the laws were different. It could only build ordinary storm monsters around those humans in vain. But now, those human beings have come close enough to it. Its power can finally break free from the curtain of reality and the abyss of hell, and directly cast it on those human beings who dare to approach and offend themselves. And when the artillery bombarded the sky, although the artillery position was far away from it, it did not reach the attack range. However, the active attack launched by humans allowed the two parties to establish a causal connection, which also broke the veil of reality, allowing it to hurt ordinary soldiers across an infinite distance. Even though it was injured, it could finally unleash its rage on those despicable mortals. Very good, then die for me. The dark clouds in the sky became thicker, and the terrifying lightning and thunder finally didn't just bluff in the sky, but actually fell down. Its target is on those artillery pieces. As its huge claws gripped towards the sky, dozens of thunderbolts following it fell from the sky and bombarded the artillery positions. At least 7 cannons were destroyed in the lightning. At least 30 Alliance artillerymen died tragically under the lightning. It took another deep breath and pointed its big mouth at the armored troops rushing towards it. A thick storm condensed in his huge mouth, and a terrifying storm bomb was about to take shape. However, it still failed to spit it out. This storm bomb condensed in its mouth for half a minute. But in this half a minute, the artillery positions that had been bombarded by lightning before did not stop due to fear at all. Within half a minute, the remaining artillery was still firing at full speed. The 155 howitzer made by the Alliance can shoot 8 shots in 1 minute under the rapid-fire state. After it is set to shoot various elements. In half a minute, 500 artillery pieces poured nearly 2,000 grenades on it. It found that it had slightly underestimated the threat of artillery. Even 1 howitzer shot is no more than a mosquito bite in its opinion, but 2,000 rounds fired down and 2,000 mosquito bites are unbearable. It was so dizzy from the bombardment that the storm cannon in its mouth lost control and exploded in his mouth, spurting out a lot of divine blood. Even greater anger surged into his heart. The artillery fire continued to bombard it, and it called for thunder and lightning and hit another round towards the artillery position. This wave was even more violent than the previous one, and more than a dozen artillery pieces were destroyed. At the same time, it was still in front of it, propping up a storm wall as a shield. This storm wall has indeed achieved the effect of resisting artillery fire, allowing it to temporarily get rid of the situation of being bombarded and injured. However, under the bombardment of the artillery, it appeared to be crumbling, and it had to strengthen the wind wall. But the wind wall held up, but the bombardment of the lightning on the artillery position over there weakened again. However, this is just artillery. Bigger stuff for the Union Army. Not here yet. Before that, 2 armored assault columns had already reached a position 5 kilometers away from it. While it was tangling with the artillery, the armor was getting closer. In fact, at this distance, the main gun and secondary gun on the tank are already firing at the same time. Of course, if that's all it is, that's fine. Although the caliber of the Lion's main gun is not as large as that of the 155mm howitzer, the 125mm railgun is more powerful in firing armor-piercing projectiles. Moreover, the Lion is also equipped with a horizontally placed reflector laser cannon as a secondary cannon, and the power of this thing is also terrifying. However, although these weapons are powerful, there are only 18 Lion tanks, and the number is not enough or is not enough. But if it was a little closer, the machine guns and heavy bolters of the hundreds of armored vehicles would be able to show their power. If they get closer, tens of thousands of infantry will also come up, and all the light weapons, squad rocket launchers, and fixed heavy bolters equipped in the company will be able to be put into use. Of course, the damage of a single weapon is not strong enough, but even the most common G9 squad machine gun sprays bullets at a speed of hundreds of rounds per minute. An ordinary G9 rifle can also shoot out bullets in a few seconds, empty an entire magazine. The ammunition that was transported couldn't withstand such a fight at all. But it's not that worrying. If you empty out all the ammunition you carry with you, it will be nearly 1,000 million rounds of bullets, plus the bombardment of various weapons. If you also shoot out the supplies carried by the truck behind, then this number can at least be turned up several times. Cthulhu? What happened to the evil god? Can the evil god be able to handle it? Using the storm wall to resist the artillery and watch the human army gradually approaching, even hundreds of Wind Falcon fighters suddenly appeared in the sky, and after a temporary gap was punched somewhere in the storm wall, they fired from it. After launching dozens of airborne missiles and making my face confused, Yuan Nuxiao's brain, which had been in use for a long time, was finally online. It starts to seriously consider, or forget it this time? The original Angry Owl planned to sneak away first, stop moving forward, and give up this opportunity to go to the real world. As long as it is willing to retreat, it can truly return to his kingdom of God and get rid of this dilemma between the real world and the real world. At that time, if humans dare to chase in, its means will not only be able to drop a wave of thunder at a time, but only fire a storm bomb, and it will be held back. After all, it is its kingdom of God, and it can truly control the power of the entire domain to strike on a large scale. In its divine realm, the number of enemies no longer counts. If those humans don't chase in, then don't chase. Just wait for me. Next time I have a chance, I will definitely eat all the Star Furiers. However, when it really planned to retreat and go back, it was shocked to find that cannot go back. Originally, it was difficult for him to move forward because it was equivalent to dragging his powerful body of God to the real world. Every step forward is equivalent to moving forward in the entanglement between the abyss of hell and the curtain of the real world. But it's easy to step back. Taking a step back is equivalent to giving up the entanglement with the curtains of different worlds, returning to one's own domain, and continuing to endure loneliness and torture. Before, he was unwilling, but now, after being beaten, he knew the pain, and he wanted to leave. However, it should have been able to retreat in one step, but it could not. The road back, the passage to leave the gap between the real world and the real world, was blocked by a certain special force. Why is that? Are evil gods also afraid? The voice of speaking seemed a little surprised, and this kind of surprise seemed to be a little artificial. Yuan Nuo Shao raised his head and looked into the distance. There is a floating villain. It was too far away and seemed too small. That guy's entire body is probably only as big as one of its eyelashes. However, the two of them can still look at each other across a long distance, across the difference in size. While staring at each other, Yuan Nuxiao instantly realized that this human being was the culprit who prevented him from turning back. The strange force that blocked his retreat route came from this person. And this guy is still in a strange mood here. The evil god was furious. Without hesitation, he called out a thunderbolt and struck towards him. However, it missed. A strange force prevented him from controlling the storm. The lightning power, which should have been easily controlled by him like breathing, unexpectedly felt a little stagnant at this moment. And it was such a short period of stagnation that made it miss calling for thunder and lightning. Gu Heng, who dodged in advance, knocked the lightning that fell from the sky into the air in a very cool manner. Below him, there wasn't even a Union soldier, and the collateral damage couldn't be dealt. It was really empty. The evil god, who was even more angry, summoned more lightning bolts and threw them at the tiny human being. With his wisdom, he now understands that this villain is the leader of this group of humans. If he could be killed, he didn't seem to have to retreat in despair this time. Since you dare to appear in front of me, go to hell. From the beginning of facing human beings, the original Angry Owl sent a psychic message to the other party in human language for the first time. Of course, Gu Heng also heard this threatening message, and instead of feeling scared, he became excited. This is exactly what he wants to see. The Cthulhu raging god wanted to run away, he could tell. But of course he wouldn't let the other party run away so easily. If he was allowed to escape successfully, then why did he go to such great lengths to pull tens of thousands of people into the kingdom of God? Get rid of that chaotic formation earlier, isn't it over? Letting the original Angry Owl go, although the matter can be regarded as calmed down for the time being, there will be no less disasters in the future. Gu Heng came here just to kill it. But if you really want to let this evil god force it and use lightning to bomb the troops, that's really bad. On the one hand, after the reduction in the number of troops, especially the number of artillery, is reduced to a certain level, the firepower will drop, and it will take too much effort to eliminate this evil god in the future. On the other hand, Gu Heng is very unwilling to accept the loss of too many troops, especially the loss of Wind Falcon and Lion Tank. Among the current conventional armaments of the Alliance, these two technological weapons with the highest value are both quite expensive. A Typhoon Falcon, worth -tax coins, a Lion Tank, worth -tax coins. The Alliance's current 1-month output does not exceed -units combined. If you lose too much, it will take time to make up for it. Therefore, it was Gu Heng's intention to stick his head out and appear in Yuanyuan Nuxiao's sight. He deliberately let him find out that he was the one blocking the way back. He deliberately made provocations. What he hoped was that this evil god would target him. I thought it would take a lot of work. Even, he has already made preparations, intending to take risks to cooperate with provocative words and then use the ability of mind tampering. It would indeed be risky. No matter how much trouble the evil god on the other side is currently in, it represents a part, even a very small part, of the essence of the abyss of hell. Using the power of psychic energy to explore the other party's mind, Gu Heng would be very worried that he would have a big problem at that time. Don't provoke the other party's mind and fail. He himself has been affected by the evil nature of the abyss of hell. But now it seems that there's no need to be so complicated. As soon as the head appeared, the opponent naturally set the first target on him, and the subsequent things will be logical. The reason why the raging owl, evil god, the power of thunder and lightning that should be like an arm and finger, will have a stagnation effect, is that it is the first time since Gu Heng got it. It really works for the first time. Characteristic, enemy of the storm. You are the enemy of the storm. You can force the storm to serve you. When there is a target using storm psionic spells around you, he needs your permission, otherwise he will be suppressed, and the power of the psionic power and the success rate of casting will decrease. This characteristic was obtained from event rewards during the battle to take back Fuxing City a year and a half ago, when the evil cult's conspiracy was eliminated and the incarnation of the evil god was expelled. After getting it, Gu Heng didn't use it much. The main reason is that I have never encountered any enemies who use storms. However, by now it has unexpectedly played a big role. Only now did Gu Heng realize how strong this enemy of the storm is. Even this evil god who controls lightning will be affected by this characteristic of enemy of the storm within his own domain, causing problems with his lightning power. Although this is still related to the fact that the original Angry Shao was in the gap between the real world and the real world, it is still incredible and brings a huge surprise. Originally, Gu Heng needed to be very focused in order to gain insight into the fluctuations of the lightning just before the lightning strikes, and then to dodge in advance. It is impossible to wait until the lightning flashes and then dodge. Once he made a mistake, he could only rely on the aura of body protection to resist. More importantly, he still had to keep the original Angry Owl from retreating and tightly block the back of the curtain of reality, which also required a considerable amount of psionic energy and his concentration. Several factors are superimposed, and the difficulty is full. Even Gu Heng, who has been upgraded and strengthened with psychic power in the real world, dare not say that he is particularly sure. But now it's up to you. The time before the lightning formed was too long. There were 3 or 4 seconds, and Gu Heng felt that his grandma would be able to react. The remaining thing is to use the power of thought to control, move one's body slightly to the side for a certain distance, and then watch the thunder and lightning strike empty. The only thing to note is that he has to pay attention to his position and try to keep no one below him. Avoid the missing lightning, which will cause additional damage if it falls below. In this situation, Gu Heng played with that Angry Owl evil god for a long time. That guy, the more he hits the air, the higher he goes. Up to now, Gu Heng has been looking down on this second-rate evil god in the abyss of hell more and more. Angry, stupid, arrogant, but cowardly. The reason why it has ended up like this is that I have played a large part in it. And when did it realize that it can no longer play with Gu Heng like this? It was the time when the assault troops on the ground were less than 2 kilometers away from his feet. It was the time when his storm wall was almost unable to hold on. But it has reacted, so what can it do? It also seems powerless. Even if it retargets the lightning on the artillery position that basically has no ability to dodge, once the lightning strikes, it will smash 3 or 5 cannons, no more. He could also choose to bombard the tank, but that might not hit even a single lightning strike. After all, its current ability to call lightning storms has received serious interference from the storm enemy feature. And the wall of storm in front of it was about to burst, but it couldn't continue, and it didn't even have enough strength to fill it up again. It was not without repairs before. On the contrary, it invested power into it all the time. But the current situation is that the repair ability it invested is not as good as the loss of the storm wall. The breach in the wind wall was getting bigger and bigger, and the speed of filling it was getting slower and slower. Even now, a quarter of each round of artillery can pass through the wind wall and hit him. And when the human ground army approached him less than 500 meters away, all threats became bigger. At this distance, many infantry weapons can exert a threat. The effective range of the G9 rifle is less than 1,000 meters, but the maximum range can reach about 2,000 meters. Indeed, after more than 1,000 meters, the bullets do not know where to go, and it is completely unpredictable. However, the target they wanted to shoot was an evil god whose body was as huge as a mountain. Then worry about whether the ballistic trajectory is not ballistic, and if you hit that position, where can you get it if it is crooked? Not to mention squad machine guns, company platoon-level mortars, and company-equipped heavy bomb machine guns. Although these killer weapons are definitely not as powerful as artillery, tank guns, and airborne laser guns in a single view. However, the quantity cannot stand. Among other things, there are thousands of mortars alone. After arriving at the combat position, the infantry quickly deployed, and the 60mm mortars began to rumble upwards. The machine guns began to fire fiercely, mixed with rifle fire and rocket launchers. At this time, the storm wall, which was already in danger, was declared doomed almost in an instant. It does still have some wreckage, but if it is stretched to death, it will only intercept -% of the projected firepower. The other -% of the shells and bullets hit him with almost no damage. And don't worry about the hit rate. Its body is like a hill. This is not an adjective, but a factual statement. No matter what weapon the Union soldiers hold, it is impossible to shoot a small hill and miss it. To be honest, the Cthulhu's ability to resist blows is already comparable to a mountain. With such a fierce projection of firepower, over the past period of time, at least 155 rounds of dash howitzers, more than dash rounds of mortar shells, and tens of millions of rounds of various bullets have been fired. Even a mountain can be blown flat or collapsed. During this process, the god of Fu Xiao was like an immovable mountain, completely passive and beaten, and had no ability to fight back at all. It couldn't retreat. Gu Hang locked his way out. It can't get in. The veil of reality makes it difficult. It cannot hold up the wall of storm, and every energy invested will be consumed. It couldn't fight back, and the constant bombardment of gunfire and bullets made it miserable. It has no anger in its heart now. It desperately wants to retreat, and has already mobilized all its strength, trying to break Gu Hang's blockade of its retreat, and even gave up defense. It can't defend anyway. It is now really feeling the threat of death and fall. This is a feeling that has never been felt since it embraced the abyss of hell. At this moment, Gu Hang was also under tremendous pressure. Once again, an evil god was caught in an extremely awkward position by the curtain of reality, and its desperate struggle at the last moment was extremely terrifying. However, at this time, Gu Hang was able to grit his teeth. The gods will die. Just hold on for a while, hold on for a while. The human warriors were still firing ferociously. Even though the ammunition was about to bottom out, and there was no need to replenish it, they were still firing relentlessly. And the most elite part of the human race, 12 phoenixes and 30 battle nuns, began to launch the final charge. They no longer just fight with long-range weapons in their hands, but charge forward while shooting. The closer the distance, the more powerful the weapon in hand, T the same time. Melee means can also play a role. Although the huge difference in size and height made even the space fighters who could be called little giants have to get a pedicure, but it still brought a stronger blow. Not to mention, among them, there are two fierce men. Martins, who was wearing the power armor of the Terminator, brandished a power sword. Sister Garrett held a holy golden halberd blessed by the power of faith. The two of them pushed the job of pedicure to the limit. They could really chop dozens of times in a row and cut off the evil god's half of the foot that was as big as a house. And this seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. The huge body of the evil god really fell down like that. Fortunately, it knelt down and then fell backwards. Otherwise, the moment it fell, it was like a mountain collapsing, and it was estimated that many people would be crushed to death. Gu Hang, who was floating in midair, slowly fell down. He gasped for breath, and his headache was splitting. However, the corner of his mouth still showed a very bright smile uncontrollably. Victory! With a human body, the war against evil gods has been won. The Alliance's god-killing operation was a success. Gu Hang, who landed, was really tired. Yuan Xiaoxiao's efforts to escape back to his own country and get rid of the interlayer of the curtain of reality were stopped by him. During the last madness of the evil god, Gu Hang undertook tremendous pressure. It would have been impossible for him to withstand it before the upgrade. In fact, even if it is upgraded, it will not last. He was able to hold on because of two main reasons. The original Nuo Xiao was weakened by more than one level because he was in the interlayer of the curtain of reality, and Gu Hang, as a psychic, entered the real world and was closer to the source of power. The psychic power used has risen by more than one level. This ebb and flow gave Gu Hang the opportunity to slaughter the gods with a mortal body, allowing him to create such a great achievement. But no matter what, killing the gods is a reality. After that, he should soar to become a god. The original angry owl is dead, but this part of the real-world essence it represents is trapped in the cracks of the curtain of reality by his spiritual power right in front of Gu Hang. Next, he can hold this mass of real-world essence in his hands, devour, digest, and fuse. Since then, he will be able to take his place and become the new god of storms. Ordinary mortals, of course, do not have this opportunity. But Gu Hang is different. The real world has opened its arms to him and accepted his existence. As long as he wants to, he can. A golden road was laid out in front of him like this. He only needs to take a few steps forward, and he will shed his mortal body and become an immortal god. This is a road like an emperor, and he already has a chance to start, as long as he takes a few steps forward. The evil god fell, and his body gradually dissipated. The soldiers saw this scene from afar. Everyone cheered and jumped up. To be honest, who wouldn't feel terrified seeing a monster the size of a mountain that once existed only in religious myths become an enemy? They were not even sure whether the weapons in their hands and those terrifying artillery fires could harm the gods. Only now, when they saw its huge body falling, did they completely lose their doubts and were convinced that they had won. Naturally, the eyes of the soldiers turned to their commander, their leader, and the governor they admired. Long live the Governor General. The Governor General. What about the governor? There was some commotion in the crowd. What is more worrying is the space fighters and battle nuns, especially the latter. They were not ordinary mortal soldiers. They had seen the scene where the governor fell from midair after the War of Gods was over. The phoenixes might still be a little slow, but the sacred lilies, who were more sensitive to similar situations, immediately realized that this was a very bad sign. Grattle reveals a possibility to Martins that frightens him. Are you saying that the governor may be overcome by the whisper of the abyss, have his mind changed, or even be enslaved by evil thoughts? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Martins retorted fiercely. Garrett hurriedly spoke to appease. It doesn't have to be like this. I just said that there is a possibility. We may be in the abyss of hell now, and the abyss of hell is very terrible for the erosion of human will, especially for the soul. A capable person, Governor Gu spent countless strength in the battle just now. He is in the most vulnerable state now. We must go and see how his condition is. Then what are you going to do? Garrett could not see the expression of the chapter leader in the helmet, but she could hear the alienation and vigilance hidden behind this interrogative sentence. At this time, she suddenly realized something. I don't know when the Phoenix's address for the governor of Fury Owlstar became Master Governor, not like their holy lilies. Called Governor Gu, or Your Excellency the Governor. This shift is a little subtle. She had noticed it before and made some associations. But at this moment, hearing Martin's question, her association was further deepened. However, now is not the time to delve into those things. She also absolutely does not want to fight side by side just now and immediately turn her face into a conflict. She quickly opened her mouth to appease and said, "My sisters and I can help Governor Gu. We recite the eulogy to pray to the Emperor, and we can protect the soul of the Governor General from the invasion of darkness. If the Governor General is really violated, we can expel evil spirits and evil thoughts." Speaking of this, Garrett paused for a moment and continued, "But no matter what, we must find the fallen governor as soon as possible. If it is a minute later, the probability of something we don't want to see will happen will be higher." Point. Martin's attitude relaxed. "Well, no matter what, we really should find the governor as soon as possible." After reaching an agreement, they acted. It is not difficult to find the governor. They still remember where the governor was when he was floating in the sky. The governor is falling straight down, so you can probably just look for it in that area. However, they were not the first to find it. When they saw the governor sitting cross-legged on the spot with his eyes closed, there was already a circle of people around him. Obviously, they were not the only ones looking for the governor. The loyal soldiers of the Alliance also spontaneously searched for the governor after they noticed that the governor had fallen. Some ordinary soldiers who were closer found the governor's figure. They may not understand that much, but seeing the governor's appearance, they can roughly guess that the governor's condition may not be very good at present. Therefore, the loyal soldiers spontaneously protected the governor. There's an open space of about 50 meters around the governor, and no one is allowed to approach, including themselves. When the Phoenix and the Sisters of Mercy Lily arrived, the soldiers on the outermost perimeter were still a little hesitant, but at this moment a political officer stepped forward. He seemed to be an instructor of a company-level unit, with the rank of lieutenant, not a high-ranking official. It was obvious that when he stood in front of the Phoenix and the fighting nuns, he was a little nervous. However, he still bravely did it. "Please stop, my Lord Governor." Before he could finish speaking, Garrett's voice came out of the helmet. "Get out of the way." She didn't even stop. She was about to pass by this mortal soldier. She is anxious. She could already feel that what yin surrounded the governor was an irrepressible, evil energy. This proved that her previous guess had come true. Abyss Hell is really not a place where humans should come. Even a powerful psychic like Governor Gu will still be eroded by the pervasive will of the Abyss when his spirituality is exhausted and he is weak and exhausted. She had to go there as soon as possible to protect Governor Gu with the faith of the nuns to drive out the evil forces. And if things really got to the worst, she would make a decision. It would be too bad for a person corrupted by evil thoughts to serve as the governor of a planet. But the governor has always supported the anti-cult actions of the nuns on the planet. When he heard that he asked to deal with the cult members as soon as possible, he agreed without hesitation. Within a few days, he launched a campaign against the entire regime organizational ability, launched this operation according to her plan that in the end, he even did not hesitate to come in person and solve the final problem with the attitude of a powerful psyker. Without this governor, they would never have been able to defeat the evil god. Garrett deeply understands this. Because of this, she was extremely entangled in her heart. But in any case, she wanted to go to the governor first. She was so full of these things that she didn't notice that the instructor was still standing in front of her. Or it's not that I didn't notice it, but I didn't care. She just flicked away that mortal. The instructor, who was pushed aside by a huge force, staggered to the side, but after standing still, he drew his pistol and pointed it at the head nun. This action aroused the vigilance of the fighting sisters behind Garrett, and they all drew out their weapons and aimed at this bold mortal. But immediately after, the soldiers surrounding the governor also raised their weapons. People who are far away don't know what's going on in front of them, but they could see the instructor being pushed away and held at gunpoint, as if the group of nuns were about to break into their encirclement. In an instant, there was hostility between the two sides. The lieutenant instructor did not fire rashly. He said loudly to Garrett, "Your Excellency, the head nun, the fighters of our alliance respect you and your sisters very much, and thank you very much for your help to Star Fury. But please don't go any further. Come on, the governor is well. We will not let anyone harm him. If you insist on this, please step over our corpses." Having said that, he released the safety of the pistol. Garrett turned around, took off her helmet, and looked at the lieutenant instructor. In the eyes of mortals, there is no sign of flinching. The sister sighed, realizing she had made a mistake. Perhaps elsewhere, ignoring the opinions of mortals is no big deal. But here, no. She changed her attitude and said, "We are here to help His Excellency the Governor. You can also see that His Excellency is not in the right state, and we are here to help him." As she spoke, she raised her left hand. A ray of light rose from her hand. She said softly, "Did you see it? This is a blessing from the Emperor, which can protect mankind from the invasion of evil spirits. The governor is facing this problem now, and he needs our help very much. So let us go over, okay? Facts have proved that the battle nuns who claim to be the Emperor's daughters can still speak well." Her softened attitude and the help she said made the resolute lieutenant instructor fall into a tangle. He looked at the light in the hands of the head nun, and his mind wavered. If there is a threat to the governor, then needless to say, the only option is to fight to the death. But they said they were here to help, and the governor seems to need some professional help now. But let these nuns go. What if they are not good for the governor? Seeing the hesitation of this mortal officer, Garrett decided to add another fire. She turned to Martins next to her for help. The leader of the Phoenix chapter also hesitated. He knew more things, but he didn't dare to trust Garrett even more. Fighting sisters. Although the Sisters of the Lily of Mercy are not the kind of nuns that belong to the judgment, they are not the kind of bloody, dark reputation that concentrates on hunting heresies and hunting illegal psychers. But after all, there still is a battle nun who belongs to the order of the state religion of the Empire, not a member of the Fury Star Alliance. If something goes wrong with the governor, who can guarantee that these nuns will not go crazy? At close range, it is a bit difficult to protect the governor. In fact, how to choose now is essentially making another choice. If something goes wrong with the governor, how should the Phoenix deal with itself? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Reverend Rizzo next to him. Rizzo just smiled at him, not offering any advice. Martins took a deep breath and made a decision. "Your Excellency, the sister." His buzzing voice came from the helmet. "Tell your combat sisters to lay down their weapons and obey this officer's request. If the Viceroy needs your help, he will speak. If you haven't spoken yet, let us wait by the sidelines, and I fully believe that the governor can solve the problem by himself." "Martins, you know what the situation means. How can you be so irresponsible? You are a soldier of the Emperor." "Of course I am, and so are all the Phoenixes." Martins said, "So what's the problem with the Phoenix's allegiance to the Emperor's agent on Star Fury and Governor Guhang?" Garrett looked very disappointed. She knew that when Martins also showed his attitude, no matter what she wanted to do today, she couldn't do it. She and her sisters might be able to ignore these mortal soldiers and force their way in. But with 12 Space Marines present, that was another story. 30 of them were no match for 12 superhuman warriors. Not to mention, there are thousands of troops of the governor here. Her expression became cold. She put her helmet back on and said, "I understand. We will wait on the outside. Let's see how the situation changes." "That's right," Martin said. "Guhang is generally aware of what happened outside, but there is no time to manage." The head nun's guess was correct. Almost all of Guhang's spirituality was exhausted in the battle just now, and the confrontation with the evil god and the effects of various passive defenses were almost reduced to the minimum. It was also because of this that the mental intrusion from the real world and from the abyss of hell finally bypassed the defense, revealing its most harmful aspect to psychers. Mind interference, spiritual temptation, tampering, personality change. Even iron will didn't have any effect. The will of steel is to resist and filter the mental damage harmful to the subject. That it actually exerted its effect faithfully, and the changes that those extraordinary powers had on Gu Hang's mind were blocked by this ability. However, what is happening in his soul at the moment is not necessarily considered harmful. Two different paths were clearly laid out in front of Gu Hang. Iron will can resist harmful mind interference, but of course it is impossible to make certain choices on behalf of Gu Hang. It fell silent. It also seems to be waiting for Gu Hang to make a choice. Is it to stick to being a human being? Or, with the help of the body of this slain, evil god, he ascended to become a god? Stay human, or ascend to godhood? This option is now in front of Gu Hang. To be honest, the temptation to ascend to become a god is great. Immortality and immortality are these things that many human rulers dream of? Now, it is placed in front of Gu Hang, ready for you to pick. Although Gu Hang just killed an evil god with his own hands, it doesn't mean that becoming a god is really that bad. The reason why the original Raging Owl died was because of its own stupidity. Gu Hang is not like the original Raging Owl, who is essentially a brainless beast who became a god. He believes that if he becomes a god, he will never end up in the same situation as that guy. On the contrary, as long as he becomes a god at this moment, what the original New Shao has been pursuing for hundreds of years can be said to be within his reach. That evil god has always wanted to open the curtain between its kingdom of God and the real world. Let's kingdom of God come to the world and drag the entire star of fury from the material world into the real world, becoming its kingdom of God part of it. After Gu Hang became a god, he could do it immediately. The chaos formation is ready-made, so don't worry about it. He doesn't need to start any cult. The entire alliance government can change jobs on the spot. These people who believe in him, respect him, and rely on him will soon be transformed into his strength. With the power brought by tens of millions of believers in the real world, the connection between his kingdom of God and the real world will be greatly strengthened. It won't take him long. It will be possible to bring the laws of the kingdom of God into the real world, the extent to which the laws of physics are covered. At that point, the goal of the kingdom of God coming to the world has basically been achieved. At the same time, he also has a springboard to the real world. He can take the angry owl star people who believe in him and bring the demonic creatures he created in the kingdom of God to launch an expedition to the vast starry sky, drag one planet after another into his kingdom of God, and enslave countless people into his followers. Dream, Gu Hang said coldly in his heart to something that he didn't know existed. He has already realized that this is by no means a grand road, but a completely dead end, the kind that is doomed if one walks on it. First of all, the core point. If he embraces the abyss of hell and fully accepts the control of psionic energy, then he will no longer be himself. His will be driven by the instinct given to him by the abyss of hell, and his thoughts will be gradually distorted and replaced. He will become a puppet of power, a part of the abyss of hell, and a slave of spiritual energy. No matter what he becomes in the end, it's still not himself. Secondly, even if Gu Hang doesn't even care about "I'm not me anymore," considering the coldest practical interests, doing so is extremely stupid. He could indeed easily pull New Xiaoxing into his divine kingdom, greatly strengthening his own strength, and then launch an expedition to the stars. Give me a break. When he kills the battle nuns here, ascends to become a god, begins to transform the beliefs of the people, and covers the physical laws of the planet with the laws of the real world, the Imperial Navy in the sky will notice. Even that frigate can't do anything to him, but next he will face the attack of the Tiamat fleet equipped with 7 cruisers, 33 frigates, and hundreds of patrol ships. By the way, the tens of millions of Astra Militarum troops stationed in the Pegasus sector will also arrive. At that time, The number of Imperial troops who will come to attack him may be greater than the entire population of the entire Furial star. If we win, then the big one is coming. The war machine of the human empire will really start at this moment. That a larger fleet with hundreds of millions of Star Realm army legions will come to Furial star again. After that, there may be some Mechanicus cataracts, some Inquisition troops, and some Battle Sisters of the State Church. Or even a fully man-space Marine chapter, with their chapter fleet and mortal auxiliaries, coming to Furial. A planet is completely dragged into the abyss of hell and completely dominated by the laws of subspace. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible for the Empire to accept. For example, just refer to the war that smashed the Angry Owl Star. Even the Hell Abyss, the 4 true evil gods who cannot be named, who have carved up almost the entire Hell Abyss, send their demons to directly participate in a comprehensive invasion of an Imperial world. There is a chance that they will be driven back directly, let alone the ascended Guhang. The second-class god among the second-class gods is afraid that he will be called numb if he dies. Betrayal of human beings is a dead end. My loyalty can be learned from the Emperor. Dream, I refuse. After he once again emphasized his attitude in his mind, a terrifying scream erupted in the depths of his soul. Immediately, Guhang felt a sharp pain that ripped through his soul. The power that burst out from his heart reached its maximum in an instant, almost tearing him apart. Although he didn't say anything, Guhang felt that there seemed to be a terrifying existence in the dark, manipulating everything with the attitude of destroying him if he couldn't get it. However, Iron Will, which had been silent for a while, started to work now. Guhang has already made a choice, so these things in his mind, in his heart, and in his soul are recognized as harmful and rejected by Iron Will. However, Iron Will doesn't work out of thin air. Things that are not strong enough are isolated casually. At present, the strength is a bit too high, which requires Guhang, the main body, to provide more abundant spiritual energy as a source for the ability of Iron Will to play a greater role. Effect. But Guhang doesn't have it now. Just finished a battle and is in a state of spiritual exhaustion. If this were not the case, it would not have been so easy to be taken advantage of in the first place. But all in all, after Iron Will took effect, the pain in Guhang's soul was relieved a lot. It still hurts, but at least he can think. And the first result he came up with was, if this continues, he will die in about 2 minutes. The next thing to think about is the way to save yourself. Normally, there is nothing to do. Spirituality is dried up. What else can I do? But Guhang casually clicked on the system panel. Here, he saw 2 changes. First of all, in the hero interface, on his own personal interface, the words inexperienced that were originally displayed after being promoted to level 6 have changed to upgradable. Sure enough, as expected, for some time in the past, although Guhang's own level stayed at level 5 and did not improve, many things that happened during that time were also accumulated in the experience pool and did not disappear directly. Perhaps, when upgrading from level 5 to level 6, he didn't consume all the experience points, and, at the moment, he eliminated another evil god, which also brought a substantial increase in experience points, allowing him to directly upgrade to level 7. The upgrade will inevitably bring about an increase in spiritual attributes, which should be able to solve Guhang's current problems. However, after trying to click, Guhang was a little dumbfounded. The last time 5 rose to 6, 2,000 gift points were needed. This time, 6 to 7 needed a full dash gift points. Guhang was really shocked by this number at first. But then, after thinking about it carefully, it seemed normal. The gift points needed to upgrade from level 4 to level 5 are only dash, and to upgrade to level 6 will be dash. According to this posture, if you go up to the 7th level, you will need dash yuan. The gift points that Guhang has now are not enough. However, he did not forget that in the system interface, he also saw another screen that changed. He exited the hero interface and entered the event interface. The storm is coming. The event has been completed. The cult sect that believed in the original Angry Owl broke out in its final madness at the moment of imminent destruction, summoned the evil god they believed in, and stepped into the world, But you and the brave warriors under your command have stepped into the abyss of hell and faced the evil god. You not only repelled the attacking evil god, prevented it from descending on the world, and even killed it. No matter what choice you make later, you and your warriors have indeed made a great achievement at this moment. Event Reward. Give point plus 15,000. Your characteristic Storm enemy is upgraded to Storm Master. You are the master of the storm, and the power of wind and thunder is at your disposal. You have mastered a series of storm spells, and you can now control the power of the storm at will. If you call upon the power of the storm around you in any way, you will be absolutely suppressed. Your spiritual attribute +2. Very good. Send charcoal in the snow. After clicking the confirmation, the settlement reward of the event will be available. The Storm Master's own characteristics are very strong and easy to use. Since then, Gu Hang has obtained a new psionic system in addition to the conventional psionic power system. Moreover, purely in terms of destructive power, the power of storm psionic energy is obviously stronger. Of course, this feature is useless at the moment, but the two spiritual attributes attached to this feature are real. It directly doubled Gu Hang's spirituality. In an instant, Gu Hang felt a cool feeling suddenly arise in his heart. The spiritual power that had dried up began to increase significantly out of thin air. It didn't directly increase to full capacity. He felt that the total amount of psionic energy he had now was about -% of his full state. However, even this -% is almost his peak state before acquiring the Storm Master trait. After obtaining this new force, the protective effect of Iron Will instantly skyrocketed. Those screams that were full of malice and wanted to tear his soul were all isolated from the outside. He could vaguely hear a little bit, but it was already considered harmless. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. With a glance, Garrett and her nuns and sisters were still blocked outside. But this group of strong women were obviously very concerned about his situation and kept staring at him across the crowd. It's also a bit of hassle. But Gu Hang didn't bother to pay attention to them for the time being. He has one more important thing to do. His gaze was raised, looking towards the distance, the corpse of Yuan Nuo Shao. After the evil god was killed, it fell there, and its huge body kept dissipating. It is gradually decomposed into the most basic energy and returns to the real world. The speed of dissipation is actually not slow, but its divine body is too huge, and it is not completely dissipated yet. However, what Gu Hang is looking at the moment is not these signs. Through spiritual vision, he can see that there is one core thing that is still in the gap between the real world and the real world. That is the divine core of the original angry owl, or in other words, its true essence. In his spiritual vision, it looked like a glowing sphere. The so-called choice in front, to put it bluntly, is whether or not Gu Hang wants to merge with this thing. Fusion is equivalent to embracing the Hell Abyss, and the Hell Abyss also accepts him, so he can naturally replace the original angry owl, become the god of storms, and become that, a lesser god among lesser gods. He did choose to refuse, but this thing was caught in the curtain of reality and could not escape for a while. After Iron Will isolated the harassment of soul screams, Gu Hang could still vaguely feel that the kingdom of God, which had lost its master, was gradually beginning to collapse. Without a master, it cannot continue to exist. In the next few days, this piece of God will collapse into the most common form of chaos in the abyss of hell. At the same time, this place is gradually beginning to reject him, rejecting all existences that are not native to the real world. But the feeling of rejection was not strong yet, and Gu Hang still had time to do some things. His psychic power explored the essence of the real world. Don't get me wrong, Gu Hang certainly didn't want to merge with him. He just felt that this must be a good thing, including the collapsing kingdom of God. It's a pity that it was destroyed alive. Should we integrate or give up? Gu Hang wanted all. He was thinking, is there any way other than fusion to master it? He tested the past with spiritual energy, but he found that the strength was not enough. He can't control it. The remaining power of that thing is not much, but its personality is very high. Although it was very passive to be caught in the curtain of reality, Gu Hang's attempt to drill in with his psychic energy was all blocked. After thinking for a while, Gu Hang did another thing. He reopened the hero interface and chose himself. Just now, if you want to upgrade to level 7, you don't have enough gift points, but at this moment, after you get the dash gift points rewarded by the event, it must be enough. He directly clicked on upgrade. The dash point gift was gone and replaced by the familiar upgrade option. What appeared in front of him were still the familiar 5 options. This time, of course, he wanted to choose spirituality. Gu Hang has invested a lot in this direction, and also gain a lot. Next, if nothing else happens, of course he will stick to this path and go on in a polarized way. If there is no accident, upgrading may result in an increase in attributes. Drawing another spiritual talent may result in an increase in spiritual attributes. Don't ask for more. As long as 2 more points of spirituality come out, the power that Gu Hang can control at the moment will be greatly strengthened, and he should try again, whether he can grasp the source of divinity. However, things didn't go as expected. An accident happened. Just like every time he upgraded in the past, he would subconsciously click on the unique option that he could never click on, and he clicked on it this time too. Logically speaking, there should be an upgrade item that has not yet unlocked the unique sequence. The upgrade failed. And let him choose again. But this time, it's different. The upgrade item of unique sequence has been unlocked, and the upgrade is successful. The upgrade item of a unique sequence has been unlocked, and the upgrade is successful. Wait, what about the spiritual attribute points I want? No, Gu Hang is really curious about the upgrade items of the unique sequence. But the key now is to get the divine origin. Spiritual vision is the first priority. Don't mess with me. However, these thoughts that flashed through his mind disappeared immediately after the effect of this so-called unique sequence appeared in front of him. First, there's a familiar flow of heat passing from all parts of the body. Gu Hang could clearly feel that his body had become stronger. At the same time, the spirituality that had already recovered a lot and was no longer dry now has a further surge. This is the change brought about by the upgrade. After being promoted to level 7, Gu Hang's physical attributes and spiritual attributes each increase slightly. This is a benefit of the upgrade itself. And the most important thing is the gadgets brought by the unique upgrade line. Inferior God. You have mastered the essence of the real world and rejected the temptation to become a god. Now, you can separate part of your will and with protection control this essence and obtain the incarnation of a subspace inferior god. Spiritual attribute +2. Obviously, he was able to activate the unique sequence upgrade option because he had the essence of the real world in his hands. Gu Hang is now even more fortunate that he did not choose to fuse. Although there is no fusion, he can indirectly control the essence of this real world, and through it, he can further control this storm kingdom that is essentially a part of the real world. It is much safer to do this thing through the system ability than to directly fuse with the physical body. Isn't this better than blending the fragrance directly? At this point, Gu Hang's overall character attributes have become Hero, Gu Hang, Faction Leader, LV7, Inexperienced cannot upgrade. Physique, 12, Spirituality, 27. Characteristics, Psychic Spellcaster, Governor of the Angry Owl Star, Master of the Storm. Talent, Body Protection Aura, Advanced Mind Control, Mind Manipulation, Steel Will, the Essence of the Real World. Essence of the Real World. This new talent, derived from a unique sequence, gave him 2 spiritual attributes. This is a considerable improvement. Usually, when leveling up, the spiritual talents that are extracted are usually only added a little bit. Today, in terms of personal strength, his growth rate is exaggerated. If you get the Storm Master trait earlier, you get 2 points of spirituality. If you upgrade, you get 1 point. If you choose this unique upgrade line, you get another 2 points. In this way, he got 5 attribute points in such a short period of time. This is equivalent to the strength of his spiritual attributes, which is more than 7 times what it was before. Still taking the warlord of the Orc fleet that Gu Hang encountered before as a measure. Under the current strength of Gu Hang, it is no longer possible to pinch him to death through the super heavy green leather armor on his body. Gu Hang can even directly, through spiritual energy, with brute force, twisted that guy's armor into twists. Changing to Martin's is not much better. His Terminator power armor might not be able to stop Gu Hang's thoughts. Not to mention, after mastering the divine spells of the Storm series, using the power of thunder and consuming the same amount of psionic energy, in terms of pure lethality and destructive power, it is even higher than the power of thought. Facing a company champion team with all members in Terminator power armor, Gu Hang was able to win relatively easily. However, the growth of spiritual attributes is still a basic gain. More importantly, of course, is to master the true origin of the kingdom of Storm God. However, after calming down a little, Gu Hang realized that there was still a difference between this and direct fusion. After fusion, he will become a god. Putting aside the many disadvantages, at least when the time comes, he will actually be a lesser god in the real world, and his foundation is much better than the original Raging Owl who was born as a beast. The moment he becomes a god, he will be stronger than that brainless thing. But now, he is still immortal in essence. For the origin of divinity, the essence of the real world, the kingdom of God, a series of things can only be controlled indirectly. However, it's pretty satisfying up to this point. Under his spiritual vision, the ball of light caught in the veil of reality no longer resisted violently, but became docile. His spiritual tentacles easily touched the ball of light, and he could drag it to move slowly. Gu Hang pulled it out from the curtain of reality and fell back into the Storm God Kingdom. Originally, Nu Shao was blocked to death by Gu Hang, but now, under his deliberate actions, the divine essence easily crossed over. The humans who were still stranded in the kingdom of God suddenly saw a beam of clear light scattered on the barren ground. People couldn't help looking up and saw another beam of light after another, like a sharp sword, piercing through the clouds and falling to the ground. Soon, the sky that was originally covered with dark clouds was riddled with holes. The dark clouds were dispersed, and people saw a gigantic blue sun with electric arcs flickering around it, right in the sky. The people present couldn't help but clench their weapons tightly to guard against any changes. Among them, the most responsive ones were the Battle Sisters. They could sense that the blue arc sun in the sky contained similar power to the original angry owl evil god before. This made them feel that the previous battle was in vain. You just killed an evil god, and then another one appears that looks like it? But soon, they noticed the difference between the two. From this blue lightning sun, they didn't feel the common malice that was almost overflowing from those cultists, demons, and evil gods they had encountered in the past. They can't help but want to explore further. But at this moment, another thing happened that attracted their attention. The governor stood up. Garrett looked at the governor hesitantly, and then looked at the blue sun in the sky, wondering if the governor's sudden awakening had anything to do with the vision that happened at this moment. But before she could speak, the governor spoke first. "Warriors, our mission has been completed. The evil gods who peeped at our homeland have been eliminated, and the world is safe. Now, let us return to the real world and enjoy this victory." The governor's voice resounded in the hearts of every soldier. At the same time, in Garrett's mind, there was a sentence specially given by the governor. "Sister, I know you have a lot of doubts, but please believe that I have nothing wrong with you. When we return to the real world, we will discuss it in detail, talk." Even though Garrett had all sorts of doubts in her heart at the moment, she could only put it aside for the time being. Polar Industrial City, the headquarters of the group. Here, it has been temporarily cleaned up as the Alliance's general headquarters in this city. But at this moment, one of the large offices has been cleaned up, and there is nothing left over. A dozen nuns, under the leadership of Sister Garrett, used some kind of green material to paint many complex and sacred patterns and lines on the walls and floors of the room. After finishing these, they sat around Gu Hang, with eyes closed and cross-legged in the center of the room, and under the leadership of the head nun, they recited holy scriptures. Outside the door stood a group of space fighters, as well as Thaddeus, the brigadier general of the Alliance. They're not in the mood for small talk, and they don't even feel like they should be standing here. Logically speaking, even if the governor needs to be inspected, there should be loyal fighters like them standing by the governor's side and guarding the left and right. It shouldn't be like now, just waiting outside the door. But what can be done? Even though those battle sisters made unreasonable demands, it was the governor's orders that really made them obey. The governor told them not to worry and just wait peacefully outside. In the words of the governor, he fully trusts these battle sisters who have made great contributions to the Raging Star and the Alliance. What else can I say? We can only wait. In the house, the sacred ceremony held by the Sacred Mercy Lilies has reached the final stage. The sacred text they recited became more and more grand. From their bodies, there was even light visible to the naked eye, which was released outwards, blending with all the carved sacred lines, vibrating slightly in the air, and sitting with eyes closed. Gu Hang, who was in the center of the room, was immersed in it. Until the end, the chanting ended and the light dissipated. At this point, Garrett, who looked a little tired, said slowly, "Your Excellency, our inspection is over." Hearing this sentence, Gu Hang opened his eyes and said with a smile on the corner of his mouth, "How was the result?" Garrett could tell that although Governor Gu's sentence was a question, he actually had a strong confidence. And now she does know where this confidence comes from. "It can be confirmed now, Mr. Governor, there is nothing wrong with you." Garrett said, "There is nothing bloody about the plot of, although I didn't find any problems, but I think there is a problem. Grat and the nun she led trusted the results they got. They used the highest standard of investigation that could be used. The governor in front of him also seemed very calm when he was being investigated, and he had no ghosts in his heart. The final result did prove that there was no problem, and he was not corrupted by evil signs. So what is there to doubt? Instead, they breathed a sigh of relief. For more than a year and a half, their activities on Star Fury have received strong support from Governor Gu, and the cooperation is quite pleasant out of course. They don't want the governor to have any problems. The result now is to everyone's satisfaction. Gu Hang stood up, and with the help of the two fighting nuns behind him, he put on his coat, and at the same time said to Garrett, "The news from Fuxing City, the guest from Kaloga 3 will arrive tomorrow. At that time, I will bring some people and try my best to return to Fuxing City. I will hold a banquet to welcome guests from afar." No need. Grit chose to refuse with an apologetic look. The situation on Korga is not optimistic. There is no time to hold a banquet. We will set off immediately after the spaceship from the General Assembly arrives. This is not disrespectful to you, Mr. Governor, but we must seize the time. Please forgive me. Gu Hang sighed. "Okay, you guys have business to do, so why would I block it? It's just that I just wiped out the cult and faced the evil god. I really hope that you can rest for a day before leaving. There are at least a few days left on the way from Fury Star West to the Kaloga Galaxy, which is enough for us to rest. Well, since you have decided to go, I will not force you to stay. I will dispatch 3 Wind Falcons, and I will take you off now, return to Fuxing City, and wait for the spaceship to land. Thank you, Governor." Keeping the Battle Sisters is just a formality. Let them go as soon as they leave, and save money on the banquet. Moreover, these nuns do have a keen sense of smell in some aspects, that if you stay with him, some things will really not be easy to handle. The nuns of Sacred Lily couldn't detect any problems in him, and that's as it should be. There was nothing wrong with Gu Hang. He didn't try to integrate the divine essence left over from the original Angry Owl. What controlled it was the ability of the system. Then the nuns probed on him, and what results could they find out? However, if Gu Hang wants to test the newly acquired essence of reality, it would be better to send away these nuns. After going out, he appeased his loyal subordinates. After a while, he saw that the Foam Falcon carrying the nuns back to Fuxing City had already set off, so he went to find an unoccupied office. After refusing to meet the management of the surrendered Polar Industry Group and telling everyone not to disturb without permission, he began to mobilize his spirituality. In just an instant, Gu Hang's eyes went blank, and he came to a barren space where there was a blue lightning sun in the sky. This is him projecting his own spirituality into the abyss of hell. In the past, it was very troublesome to do this, IT takes a large number of people who exist in the real world to create a passage with huge sacrifices and complex rituals before they can descend for a short time. But now, Guheng only needs one thought to do it. Look up and gaze at the blue sun for a moment. This thing is the essence of the real world. With its existence, the kingdom of the storm god, which should have collapsed and turned into the same chaotic appearance as other places in the hell abyss, has been preserved now. Although the land is still barren, at least the dark clouds covering it are gone. With a thought in his mind, many spots of light suddenly appeared on the barren land. At a glance, the number is about 3,000. They gradually changed, expanded, and eventually became recognizable figures in the uniform of Union soldiers. Lieutenant Colonel Derrick lowered his head and looked at his translucent hands, which were emitting blue light, with a blank expression. Didn't I die just now? Now, what is the situation? The commander of the 31st Airborne Division, Lieutenant Colonel Derrick, felt confused now. He was convinced that he should have died before. At that time, he was commanding the artillery unit and fired at the huge, evil god. But at that moment, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. He only felt that everything in front of him was illuminated by light in an instant, and the intense pain lasted for only a moment, before he fell into darkness. That should be death, right? He had no complaints when he died in battle. Be able to die in the battle against an evil god is even more worthy of death. The only regret is that he couldn't see the ending, but he firmly believed that under the leadership of the governor, the warriors of the Alliance would surely win. However, he didn't expect that after death, there would really be a soul that would go to heaven. No, not right. He looked around. The environment here was very familiar. Except for the strange sun in the sky that was blue with electric arcs, and the dark clouds all over the sky disappeared, the rest of the surface environment seemed to be the place where he and his army fought to the death before. And next to him, there were many, many translucent little blue men like him. Many of them had familiar faces to him, so they might as well be his soldiers. How is this going? Warriors, look to me. A familiar voice sounded from the bottom of everyone's heart. That is the governor. They looked up involuntarily and saw the governor's figure floating there under the blue sun, which was not too dazzling. Many soldiers involuntarily gave a military salute to show their respect. Guheng returned the gift solemnly. Afterwards, he said slowly, "I'm sorry for waking you up from your supposed long sleep. You came because of my conscript and died for the safety of the Alliance. You deserved a peaceful sleep. But now, our cause is not complete. I still need your strength to continue to shine after death. I will not force you. If anyone is unwilling, please recite long sleep 3 times in your heart, and I will send you back to sleep. You are also the heroes of the Alliance. Those who are willing will stay and continue to protect our world with me." Then Guheng closed his eyes. He wasn't talking nonsense. If someone really doesn't want to, he can indeed send it back. However, after carefully feeling it, he didn't even hear a sleep among more than people. Afterwards, he opened his eyes with satisfaction and said, "Very well, I am very glad to continue to fight with you all. Our first task is to establish our base. Build a Hall of Valor, which will be the resting place for you and all future heroes who will fight for the Fury Star and the well-being of mankind. Now, the one with the highest military rank, come out. Among the more than 3,000 people, the one with the highest military rank is naturally Lieutenant Colonel Derrick. His death, Guheng was both surprised and normal. Normally, it meant that after the battle, when he returned to the real world, he saw the casualty report, mentioning the news that the commander of the 31st Airborne Division had died in battle.so. Seeing Derrick here is normal. Surprised refers to the division commander was unfortunately struck to death by lightning, which is actually more unlucky. When Guheng just learned about it, he was still a little stunned. Lieutenant Colonel Derrick. Oh, Colonel now. The Alliance's practice will be to reward merit again after the war, and the war dead will not be missed. There will be those who should be promoted to military ranks and awarded military medals, and dying in battle is also merit in itself, as long as they did not die stupidly or in violation of military orders. It is also meaningful for the sacrifice soldiers to receive military rank promotion and military medals. Honorary military rank medals and military merit medals will be returned to the family. More advanced military ranks and accumulated military merit medals will increase the amount of pensions and allowances for minors, widowed wives, and elderly parents who sacrifice to the families of soldiers. This is another reason for the high morale of the Alliance Army. Don't worry about your sacrifice being worthless. The Alliance will remember it all. Colonel Derek has become the leader of this force, and he has a lot to do next. All the heroic spirits are derived from those who died in the previous battle. Some of them died in the confrontation with the storm monsters summoned by the original Raging Owl. Some more were killed by lightning and thunder when fighting against the storm Raging Owl himself. Don't look at that guy being beaten to death in frustration. But in fact, before he was killed, he called out no less than 1,000 thunderbolts. Apart from the ones that hit Gu Hang and were dodged by him crazily, there were also many others that hit the army, causing nearly 2,000 people to die in battle. These casualties came from various units of the Northern Army Group, and their arms and organizations were scattered. Needing and organizing them again is a test of Colonel Derek's ability. Of course, Gu Hang believed that he could do well. After he settled the matter of re-establishing the organizational system, their first task was to change this barren land and build some buildings here according to the advice of the governor. Although it is windy all year round, never rains, and there is no climate change, the soldiers who have died in battle and become heroes do not seem to have a house that can protect them from the wind and rain. However, Gu Hang still hopes that these heroic spirits can still retain their cognition as human beings. They just transformed into another form, and they should continue to call themselves people. If not, what is the difference between them and the storm monsters summoned by the original Angry Owl? And since they are human beings, even though the conditions in this kingdom of God are not good, we must try our best to create conditions so that they can live as humanly as possible, so as to make this anchor more solid. After watching Colonel Derek go about his business, Gu Hang also began to think about his own affairs. The main goal of his return to this divine kingdom is to explore how to use this new ability. Summoning a heroic spirit can only be regarded as a surprise. After completing the upgrade and obtaining the new talent of Reality Essence, Gu Hang noticed that the souls of those who died in battle were still floating here. They couldn't go back, and Gu Hang couldn't make their souls completely leave the real world and return to their real bodies. But he can use the essence of the real world to control the kingdom of God and use psionic energy to glue and fill their shattered souls. To put it bluntly, in essence, these heroic spirits are no different from the storm monsters summoned by the original Angry Owl. They're all broken and dead souls combined with psionic energy. It's just that Gu Hang doesn't look like that beast. What imagination could the beast have? It just creates a bunch of mindless things like itself. Gu Hang, on the other hand, retained to a great extent a series of human traces such as the personality and memories of the original owners in those soul fragments, and reshaped their bodies with spiritual energy. Gu Hang will not only give them ideas, freedom, and will, but also reserve a future for them to be promoted. At this point, it is fundamentally different from those brainless storm monsters that can only be used as cannon fodder. And thinking about this, Gu Hang realized again, these heroic spirits, why do they look a bit like demons? Living in the abyss of hell or the real world. The body is composed of spiritual energy, has its own will, but is controlled by the God who is not a god. Future promotion needs to rely on gathering more spiritual energy to strengthen oneself. Shaking his head, he forcibly threw this thought out. Don't think about it. Then he began to think about how to use the entire kingdom of God. Now, not only can he easily and casually invest his consciousness into this kingdom of God, he can also easily tear open a rift in the real world, leading to his kingdom of God in the real world. This will make a big difference. During the battle, the torn rift could allow the heroic spirit legion he created now to descend into the real world at any time, and as a surprise soldier, appear anywhere on the battlefield without warning. Great strategic value is also tearing open the gap in the real world. As long as Gu Hang does this, the psionic energy he can use in the real world will reach a very exaggerated level. Especially when using the Storm series of psionic spells, the power will become extremely exaggerated. At the moment, his body has reached the level where he can wipe out a team of Terminator veterans alone. And once the curtain is torn open and the power of the kingdom of God is blessed, then although he himself is not yet at the level of the evil god, after all his spirituality is still limited and the power he can control at the same time is limited, but under the blessing of the violent power of the real world, it is normal for the strength to increase by 3 to 5 times. Then, maybe an elite company of space fighters will be wiped out by him alone. Even in the Star Wars, his personal power may affect the outcome of the battle by interfering with or strengthening the void shield. Even some small starships, such as the patrol ship level, can use the super significantly strengthened storm spell to destroy them without fully deploying their defenses. After appreciating his full-strength combat power, Gu Heng couldn't help shivering. It's a little scary, not to mention these combat aspects, but in other aspects, Gu Heng also thought of some methods. For example, the divinity of storm he inherited has a strong ability to control and dominate the storm formed by psionic energy. So, is it possible to solve the waste energy storm problem that has been raging on Fury Star for hundreds of years? Directly carrying out planet-level climate and geological transformations would cost astronomical figures. But Gu Heng used inferior divine power to control the intensity of waste energy storms and restore the environment, allowing the essence of the real world to penetrate into the real world. But because it may be a feasible method to turn the waste energy storm that has been destroyed and cannot be stored into a spiritual gas field that can be used, it's nothing more than that he has to stay in some places where waste energy storms blow hard for a long time. But it doesn't take much effort. Anyway, he has a lot of government work now. Working in Fuxing City is no different from setting up a mobile office and staying in one place for a few months. It will not delay his work while cleaning up the waste energy storm. This matter is not a wild idea. After he plans to go out, he will go to Gyoto Province, the former garbage town, and now Gyoto City, to verify the feasibility of this idea. In addition, Gu Heng also thought of a possible approach. The matter of tearing the curtain of reality is a big one, and Gu Heng will definitely not use it until the critical moment. However, opening a small slit, or even not opening it, just to thin the curtain of reality somewhere, so that more spiritual energy can pass through, the movement is much smaller. Doing this may not be able to make Gu Heng significantly strengthened in the fierce battle, but the spiritual energy breath that gradually penetrates, accumulates, and gradually becomes stronger, which will bring a benefit. Within a considerable range, among human beings, individuals with relatively high spiritual attributes will have more opportunities to awaken spiritual power. In other words, Gu Heng may have a way to mass-produce psychers. At this moment, he even started to think, what should be the name of a mage group if there are enough psychers in the future? To be honest, it is more feasible to mass-produce psychers and give more people the opportunity to awaken psionic powers than to fix the waste energy storm problem. Generally speaking, having a lot of psychers is not a good thing. Psychers are always accompanied by many problems, such as poor control of their own power, harming others and themselves. For example, they are easy to become the target of the abyss of hell, and after being tempted, they cause great damage and even get occupied by demons. Tear off the curtain of reality and form a small-scale demonic invasion. But Gu Heng thought about it and felt that these risks are controllable here. For the psychers trained by him, the source of their power is the Storm God Kingdom controlled by Gu Heng. Although this place is also in the abyss of hell, as long as Gu Heng doesn't want to, he can't make any big news such as tempting the mind, being possessed by demons, tearing the curtain of reality. As for the remaining problem of how to control spiritual energy so as not to hurt yourself or others, it can be solved. If you think about it this way, I might have to build a psychic academy first before setting up the mage group. Let's call a magic school or Hogwarts. Gu Heng entertained himself thinking about it. In a good mood, he couldn't help but focus more on the blue sun in the sky. His perspective gradually widened, and soon covered the entire kingdom of God. This place is still desolate, but in Gu Hang's eyes, he seems to see a vibrant future. However, this process of pulling away did not end. Soon, what he saw was not just the kingdom of the storm god, that a larger field appeared in his perspective. Outside of this storm god kingdom shrouded in blue sun rays, there is a vast expanse of chaos. Countless colors are constantly tumbling and entangled in this space. The forces of various attributes are intertwined with each other, forming an extremely chaotic and twisted scene. At first glance, it looked quite beautiful, but at second glance, this sense of complete disorder made him feel faintly dizzy and nauseated. Looking further away, Gu Hang seemed to see 5 particularly distinct, huge areas in the endless chaos. But just at this glance, he suddenly felt that his already very powerful spirituality had given him a strong warning. He cut off the view without hesitation, but the next moment, a severe headache still came to him. When he realized something was wrong, Gu Hang dealt with it very decisively. He immediately cut off contact and stopped observing. However, severe pain still rushed to his head. Unlike ordinary headaches, this feeling is more like a burning head. He immediately terminated the act of projecting his soul into the real world that, in just an instant, his consciousness returned to his own body in the real world. Now he feels better. Although the pain is still there, it has not intensified further. He panted, slowly calming down the damage to his spirituality that it was not until several hours later that the pain was finally relieved to a tolerable level, and the ability to think was successfully restored. Covering his head, Gu Hang knew that he committed a death act just now. Fortunately, it didn't work. Gu Hang was indeed careless. He originally thought that after he controlled a part of the origin of the real world, he should be regarded as his own person in the real world. Overwhelmed with complacency, he opened his eyes, trying to look up at the general appearance of the entire real world. As a result, he was slapped across the face. Are you worthy of being one of our own? The more things he sees, the more things appear to him. Something small, broken, doesn't matter. But those 5 big ones, even if they just leaked aura, image, and information at will, it was unbearable for Gu Hang as an individual. This was the source of the burning pain that almost made my head burn. He had no doubt that if he had just lost his mind and insisted on persisting for a longer time, then his end would either be burnout or become a lunatic. Of course, from the side, this can barely be regarded as good news. Even if Gu Hang controls the origin of the real world, since there is no integration, he has not been fully accepted by the real world. He still belongs to the real world, is a person. However, since they have suffered such a big loss and taken such a big risk, Gu Hang will never let himself have nothing to gain. He carefully began to recall everything he had just seen. Although it was only a glimpse, he has already firmly engraved that scene in his heart. Now, thinking about it again, he began to analyze what that picture symbolized. The first is the completely chaotic and violent waves that occupy the vast majority of the entire picture, with countless colors mixed together, entangled, twisted, and tumbling. This should be the original appearance of the abyss of hell or the entire real world. Pure, chaotic, disordered energy that it is consumed all the time, but it is also strengthened all the time. The real world makes use of it and in turn gets paid from the real world. And amidst these chaotic scenes of light spots, there are patches of monotonous, pure colors. The brilliance has different hues and sizes, but Gu Hang can feel that those places have a very similar essence to the storm kingdom he has mastered. Gu Hang guessed that those are actually kingdoms of God one after another, symbolizing subspace gods one after another. These inferior gods can be roughly divided into 2 categories. Point 1 type is independent, and the other type is dependent on other gods. Being independent doesn't necessarily mean that you are strong, and it may also be that other big bosses don't like it. Just like the original Angry Owl, the kingdom of God of Storms that it left behind is considered very small among so many kingdom of God that Gu Hang glanced over. But no matter which inferior god it is, whether it is independent or attached to other big bosses, in the end it cannot be compared with the 4 gods who have the largest territory in the real world. 4. Gu Heng didn't know their names and didn't dare to know them. These 4 names are definitely no secret. On the contrary, for every existence that enters the real world, no matter what it is, the real world will kindly tell you that in this bottom world that is broader than the infinite universe, the most terrifying and least worthy of being provoked, what are the names of the 4 beings? But as long as you have a little bit of common sense, you will know that these 4 names should never be known to mortals. Even if you don't have common sense and have a little bit of psychic strength, you will still be warned by psychic instincts. This is poisonous knowledge. If you know it, you will not be far from being captured by those 4 beings. But Gu Heng saw it. Of course, I didn't see it directly. I just saw that each of the 4 divine kingdoms was covered with different colors. One of them is that it is generally yellow-green in color. On the whole, this area reveals a strong atmosphere of corruption and despair. This feeling made Gu Heng somewhat familiar. He remembered, more than half a year ago, in the event that almost brewed into a demonic disaster in Xingu province, the benevolent father believed by the Natural Salvation Society seemed to be this. From this point of view, this loving father, Gu Heng has already dealt with him before. In addition to this loving father, there are 3 other powerful kingdoms of God that are not inferior to him. The second is scarlet, full of tyrannical and destructive will, as if there is a tyrant who has killed a river of blood, sitting on a brass throne with a mountain of skulls under it, and a river of blood. The third is purple, full of desire and confusion, and the disgusting and alluring sound comes from the extravagant palace. The fourth is blue, which is full of mystery and coldness. It seems to contain countless knowledge waiting for people to explore. Under absolute reason, it represents absolute madness. These 4 things are the most powerful and unrivaled 4 gods in the abyss of hell. However, the relationship between them didn't seem to be working well. From a quick glance, Gu Heng could see that their divine kingdoms were intertwined with each other, eroding each other, and fighting each other. Gu Heng didn't know if his guess was correct, but in his feeling, the struggle between the 4 gods seemed to be more worthy of their attention than the invasion of the real world. If so, that's great news that if the 4 gods unite the front and attack together, it will really be a disaster for all living beings in the real world. In addition to these 4, the 5th being that Gu Heng saw was no weaker than them, and even vaguely stronger, also occupied a corner of the real world. That place seemed to be shrouded in a cold sun. Compared with the real icy sun, the blue sun in Storm God's country is like a piece of gravel, which is not worth mentioning. The icy sun doesn't make people feel warm, but at least it's not like the domain of the 4 gods, who can feel the boundless malicious attack just by looking at it. Under the shroud of the icy sun, a large area in the real world is shining with golden light. In the brilliant light, although there is no warmth, it props up a space with order. The net-like structure fixes the majestic sea of spiritual energy in that area, operating according to the will of a certain great existence. In this regard, Gu Heng instantly had a clear guess. It is the Emperor's spiritual net. Almost everyone who is a legal psychic, the first theoretical course is to talk about. 10,000 years ago, the ascended human emperor established a spiritual network, allowing human beings to use spiritual power far more safely than in the dark ages of the past. But now, Gu Heng has witnessed the truth of this statement with his own eyes. He has no doubt that that magnificent golden network is the kingdom of the human emperor, and it is the spiritual network he built. Perhaps, just like the 4 terrifying evil gods, the emperor himself sat on the golden throne, staring at his people and glaring at all the enemies of mankind. When analyzing the scene recorded in his mind, Gu Heng was very cautious. The effect of iron will is always running, and I am afraid that just recalling this scene will cause serious damage. Moreover, he is also ready to clear this part of the memory from his mind immediately if there's a problem. Fortunately, his caution didn't come in handy. During the recall process, nothing unusual happened, and the information he recalled, understood, and analyzed may not be guaranteed to be all correct, but at least Gu Heng now roughly understands the general situation of the real world. To put it bluntly, It is the emperor alone against the four gods. The four gods are hostile to each other, especially the red tyrant and the purple desire interfere with each other, and the yellow-green loving father interferes with the blue mystery. Struggle is light. A bunch of inferior gods, trembling under the five great existences, either rely on four of them. Gu Heng didn't see any inferior gods relying on the emperor, or weak or isolated independence. And the emperor plus the four gods plus all the lesser gods combined occupy less than half of the entire real world. The remaining half is pure, chaotic, distorted, and empty space, filled with terrifying subspace waves. When it becomes turbulent, no matter what it is, I'm afraid it will tremble. The small, inferior gods may be like a flat boat in the sea, and it will be overturned if it is overturned by the waves, as powerful as the emperor or the four gods. When the waves are raging, they may have to retract their tentacles. Get up carefully. This is the pattern of the real world. In addition to this general pattern, Gu Heng also discovered one thing. The real world seems to be a bit malicious towards a special lesser god. Although he sneaked a glance at Sishen and caused himself a headache for several hours, Sishen seemed to ignore him, as if a giant would not care if an ant thousands of miles away glanced at him. The lesser gods who were closer should not have noticed him. But the mighty subspace wave, the part close to his own kingdom of God, seems to be uneasy. Gu Heng felt malicious. Although he didn't know where this malice came from and how it would appear, this was not reassuring news. But Gu Heng soon stopped worrying about this matter. Soldiers come to block and water to cover is one thing. On the other hand, he seems to have found a way. He can control the kingdom of Storm God and float in the raging waves of the subspace. So he set a route and tried his best to let the small boat, Storm God's kingdom, drift towards the golden one among the five great gods. He didn't intend to blend in. He just wanted to place the kingdom of God as close as possible to the area suspected of the emperor's spiritual net. Perhaps the old emperor, seeing Gu Heng as pitiful, would help out? Of course, that's a bit whimsical. The icy sun is so majestic, I'm afraid it won't be easy to do something. But even if you can't help, if you become a neighbor, you can avoid being attacked. When Gu Heng glanced over, there was only the golden spirit net area, and he didn't show any malice towards him. It's just that it's not known how long it will take for the kingdom of the storm god to drift to the vicinity of the spirit net in the raging waves of the subspace. Go slowly. Human Empire, Eastern Cosmos, Tiamat Star District, Black Arrow Star. In this world filled with many small feudal countries, where productivity is still stuck in the late feudal era, a war is breaking out in Pinzer City, the third largest country on the planet and the capital of the Lumen Kingdom. Lacroxia, who was in it, actually didn't quite understand the logic of this war. He has never been good at these kinds of questions, and he doesn't understand the cause and background of the war, and he doesn't understand what impact and changes will be brought about after the war is over. But he at least understands one thing. I am a soldier, and my duty is to complete the mission. La Croca said to Ms. Wang Qi seriously, "My mission now is to protect your safety and escort you to the outskirts of the city to join our main force. So, please cooperate with my work." Wang Qi was a little embarrassed. "Do you know that I'm the mother of your governor? Of course I know that you are honorable, and I would rather die than guarantee your safety. Then listen to me. Now we have to go back and rescue the four caravan lords. Only if they are alive can we secure the victory. Mutiny at the family meeting will directly endanger the actions of all the caravan lords who join us. In order to get the best liquidation afterwards." Lacroxia shook his head and said, "Ma'am, I want to correct your concept. I will protect your safety with my life, but I don't need to obey any order from you. My task is to protect your safety, no including anyone else." Wang Qi became anxious. "Why don't you understand?" Lacroxa paused and continued, "I really don't understand. Why are you noble people who can eat up savings that ordinary people can't save in a lifetime? Why do you want to kill each other? I don't understand how the survival of the four fleet masters you mentioned will affect the current situation. But to be honest, I don't want to understand that at all. I'm a soldier of the governor. I fight for the governor. The task given to me by the governor is the highest order. This order is very clear: protect your life. If the situation allows, I don't mind doing something according to your order. But now no. Turning back will seriously affect your safety." Wang Qi was so angry that she wanted to say something more, but the next moment, her eyes changed dramatically. She saw a steel giant appearing at the end of the alley. She wasn't the kind of woman who would be scared stupid, but just when she wanted to remind Lacroixia, this young soldier, who might be younger than her son, took the first step. Lacroixia pushed Wang Qi and pushed the governor's mother into the house where the door had been unlocked at the same time. He turned around, dodged several rapid-fire 12.7 large-caliber bullets, and ran a few steps on the masoner. Wang Qi was not the kind of woman who would be terrified at the sight of blood. Although she is a businessman, blood is indeed not uncommon. After Lacroixia pushed the side door into a residential house and avoided the first round of bullets, she immediately stood up, found a window from the side, observed the battle outside, and was ready to support at any time. She's not powerless either. Wang Qi once took time out to experience 2 months of professional military training out of course. That wouldn't make her a qualified fighter, but at least it would make her know how to shoot. In addition, she has a skill that is much stronger than ordinary fighters: money. Her 2 earrings, together with the tail rings worn on her little fingers on her 2 hands, together form a miniaturized shield generator. After starting at full power, it can provide 3 hours of protection and can withstand the direct bombardment of 3 rounds of 155mm howitzers. Shield generators are already very expensive things, but the set in Ms. Wang Qi's hands is many times more expensive than ordinary shield generators. Generally speaking, a shield generator device may be as big as a car, but this set has achieved the ultimate in miniaturization. IT can be constructed with only ultra-small items, such as earrings and rings, and it doesn't feel out of place to wear them when wearing an evening dress to a banquet. Obviously, this thing is absolutely impossible to be something that can be mass-produced at In fact, this is a masterpiece made by the foundry master using very high-end equipment for a long time. Moreover, there are also special jewelry masters who have made exquisite designs for it to ensure that it is still beautiful, elegant, and high-end without affecting its functionality. Moreover, this miniaturized shield generator has a very important special effect. It will be automatically triggered when a threat is detected. That is, it can prevent the owner from being unable to react when he is attacked. It was over before the shield generator could take effect. From these perspectives, one can imagine how high the value of this set of earrings and rings will be. In addition, she also pulled out a weapon strapped there from the inside of the skirt at the thigh of the evening dress. This is a flintlock gun. The ebony wood exudes a little fragrance, and there are hollowed-out glyphs on it, which are filled with gold, revealing a high level of craftsmanship. It really looks more like a vintage craft than a weapon. But in fact, this ancient flintlock gun can be filled with 4 bullets at a time. Regardless of the material of the loaded bullets, the first 4 bullets fired every day have powerful spiritual power and will produce a violent spiritual explosion after touching the shooting target. The power of a single psionic explosive bullet even exceeds that of a heavy bolter. However, she was not so arrogant that with these things, she could really survive this crisis. In fact, with the whole set of things on her body, it can be seen that the core goal is to defend against assassination. Ms. Wang Qi has never put herself in absolute danger. When the assassin's first wave of attacks was blocked by the shield generator, the psionic flintlock gave her a certain means of counterattack. As long as there was a slight delay, the elite bodyguards who were not far from her should be there all the time. It will be in place quickly and remove the threat. Normally it should be like this, but at this moment, it is obviously not a normal situation. What she has to face is not an assassination, but a real war. How about a shield generator? The 155mm howitzer that can hold back 3 rounds is simply a wall of size when facing an assassination. But in a war, several machine guns and rifles are fired at one another, and it will explode in a short time. Not to mention, the shield generator is the same as the void shield. It is very insensitive to things approaching slowly, and bullets cannot break through it. But if a person approaches with a knife, the shield generator is useless. There are far more dangerous things in war than assassination. And why did the situation on Black Arrow Star turn into a war? That would start a few days ago. Wang Qi and her fleet came all the way here after leaving New Xiaoxing. Black Arrow is a planet still in the feudal era, with a population of -million and dozens of feudal kingdoms, large and small. Among them, the most powerful 7 form the King's Council, and every few years, one of them will be elected to become the governor, responsible for communicating with the Imperial Department. From this point of view, the power of the governor of Black Arrow Star is quite small. Just do a docking job. Whether the tax can be collected or not depends on whether the kingdoms cooperate with each other. Of course, they usually cooperate. Those who don't cooperate will be beaten. Even if it is a big kingdom, they don't want to bear the wrath of the empire, and they will also be criticized by other countries for their cooperation. There will definitely be many conspiracies and tricks around this mechanism. For example, the governor pits other kingdoms, or other kingdoms pit the kingdom that is currently the governor. But these things, Wang Qi did not pay attention. There are countless worlds within the empire with different technological levels, economic foundations, and political ecology. Who has the time to infiltrate so many? What Wang Qi is concerned about is that most of the kingdoms of Black Arrow Star have a very good relationship with Gu's commercial bank. This relationship is even so good that the family meetings of Gu's Chamber of Commerce in recent decades have been held on Black Arrow Star. The local 7 great kingdoms all welcomed their arrival and fully supported a series of activities of the Gu Family Conference. This time, it was no exception, at least not at first. Currently, the governor of Black Arrow is the king of Lumen Kingdom, Ness Lumen. This is the 3rd largest country on the planet, and the place where the meeting is held is also the capital of the country, Pinehell City. The whole city of Pinzer was decorated with lights and colored lights, treating this event as a grand festival. In recent days, after the leading figures from the 14 major caravans of the Gu Chamber of Commerce arrived one by one, public or private banquets began one after another. Wang Qi has been preparing for many years to compete for the position of the head of the family, and now it is just the last step. Although she could feel the struggle of her late husband's cousin, the guy was jumping up and down and causing a lot of trouble. He even tried to disrupt the rhythm by holding a family meeting in advance. But none of that makes much sense. Before the family meeting officially started, Wang Qi further consolidated and confirmed the relationship between allies through banquets and private conversations. Of the 14 major caravans, she still firmly controls 4, and the other 4 are her firm allies. When the meeting begins and the voting begins, with 8 votes in hand, she will almost certainly be able to push her son to the position of head of the family. Then, 2 days before the conference, when a dinner was coming to an end, the loud sound of gunfire and shouts of death reached their ears. Wang Qi realized almost immediately that Gu Ming was in a hurry. After being reminded by her son, she has consciously taken precautions against this problem. Around her, the original standard security force had been strengthened 3 times. Everyone was on high alert. She reminded all the caravan lords to pay attention and be careful about this problem, and asked them to maintain the highest level of security. Under the standard of guarantee, the security force will be doubled. In addition, the caravan ships in the sky are also preparing for war at all times to avoid sneak attacks and surprise attacks. The expeditionary regiment assigned to her by Gu Heng also moved to the outskirts of Pinzer through the process of caravan material exchange. In a small town, Wang Qi tried her best to hide their traces, but she also knew that it would be difficult for a force of almost 3 people to remain unnoticed. But being exposed also has the benefit of being exposed, and it is good to form a deterrent. I have an army outside, so be careful. As long as it doesn't work, that's fine. After all, as long as it continues to operate normally, she has a high probability of being the winner. But Gu Ming still jumped out. In fact, Wang Qi still can't understand. Indeed, if you don't jump out, you can't win. But what if you lose? Since the establishment of the Gu family, although there has been internal competition, but up to now, nearly 300 years, 5 generations of inheritance, there has been no vicious, bloody competition. There may be many such things in other families, But the internal struggles of the Gu family have never deteriorated to this extent that IT is more united than other chambers of commerce, which in itself is one of the reasons why Gus can grow. If Gu Ming loses, the two parties have no other deep hatred. They are still relatives, and Wang Qi, as the winner, wins in a fair manner, so it is unnecessary and impossible to kill him cleanly. When the two met, they might have to play the whole uncle and sister-in-law to show the unity of the family. For such a Gu Ming, let alone being an idle rich man, it is not even realistic for Wang Qi to deprive him of the Chamber of Commerce fleet he controls. Gu Ming retains his own power. Retreating can become a hilltop in the Gu's Chamber of Commerce, and advancing can continue to fight for the position of patriarch in the next cycle. But if you do this, you will have a bad start and completely break the rules. After the matter is over, there is no possibility of being good. Gu Ming will not understand. Therefore, even at the last moment, Wang Qi actually felt that Gu Ming might cause trouble, but the probability was not high. But now that everything has happened, there is nothing left to say. Take good precautions and use them. The news of the outbreak of the battle was sent to the angry Owl Star army in the small town on the outskirts. In the city, the security measures of each family were urgently deployed and mobilized. Quickly contact King Lumen, who is currently serving as the governor of the Black Arrow Star, and let him control the situation in his capital. At this stage, Wang Qi's mentality is still very stable. When she and her allies were sitting in the banquet hall, she even had time to perform and lament twice, saying that it was impossible for Gu Ming to do this. There must be someone around him bewitching, sighing that Gu Ming's head was dizzy, and they were even discussing the aftermath, how to deal with this problem. The situation outside has indeed begun to improve. The security measures were adequate, and the surrounding area was tightly controlled. Upon hearing the report from the front, the army of the Lumen Kingdom also marched into the city, controlling the situation in the whole city, and the sound of gunfire and shouts of killing also subsided. At the end, they were all discussing how to catch Gu Ming after the situation calmed down, so as not to let him run away. But at this moment, the situation took a turn for the worse in a very short period of time. The key point is that the Lumen Kingdom's army, which was supposed to enter the city to quell the chaos, lined up and came to where Wang Qi and the others were, hoping to enter this area and take over the defense. They said very well that the situation in the city is unstable, and adding stronger troops for protection is a necessary measure. But at this time, La Croxia, who joined Wang Qi's security team with a special team, raised strong objections. Wang Qi also kept a careful eye and did not let them get close. Then, the Lumen army that came in full force launched an all-out attack on them. The productivity of the Lumen Kingdom remained at the feudal level, the industrialization was poor, and the main economic base relied on agriculture. But their army, weapons, and equipment are not too bad. They can't produce, or the production capacity is too weak to independently support the needs of an army's weapons. But it doesn't prevent them from buying them. G5, G6 series of individual armaments, cannons, all these things are available. Of course, even if this is the case, their equipment level is still far behind the security team of the wealthy Gu family. But it's unreasonable for the cannon to explode from a distance. But if it's just the threat of artillery, that's fine. IT is optional to form an elite unit, rush outward, and eliminate the artillery unit. Gu security. Almost all of them have alloy plastic armor, laser guns, electromagnetic rifles, melta-bombs, plasma guns, and other things. The whole Centurion is really hard to stop. However, what is most unexpected is that the real killer weapon of the Lumen Kingdom has been deployed. Knight. A feudal country, of course, is a feudal system. The king infect the lords, and the lords infect the knights, forming the ruling class, the nobility. And for those nobles, one of the core conditions for being entrusted is to have their own mount. Mecca. On the Black Arrow Star, a very speechless scene will happen. The serfs are using medieval planting techniques to cultivate intensively and diligently and hand over %% of the harvest to their lords. Only the most basic food was left. The knight drove his Mecca and patrolled his farmland to ensure that the serfs were not lazy. And when necessary, the knights would follow the call of the Lord, lead the militia transformed from serfs, and gather to fight under the Lord's banner. The lords would follow the king's call, lead their army, and fight under the king's banner. This is the system of the Lumen Kingdom, and it is also the system of the entire Black Arrow Star. Those poor little knights may have inherited the most common set of Sentinel mechas for 8 generations. This thing is not even recognized as a serious knight mech in the Imperial military sequence. But no matter what, it was also a mech with a height of about 3.5 meters, covered with metal, and the 2 burst cannons fixed on the side were powerful, and they were not afraid of bullets. At least 200 of these Sentinel mechas appeared in King Lumen's army. At the same time, there are 2 real Knight mechs, or what can be called Knight Titans. Ranger Knight Titan, with a height of -meters, with a 4-barreled burst heavy cannon in his left hand, a gravity fist, and a howitzer launcher in his right hand, and 16 range extending rockets behind him. This thing is a little scary. The Knights of the Lumen Kingdom are the biggest threat. And it was this Knights that almost destroyed Gu's security defense. What is security for? Prevent assassination, prevent turmoil, protect the master. They may have better training and equipment than the army, and they are more professional in certain tasks of protecting important officials. However, when the scene turns into a large-scale war, different levels of specialization, different training methods, and different weapons and equipment become a weakness. Security forces lack heavy firepower and lack anti-armor forces. Facing the artillery, it was difficult to counter it. Facing the so-called Kingdom Knights, those Sentinel mechs, paired with the impact of 2 Ranger-level Knight Titans, it fell into a comprehensive disadvantage. Their number is far less than that of the opposite side. Under the impact of the opponent's huge cannon fodder and miscellaneous soldiers, they had to carry the bombardment of the artillery to resist, and they also had to suffer the key assaults led by the Knight Titan and many Sentinel mechas. The defense line of Gu's security was constantly compressed and broken through. The situation quickly became dire. At this time, Wang Qi made another decision that she regretted afterwards, which might have been a mistake. Stick to the spot. She hoped to be rescued by the Fury Star Legion in the small town outside the city. In addition, they also contacted the Chamber of Commerce fleet in the sky to provide orbital support and send a landing spacecraft to pick up people from the air. But soon, bad news from all parties came one after another. The angry Owlstar army in the suburban town was also raided and is currently fighting fiercely. There is a rebellion on the Chamber of Commerce fleet in space around the planet. Among the 8 Chamber of Commerce fleets controlled by Wang Qi, each has its own internal turmoil. The 4 fleets directly under her control are okay, but the other 4 fleets that are allies have bigger problems. In addition, the 4 armed merchant fleets controlled by Gu Ming are also threatening nearby, making it impossible for them to occupy the orbit of the planet. What's more worth mentioning is that Black Arrow Star is not a place without any air defense capabilities. IT might be a big problem to go elsewhere, but in Pinzer City where the war broke out, there was an orbital air defense system imported by the Lumen Kingdom at a large price. Unable to occupy the orbit and carry out accurate orbital strikes, the few spaceships dispatched forcibly, even if they pass through the interference and robbery of Gu Ming's ships, will be locked by the orbital air defense system of Pintel City during the process of entering the atmosphere alive, and then the volley was wiped out. The reinforcements couldn't arrive. The air evacuation couldn't be realized. The Knights of the Lumen Kingdom were marching forward, and the defense line was smashed to pieces. At this time, Wang Qi realized that it was impossible to stick to it, and she had to break through. However, it was too late to prepare to break through at this time. Even when the decision was made to break through, 3 Sentinel mechas, as the vanguard, blasted open the gate and rushed into the banquet hall. Everything became extremely chaotic. The 3 Sentinel mechas were finally killed, and Wang Qi didn't know exactly how it ended. She just remembered that when she was protected by her bodyguards and ran away, she turned her head and saw 3 wreckages. But the process of breaking out was still not smooth sailing. They were intercepted and attacked many times, and her bodyguards died one by one. When she was almost at the end of the road, when she had to use the last resort to save her life, Lacroxa, who broke out of the siege, arrived with dozens of Special Forces soldiers. The 10th Special Operations Brigade deployed about 500 people to join the expeditionary force. The main force among them, together with the Legion, is in the small town on the outskirts of Pinetail City. Only 50 of the most elite among them, led by Lacroxia, formed a team and entered Wang Chi's close security team. But throughout, their roles don't matter. Most of them still exist as a communication channel between the security forces and the main force of the Fury Star in the outskirts. The fundamental reason is that they are outsiders, and they're not in the same way as the security team. On the one hand, they are not subordinate to each other, which means they are a bit excluded. They are soldiers, and protecting important officials is not their specialty. But now it's war. This is within their area of expertise. La Croce led his men to eliminate the enemy troops entangled with Wang Chi, and then continued to protect her and headed out of the city. During this process, the number of enemies has never been small. They sacrificed one comrade after another, and had to spend time and time again by dividing their troops to attract the attention of the enemy. Until now, Lacroxia has brought her to the edge of the city. They rested in a deserted alley, arguing a few words by the way. Wang Chi herself was not safe yet, but she was still thinking about how to save those merchant fleet lords who didn't know if they were alive or dead. As a result, not only did Lacroxia completely reject her request, but they also ran into trouble again. What appeared outside the alley was a knight of the kingdom, a sentinel mech. Wang Chi is ready to assist at any time. From her point of view, this young man named Lacroxa was outstanding in skill, but now he was alone. How could he deal with a steel machine? Not to mention, there are 7 fully armed soldiers beside this sentry mech. They had also encountered sentinel mechas during their previous breakouts and escapes, but when encountering this kind of situation, they usually avoid it if they can. If they can't avoid it, then they usually divide their troops and let another team attract the target away, and then evacuate. They were always very cautious and never tried to have a head-on confrontation with the sentinel mecha. But now, there is no escape. Wang Chi also prepared the last means of life-saving, and used the psionic flintlock in her hand, which had only 4 chances to use, to help Lacroxia fight. However, this young soldier from New Xiaoxing who had just claimed to himself that he only wanted to protect her life and would not obey her orders used a series of performances to make her dumbfounded. Even in an alley, his figure showed extreme agility. A sentinel mech shoots rapidly at a narrow alleyway with its double-barreled cannon. What desperate scene is this? But Lacroxia just avoided it all. He could be said to be flying over the wall, stepping on the wall, and running to a height of more than 2 meters. The Kingdom Knight chased after him and shot, and the bullets followed his heels, but none of them hit. And even if the Knight of the Kingdom changed his method and planned to make predictions and use a high rate of fire to block all possible routes of action of Lacroxia, he would avoid him in another unimaginable way. Of course, what La Croca did was not to dodge bullets, but essentially to predict and dodge before the machine gun came. Moreover, no matter how exaggerated his physical fitness and reaction speed were, he couldn't really keep hiding like this. But it's only 2 or 3 seconds, and that's enough. During this process, the bolter in Lacroxia's hand also fired a string of bullets, accurately killing all the accompanying soldiers around the sentry mech, and at the same time hitting the bullets on the sentinel mech's body. Watch on the site. It was only a dozen rounds of explosive shells fired in total, but he did it all with extremely precise shooting skills while the snake skin was moving. Even killing the 7 accompanying soldiers didn't require 7 bullets. Using the micro-explosive properties of the explosive bombs, 4 bullets were enough. The remaining 10 bullets were all hit on the observation sites of the Sentinel Mecha. The site structure of the Sentinel Mecha is still strong enough, but it cannot withstand 10 precise bursts of fire. On its head, where it resembled a human eye, it was blown to pieces. Immediately, the attack of the Sentinel Mech became chaotic. The Kingdom Knights inside could no longer see what was going on outside. Now, the operator inside pulled the lever and fell into a very embarrassing situation. He can lift the visor of the Sentinel. Although a considerable part of the auxiliary system functions and observation functions are integrated in it, since it has been accurately detonated by someone, it must be abandoned. Later, he can also fight with his naked eyes. But he didn't dare. In the battle just now, he has personally experienced the enemy he is facing now and has almost completely accurate shooting skills. He had never seen anything like this in his life, and it was not just as simple as a sharpshooter. He was afraid that as soon as the helmet was lifted, he would be shot in the head. That would end up in the same fate as the person beside him who lay down in 2 seconds just now. Soon, however, he no longer had to think about it. A moment later, an extremely hot feeling passed through his chest. In the extremely narrow cockpit of the Sentinel, the Kingdom Knight couldn't even lower his head to look at his injuries, but he could feel that his heart and left lung had been completely burned through. Watching the Sentinel mecha fall, Lacroxia confirmed that it had completely lost its ability to fight. He put the fully charged plasma pistol back into the pouch on his leg, turned around, and found Wang Qi again. The shock on Wang Qi's face has not dissipated. Do all the soldiers under your governor have your strength? La Croce really thought about it, and then said seriously, "No, I was thinking too much. How could there really be so many fighters like you? However, since you have the ability to destroy a sentry mecha, why didn't you use it before?" "Because of the risk," Lacroxia said. "As long as I made a mistake just now, I would be the one who died. I don't care so much about life and death, but if I die, the task of protecting you will not be completed. So, if you don't, I don't want to take any risks in such a forced situation just now." It turned out to be like this. It's a pity for those soldiers who divide their troops to attract the attention of the enemy. It's nothing to regret. This is their mission, Lycroxius said, and then he thought for a while and added, "And don't look like they have already sacrificed. They're the most elite fighters. It's not that easy to die. Along the way, I have left them our special mark, and if they see it, they will follow along." "Hope so." Saying so, Wang Qi actually didn't have much hope. Lycroxia didn't say much, just urged to get on the road quickly. Fighting just broke out here, and it's no longer safe. A few minutes later, a scene that surprised Wang Qi happened. Not only did Lacroxia lead him almost out of the city of Pincel, but as he said, his comrades really came here just looking for something. There were 50 people in total, and when we returned to the team, there were 42 more. Although they looked a little embarrassed, they were able to perform the task of attracting the enemy's attention and get rid of it. Afterwards, they only lost 8 of them all the way here. And according to the intelligence exchange between them, they were here at least 200 enemy soldiers were killed along the way. This is quite an exaggerated performance. Wang Qi is already a little numb. She originally thought that a fighter like Lacroxia was already unique, but he didn't expect that although these comrades of his were not that powerful, they were all so strong. Can it be strong? The ones that Lacroxia picked out to bring to her were all the most elite soldiers from the 10th Brigade. And this means that these soldiers are all T2 level fighters trained by Gu Heng in the soldier card system, and they were eliminated in the final stage of the process of screening new blood of interstellar fighters. Each of them spent 11 points of Gu Heng's gift, and not everyone has the potential to be trained to this level. In contrast, the high-priced employment around Wang Qi and the emphasis on cultivating loyal security forces are not very good. None of them betrayed, but almost all of them were wiped out. Now that this is the case, Wang Qi has no other ideas. Just follow Lacroxia and others honestly, and continue to break out. Halfway through, they also contacted the headquarters of the Alliance Expeditionary Force again, and learned that there was a surprise response force on the way. It took some more time, and they finally caught up with the force. It was a team of the 38th Mechanical Brigade. All 18 Lion tanks in the brigade were pulled out, with more than 100 infantry fighting vehicles and more than 2,000 mechanized or motorized infantry, racing all the way. After the two sides met, Wang Qi was protected by the army, and she finally put her hanging heart back into her stomach. But then, she had a rather strange feeling. Looking around, everyone was completely strange. She could be considered as unfamiliar with the people around her. None of these people are her subordinates. Her needs will be met as much as possible, but in reality, no one will follow her orders directly. These are all the wealth accumulated by her useless son who hated iron and steel in the past. But now, she depends on these people if she wants to survive on this alien land. However, apart from the feeling of uncomfortable, she also felt an inexplicable sense of relief. This peace of mind comes from super soldiers like La Croca, from the outstanding individual strength of special teams, from steel monsters such as lion tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. From her son, Your Majesty General, is there any news about my aunt? The person who said this is Wang Jiarong. The person who is called the general is Perbouf. Generally speaking, Brigadier General is not recognized as a formal sequence of generals and belongs to the transition between a school officer and a general. Not to mention, Perbov's rank of Brigadier General still comes from the Planetary Defense Force's own system, so the degree of recognition is even lower. But who told Wang Jiarong that now she could only count on this Brigadier General from her cousin's command? Perbov was also a little helpless. The war was in full swing, and he had to answer phone calls from the starship every now and then. It would really be annoying for him to be asked about the same thing over and over again. But I had to take it. He completely understood Wang Jiarong's anxious mood at the moment, who was in the starship and was going to come down tomorrow to attend the Gu family meeting. And right now, he did have some news that he wanted to tell Wang Jiarong. There's already news about Ms. Wang Qi. Have you received my aunt? Yeah, but there's good news and bad news. Let's talk together. We did successfully pick up Ms. Wang Qi, who had withdrawn from the city. She is now under the protection of the army and is heading towards our main position. Great. What's the bad news? The bad news is they were intercepted on their way back. They ran into the 2 Ranger-class Night Titans that attacked us before and posed a great threat to the main position. Wang Jiarong panicked. The Ranger-level Night Titan is not a Titan in the true sense, but a battle mech in essence. Its body size has not yet reached 7 meters high, and there is still a gap compared with those real Titan mechs called God Mechanics of the Mechanic Order. In the Order of the Mechanicus, the Titan mecha has always been the top force. Small, usually combat soldiers made by combining human body modification and mechanical modification. Medium-sized ones, with the Sentinel mecha as the entry point and the Dominator-level Knight mecha as the peak. Only large ones can be called Titan mechas. Currently, there should be no such thing as a real Titan mecha appearing in the Lumen Kingdom or in the entire Black Arrow Star. The highest level is the Knight mecha. But even the Ranger-level Knight mecha is 6 meters tall. For ordinary people, it is an absolutely behemoth. It is no wonder that many people commonly call it the Night Titan. The normal price of a Ranger-class Night Titan is 70 tax coins. Wang Jiarong, who is a businessman, knows this very well. And in the same way, she has seen the army of Fury Owl Star. The so-called Mechanical Synthesis Brigade, the level of equipment and so on, is really good. But she can also estimate that such a brigade, more than 8,000 soldiers, including soldiers with various weapons and equipment, all add up to a total cost of less than 35 tax coins. This means that the price of 1 Ranger-class Night Titan is as much as 2 synthetic brigades. Not to mention, the 2 Ranger Night Titans will definitely not be able to fight alone. The number of troops accompanying them will not be small, and there will definitely be a large number of Sentinel mechas. Such a force intercepted my aunt on her way back. Wang Jiarong's current mood is not desperate, but nervousness is definitely inevitable. General Perbouf, please rescue my aunt. Perbov said quickly, Don't worry about this. That is the governor's mother. How dare we not care about it all? As soon as there is news, I will send it back to you immediately. Please. After finishing the call with Wang Jiarong, who was actually far away and floating in the galaxy, Perbov put down the phone and found his old partner. Like him, Colonel Jordan Leroy, who was born in the Sheafing Brigade and previously served as the political commissar of the 1st Sheafing Brigade, was transferred to the Expeditionary Force sequence together with Perbeuf and served as the political commissar of the Expeditionary Force. After finding his old friend, Perbov said, Now you can always agree to attack again. If Ms. Wang Qi has any problems on the way back, we all deserve to die here. Leroy sighed. What other political commissars do all day long is to think about how to boost morale and how to make soldiers and officers fight without fear of death. It is best not to retreat even a step during the battle and fight to the end. And what he has to do all day long is to grab their former brigade commander and current army commander and tell him not to be so reckless and to think twice about everything. This difference always makes Leroy sigh sometimes. Facing his old partner, Colonel Leroy said, "To correct you, I never stopped you from taking the initiative. You are the commander. You are the supreme commander of the battle. What I stopped was your rash action and your actions. I didn't collect enough intelligence before making the decision, and I didn't think it through clearly." Okay, said Prabhav, who had a headache when he heard the words. "I have clearly thought about it now, and I must take the initiative." Leroy nodded. "Okay, I agree. The remnants of the 37th and 38th Divisions will be deployed this time. Our armored forces must be assembled and used in a unified manner." Leroy nodded again. "Okay, I agree. I will personally lead the team and make the main assault." "Okay, I wait." Colonel Leroy, who almost said it smoothly, quickly stopped talking and almost bit his tongue. "You want to lead the team yourself? Why? As a military commander, you can't just stay in the main position and guard the place. What are you going to do with the assault troops? But pull it down. The 37th and 38th Armored Divisions have all been dispatched. Only the 34th Division will be left in the main position. What do you think the main force is? As an army commander, I must know where the main force of the army is. People, it has to be somewhere." After a pause, he continued, "What's more, the task of rescuing the governor's mother is even more serious. If I am here, I can make a quick decision without sending messages back and forth. I am here, and I can also boost the morale of the whole army at any time. Let them know that the generals of the Alliance never lack blood and fight on the same line as the frontline officers." Leroy's brows knitted together tightly. He actually felt that what Prabhav said was quite reasonable. He hesitated and said, "Then we're going to sit down with the commando team. What should we do here at the main position? The 34th Division will have to face the enemy's main attack independently, and the pressure will be great." So, Prabhav stared at his old partner. "You have to stay." "What?" "Only if you stay and guard the main position can I fight out with confidence." "What you said makes so much sense." The matter was settled like that. Prabhav would do things vigorously and resolutely. The troops that needed to be assembled were quickly assembled. It's not easy. At this moment, their so-called main position is just a small town. A few days ago, when they got off the starship, they were hiding in a lot of concentration boxes and came to the local area as cargo. When the time was ripe, they broke out and went to a residential area that had been arranged by the Goof family's local influence. The people here were cleared out, and 3 of them used this place as their residence. At that time, all they could bring with them were some small weapons. The other heavy firepower, whether it is artillery, armored vehicles, or tanks, is still used as cargo and stacked in containers. Still there, the weapons and equipment were piled up not too far from their barracks. Under such circumstances, Prabhav and Leroy never dared to regard this operation as a trip. The guards and warehouse managers at the container stacking place were all replaced by their own people. In addition, they don't really stay in residential areas. All the reconnaissance squads and companies of each unit were released. Whether it's mixed in the town or even outside the town to hang out, the control area must be large. Anyway, during this operation, they also had clear communication with the Goof family. Are they afraid of being exposed? I made it clear, don't be afraid. Anyway, with 3 people and heavy firepower, they can't hide. The reason why I still have to hide it is to save everyone's face. In that case, safety must come first, even if it is very conspicuous. The caution of the 2 military commanders, Prabhav and Leroy, achieved miraculous results in subsequent events. When they sensed that a strange army was approaching, even if the other party had not shown hostility, they had already launched the first-level mobilization. The soldiers who were already prepared for the attack quickly went into combat positions. The sentry in front, also 10 kilometers away from the town, stopped the strange army. And no matter what reason or statement the other party uses, they will die anyway, and they will never let him go. That strange army did not have good intentions. After all, they were the first to open fire when they couldn't get into the town. The expeditionary force of the Raging Owlstar is not used to it either. The reconnaissance squad and reconnaissance platoon took the lead in engaging the enemy. Even if they only have light weapons in their hands for a while, and there are many flexible and powerful armored forces, such as sentry mechs among the enemy army, they are not afraid. Under their layers of obstruction, the Lumen Kingdom's army made slow progress. What was even more terrifying for those in the Lumen Kingdom was that they were clearly the ones taking the initiative to attack. But when the battle started, it was the artillery of the Alliance Expeditionary Force that opened fire first. The power of the 155mm howitzer is even enough to destroy a Sentinel mecha with one shot. The 3 divisions of the Alliance carried almost 350 heavy artillery pieces. After 3 rounds of rapid fire, the Kingdom's army, which was actively attacking and had no bunkers or fortifications, was immediately hit hard. The first wave of failed raids left the Lumen Kingdom's army abandoned. Then, 3 people from the Alliance Expeditionary Force quickly occupied the entire town and began to set up battle lines at all entrances and exits of the town and in all directions. When the army of the Lumen Kingdom organized a second round of attack and cautiously approached, the target they wanted to attack did not look like a guest army at all. Where the visiting troops? They turned an entire ordinary suburban town into a military fortress in half a day. Barricades occupied high points of houses, house windows. These things all became favorable terrain for the defenders. Moreover, within the city, the Alliance's artillery dispersed its positions, but it was able to ensure that the firepower was concentrated anywhere outside. What's even more embarrassing is that the artillery of the Kingdom Legion is not as powerful as the Alliance's. Even if the power is not as good as it is, the range cannot be compared. When they urged cattle, horses, and other livestock to pull the artillery up and just fired 2 rounds, the artillery of the Alliance Expeditionary Force quickly calculated their position, and the counterattack artillery almost wiped out their firepower in 1 round. Artillery. As for the artillery of the Royal Army, the level is far behind. It took a long time for the second wave of artillery to calculate the location of the Alliance's artillery positions. Then they found that their positions were far away, so they could only quietly move the artillery positions. Pushing forward, but inexplicably discovered on the road, another round of artillery strikes without firing a single shot. It is over. Without the support of heavy firepower, even if there were Sentinel mechas among the Lumen Kingdom's army, they would not be able to attack the hedgehog-like town. Not to mention the threat to them from the Alliance artillery. After moving in, the mortars and individual rocket launchers on the Alliance defensive position were all threats to the Sentinel mecha. The attacks in the second and third consecutive rounds were all failed. It wasn't until the Lumen Kingdom came out with its absolute killer weapon, the Night Titan, that the battle situation changed. This thing is really cruel. The 2 Night Titans also have a long range. They fired dozens of rocket launchers into the town, dozens of kilometers away and beyond the reach of artillery. The effect is good. After they fired 3 more rounds, they reloaded their ammunition and began to advance on foot. The sentry mecha followed closely beside him, and the infantry cannon fodder was further ahead. The 2 Night Titans fired suppressive rockets into the town, and when they approached a position about 15 kilometers away, the rapid-fire cannons and laser cannons they equipped began to show their power. One house after another was blown away and smashed, and the Alliance Expeditionary Force indeed suffered a lot of casualties. 70 tax coins per set, and the cost alone has reached the Night Titan of 2 synthesizers, and its reputation is well-deserved. But this attack by the Lumen Kingdom was still repelled. At a distance of 15 kilometers, the Union artillery, which had been somewhat silent before, once again showed its power. This surprised the nobles of the Lumen Kingdom who controlled the 2 Night Titans. The rounds of long-range rockets they fired in front of them were heading towards the artillery positions of the expeditionary force that they had calculated before. They had walked the previous 5 kilometers smoothly without encountering any counterattack from the Alliance's artillery. They thought the Alliance's artillery was finished. But at this time, the expeditionary force told them clearly. Not only was the artillery unit not finished, it also maintained a strong combat effectiveness. In half a minute, The Expeditionary Force's 300 artillery pieces fired 4 rounds of rapid fire in a luxurious manner, throwing down thousands of rounds of 155 weight howitzers. The Lumen Kingdom army was repulsed again. 4K words. Fix the computer. It was noon at some point, and it was sent directly. For the Lumen Kingdom's army, the Knights actually don't care much about the casualties of cannon fodder. But the damage to the Sentinel mech is painful. Dead people are still one thing. The destruction of a Sentinel mecha is almost equivalent to the bankruptcy and downgrade of a small knight family under the feudal political system of the Lumen Kingdom. Without the Sentinel armor, what kind of knight is it? There were only 100 or so knights attacking the town this time. So far, at least 20 Sentinel mechas are gone. The morale of the remaining people was severely damaged, and even the 2 Knight Titans were thinking of quitting. The Ranger-class Knight Titan is equipped with a shield generator, but the power is not particularly powerful. After all, the 5'2" body is here, and it is not luxurious enough to put a miniaturized generator. If it is used at normal scale, the shield generator, the load of the shield generator, is also very large and difficult for the Ranger class. The shield generator that has been castrated with a lot of strength can't withstand too many bombardments from 155 howitzers. In fact, these 4 rounds of artillery fire destroyed the shield generators of the 2 Knight Titans. So far, it's definitely not a big damage. After half an hour, if no more beatings were taken, the shield generator would start running again, or now, they could hold on and overload the shield generator. At the same time, the Knight Titan itself is so strong that it will be fine even if it takes a few hits. They had the opportunity to take advantage of the gap in firepower and charge forward in stride. The defensive positions constructed by the Alliance Expeditionary Force through barricades and residential buildings were impossible to stop them. Wherever the rapid-fire cannon and the laser cannon point, the position will fly into the sky. This firepower is not a concept, but the 2 great nobles still retreated. What about killing all those Alliance Expeditionary Forces? In the process, what if a Ranger-class Knight Titan breaks down? Not to mention it is broken, even if the shield generator is overloaded, resulting in subsequent malfunction of the generator, or if the mecha is directly hit by a few shots and is damaged, or even just loses the patent leather. That is very heartbreaking. The price of maintenance and repair of this big thing is also sky high. If something goes wrong with this big machine, even the nobles, counts, marquises, and princes will not be able to use it. After realizing that the Alliance Expeditionary Force was indeed capable of harming them, even though they knew that they were determined to rush forward, 2 Knight Titans rushed into the town. That is, the gods were blocking the gods, and the Buddhas were blocking the Buddhas. Accompanying them where if a breakthrough is made and the kingdom's army follows up, the battle is basically won. But they finally chose to retreat. How many years does it take a noble family to save 70 tax coins? What's more, if you lose the Knight Titan, you will probably lose your status as a great noble soon, or at least you will be seriously injured, i.e. in this case, there may not be a chance to save the 70 tax coins. To put it bluntly, the 2 men driving the Titan were nobles, not barefoot men. For them, war is a means of profit and a way to win meritorious deeds, rather than something that really involves the life and death of their family, or even the life and death of the entire family. Why bother? The 2 Knight Titans retreated, and the pressure on the Alliance Expeditionary Force's defense line suddenly decreased. When they first came out and showed their power, Prabhav and Leroy, the old partners, were indeed quite nervous. Although they were repelled hastily and did not use much intensity at all. Even so, the Alliance Expeditionary Force suffered a considerable blow. At least 400 people were killed or injured as a result of these 2 machines. The main reason is that they are inexperienced and not prepared enough. Previously, a round of 32 rocket launchers fired by these 2 war machines caught them off guard, destroying more than a dozen Alliance artillery pieces and causing hundreds of artillery casualties. Subsequently, the rapid-fire howitzers and laser cannons in the charge also caused more than 200 casualties after destroying multiple positions. After suffering, they summed up some lessons learned. For example, when the artillery is threatened, the truck and the artillery will never be decoupled. After several rounds of rapid artillery fire, they will quickly change positions. For example, in a small town environment, artillerymen will try their best to shield and cover the artillery positions. For example, in peripheral defensive positions, the number of combat teams at a single defense point should be reduced, but the number of defensive strongholds should be increased that on the premise of maintaining the density and layering of firepower as much as possible. Disperse the troops to avoid excessive casualties when hit by firepower. These methods can effectively reduce the threat of the two Night Titans. But that alone is not enough. Hold the main position. That is the most basic. Before that, they had received news that the governor's mother had been attacked and that La Croca was taking her to evacuate out of the city. Although they have repelled the enemy's attacks many times, whether as Perbeuf or Leroy, they all deeply understand that their goal of traveling far away from their hometown this time and coming here to fight is to ensure the safety of Ms. Wang Qi. Simply repelling the enemy's attack is not enough. However, when the two Night Titans came to an end, Purbov and the others were also keenly aware of the problem that these two most terrifying war machines had a weak will to fight. This is a good opportunity. Therefore, after a brief discussion between the two, they handed over this important task to the 38th Brigade. They broke off the main armored force for a quick assault. The forward scouts detected the location of the two Night Titans that had withdrawn and clearly saw that they were loaded with new long-range rockets with the assistance of heavy engineering aircraft. It's hard not to see them. It's easy to find two 6-meter-tall giants with a telescope. From the looks of it, it seems that they do not plan to continue the hard attack, but rely on the rockets equipped by the Night Titan to have a range advantage that far exceeds the range of the 155 howitzer and carry out safe bombing from a distance. But don't be too afraid of this. The rocket launcher of the Ranger Night Titan is quite powerful, but it only has 16 rounds of ammunition to IT is very troublesome to reload every time. It has to be done by engineering machines, and the firepower density is very problematic. Then just carry it first. The main force of the 38th Brigade, who rushed out to race, quickly rushed out of the town according to the news brought back by the scouts, chose a road that would not encounter the Night Titan, successfully broke through, and received the king's order under the protection of La Croca. Ms. Qi. On the way back, the two Night Titans went crazy and blocked the way back. Only then did Purbov want to lead the main force of the 37th Brigade and the remaining troops of the 38th Brigade to go out to respond. Deluxe was definitely considered a great nobleman of the Lumen Kingdom. The entire kingdom had no more than 8 knight-errant titans in total, and his family owns one, and he, the Earl, drives it himself, so one can imagine his status. Therefore, he didn't want to fight hard. As an Earl of the Lumen Kingdom, the Deluxe family had accumulated wealth for 20 years and finally purchased a Ranger-class Night Titan 6 years G. To this point, the family's path to success has been laid out in front of them. Although they have incurred a large amount of debt for this, and the purchase of the Night Titan has received a large degree of support from His Majesty the King, they have to fight for the King firmly. But in fact, he is still not willing to fight hard. What are you fighting for? As long as the Ranger class he drives exists, their status as Earl of the Deluxe family will be extremely stable, and they may even have the opportunity to strive for higher titles, more land, and more vassals in the future. Pay off debts as soon as possible and expand territory. But if this Night Titan is destroyed, everything will be over. Although, he could not refuse the King's call, and he did believe in the beautiful pie drawn by King Lumen. They will fully support one of the factions in the struggle of the Gu family, a large interstellar chamber of commerce. As long as they succeed, they will receive huge benefits. However, these benefits mainly belong to His Majesty the King. King Lumen will be able to take this opportunity to obtain large profits and even lead the country to become the strongest country on the Black Arrow Star. He may even have the opportunity to abolish the King's Council system and forever control the position of the governor of the Black Arrow Star in his own hands, and then become the king of the whole world. And what about him? As a loyal follower of King Lumen, he should also be able to get his share of benefits. 2 more Ranger Knights will occupy a larger territory and more citizens. But that's all. It will be nice to have a chance to get more. But first, he has to keep what he has now. The most unpleasant thing to say is that even if His Majesty the King succeeds in the end, and his Knight Titan of Delex is damaged in the battle, how much can His Majesty miss their family's contribution? Can you come up with a Ranger mecha? Then it just depends on the conscience of His Majesty the King. And based on his understanding of His Majesty the King, it is unrealistic to expect him to be kind and nostalgic. At that time, I am afraid that His Majesty's attitude will be, I have the money to rebuild your family, so why not use this money to win over other families that still have strength? So what will happen to the Deluxe family then? Isn't it just smashing teeth and swallowing in the stomach? He didn't want to end up like that. This was what Deluxe wanted, and the driver of the other knight-errant who participated in this battle with him seemed to have the same idea. The two of them had a tacit understanding and made the same choice when encountering difficulties. Originally, they planned to reload the rocket ammunition after withdrawing, and then take advantage of the range to blast it from a distance. As long as the intensity of the military strike is maintained, it will be regarded as a deal. Anyway, the cost of the rocket launcher shells will be reimbursed by His Majesty the King. Charge in a battle? Let's wait until the blast is almost over. However, a communication from His Majesty the King arrived. The two were scolded bloody and given death orders, requiring them to intercept the army retreating from the capital. According to His Majesty the King, there are important people there who are related to the success or failure of their operation. They were told to stop this unit at all costs. Then, there was a sinister sentence. This is the time for you to show your loyalty to the kingdom. If you fail, I swear in the name of Lumen and the king that I will make you pay the price. Once this is said, what else is there to say? Deluxe didn't quite believe in King Lumen's compensation and rewards afterwards, but the punishment he mentioned would most likely come true. In desperation, no matter how unhappy and resentful he felt, he had to take action with another Knight Titan controller. The two of them led the army and operated with rare efficiency. They successfully found the traces of the Raging Star army that was evacuating towards the suburban town and intercepted it. This shouldn't be a difficult battle. Generally speaking, their evaluation of the so-called Alliance army is very high. The combat effectiveness of ordinary soldiers is far ahead of the Lumen Kingdom's conscripts. Hundreds of armored vehicles and 18 Lion tanks are all very powerful things. But he also believed that under their two Knight Titans, those tanks and armor vehicles were all lambs to be slaughtered. This is not an attack on a solid position that the enemy has already prepared. There will not be hundreds of artillery ready to attack. The only things their colleagues have to face are tanks and armored vehicles. In encounters in the wild environment, the Knight Titan faces much smaller threats. Sitting in the cockpit of a knight-errant, Deluxe skillfully fired the rocket launchers continuously. The bomb nests that had been emptied before were not fully filled in time, but he and his colleague still had 13 rocket launchers in total, and they fired them with great accuracy, causing considerable damage. Several troop, transport trucks, and armored vehicles were destroyed. As this wave continues, the Alliance has paid a heavy price. Unfortunately, 2 rocket launchers aimed at the tank exploded and failed to take away the Lion. But then, their targets set their sights on the big guys. The high-speed howitzers and laser cannons in their hand began to fire rapidly. Under their blows, 3 of the charging arrows, the Lions, were destroyed in just a few minutes. The Knight Titan opened fire while taking huge steps, crushing toward the Alliance army fiercely and mightily. Beside the 2 Knight Titans, more than 80 Sentinel mechas and more than 2 conscripts were charging together. But the Alliance army, which had already suffered a lot of casualties, showed no intention of retreating. Their morale didn't seem to have suffered a big blow, so they just stood up and faced them. The Lions, who came in charge formation, fired at them equally fiercely. Heavy bolter machine gun, reflector laser secondary gun, rail main gun. When it comes to firepower, the Lion is not weak either. At least, destroying the Sentinel mechas next to the Knight Titan is not a big problem. On the Black Arrow Star, Pinzer City, the capital of the Lumen Kingdom, and the residents on the outskirts of the city were frightened and confused. The fear lies in the war, even if neither side deliberately kills or injures civilians and even deliberately protects them. This is true for the Alliance troops from another planet. After occupying the suburban town, they only occupied the necessary areas and imposed military control on the entire town, but did not harm the civilians. However, war itself is the most destructive thing, no matter from any perspective. Guns have no eyes, and there is nothing anyone can do about the civilians who die as collateral damage. It is natural for civilians to be fearful. As for the inexplicability, it is also easy to understand. 2 days ago, everyone was still decorating with lanterns and festoons to celebrate the festival. It is always a happy day to have a so-called goof family come to hold a meeting. The last time I came to the Lumen Kingdom was more than 30 years ago. In the memories of some old people, it was very beautiful. Why did a war suddenly break out in the blink of an eye? No matter how much they can't understand, war always breaks out in a way that peoples cannot reverse. They could only face all this with horror and bewilderment. Farmers in the middle of the mountain looked at the battlefield in the wilderness below the mountain from afar. Two armies confront each other in the wilderness. The terrifying war machine ran over their farmland. One of them is the traditional army of the Lumen Kingdom. Two Night Titans led more than Sentinel mechas and dash infantrymen to advance. The Lumen infantrymen, who only wore civilian uniforms and had almost no protection, rushed to the front. They are not well equipped, but there are many of them. To put it bluntly, they are positioned as cannon fodder. Of course, even if it is cannon fodder, it is still valuable. Even if you want to die, you can't die in vain. They maintained a relatively loose formation, and according to their training experience, they were barely able to form a skirmishing combat team. This is mainly to avoid being wiped out by others with one-shot or machine gun fire. The rifles issued to them did not have too many bullets. The main reason was that the survival time of the cannon fodder infantry on a battlefield was not long, so too many bullets were wasted. Their mission is to charge, attract firepower, and at the same time, try to get rid of the ammunition in their hands before dying. The mission is considered completed. The Sentinel mecha accompanying them is the main force. This thing, which is over 3 meters tall, carries a double-barreled machine cannon, which is already powerful enough. They couldn't penetrate the Lion tanks, but the armor of those Ramblers' armored vehicles couldn't withstand the heavy fire from the machine guns. There are often 3 or 5 mechas, and one round of intensive shooting can destroy an armored vehicle. The two more powerful Night Titans are big killers. At the beginning of the battle, they destroyed 3 Lion tanks. However, despite having dealt a heavy blow to the Alliance army, Earl Deluxe, who was driving the Night Titan, still looked tense. With his many years of war experience, the opponent encountered his own superior firepower at the beginning of the battle and suffered such huge casualties that even the strongest combat weapon, the Lion tank, lost nearly 20%. Logically speaking, morale should have been hit anyway. But why do these alien armies show no signs of wavering? Not to mention those tanks and armored vehicles that in Count Deluxe's concept. People who drive powerful weapons are generally elites. They have high morale and are not easily shaken. This is understandable. But those who were originally transported by troop-carrying trucks or infantry fighting vehicles are now all. Shouldn't the infantrymen who dismount and fight on foot also be cannon fodder? Why haven't they even wavered? On the contrary, what surprised Deluxe most, other than armored vehicles and tanks, was the performance of these infantrymen in the Alliance army. There are obviously only about 2,000 people, but they're not timid at all when facing 10 times the enemy. They will not cower and hide behind armored vehicles or tanks, but will bravely lean forward and use rifles to shoot from a distance. Their shooting skills were far more accurate than those of the Lumen infantry, destroying the invading enemies. They clearly moved in squads and carried modified machine guns, which powerfully suppressed the advance of the Lumen infantry. Wherever the machine guns swept, the Lumen infantry had to stop. They were either shot directly, or they had no choice but to lie down and find cover on the spot, and then wait for an opportunity to fight back. But often there was no chance. And the only thing that can stop the firepower of these Alliance soldiers for a while is the Sentinel mecha. The Knights are not so easily eliminated by bullets. On the contrary, after they detect the firepower of the Alliance soldiers, they will often attack the double-barreled machine cannons. The soldiers of the Alliance are brave, but they are flesh and blood after all. When the machine guns come up, a series of shots will make half of the squad disappear immediately. But there are only 80 Sentinel mechas. What's more, these infantry are not completely without countermeasures against the Sentinel mecha. On the contrary, after realizing that the Lumen infantry was quite fragile and the threat was low, those infantry aimed their main targets at the Knight's team-level firepower, fired from machine guns, jingled on the surface armor of the Sentinel mecha. If you can't penetrate it, you can't penetrate it. But in the case of several machine guns, the Sentinel will still falter and its forward speed will be suppressed. Often at this time, individual rocket launchers will be aimed at them. But individual rocket launchers are still not enough to reimburse a sentry mecha. Delluck saw that there was a Sentinel that had eaten at least 4 individual rockets. It was burned black, its left arm was blown off, and its power system failed. But it still had one hand that could be raised, and used the remaining. He tried to counterattack with the machine gun he fired, and wiped out several infantry squads that attacked him in the face. However, after the sentry shot and killed less than 10 people, it was met with the Union infantry's ultimate means, a company platoon-level mortar attack. After a while, at least 4 mortar shells exploded on him. At the same time, there was a heavy bolt machine gun fixed on the ground. It seemed to be a company-level support firepower from the opponent's army, and it also fired dense heavy bombs. There are also machine guns on infantry fighting vehicles. After withstanding such a level of attack, the Sentinel mecha could no longer withstand it and was destroyed. Delluck had already reacted. He raised his left hand and fired several rounds of heavy grenades mounted under the mechanical arm, destroying the fire position composed of the company's mortars and fixed heavy bolters, and incidentally fired another round. The laser cannon blew up an infantry fighting vehicle accompanying it. However, Delluck was still confused. While he was doing this, with a glance, he saw 2 more Sentinels destroyed in a similar manner. Even faster. After all, the army on the opposite side is not just infantry. The Lion tank is also showing off its power. The rail-mounted main gun mounted on it can destroy the Sentinel mecha with one shot. On the contrary, the Sentinel mecha has nothing to do with the Lion. By this time, he realized that the difference between the Sentinel mech and the Lion tank was too great. The cost of the two may be similar, and the Sentinel mecha is cheaper, but it should be of the same order of magnitude. However, the difference between the two in terms of their positioning on the battlefield is huge. The Sentinel mecha is at most an infantry companion equipment and an anti-infantry unit. It is flexible and can accompany infantry into bunkers and fight inside buildings. Its human-like leg structure can enter complex environments. This is its advantage. However, it would be too stupid to confront the Lion tank on the plain landscape. They are big, have thick armor, and have heavy artillery. A machine gun that could penetrate an armored vehicle would only produce craters on the Lion's body. Only by concentrating fire and firing rapidly for 1 minute to enlarge the crater and cause metal fatigue can the armor be penetrated. But that's too difficult. The barrels can be turned around, whether it's the laser secondary cannon or the main rail cannon. They're all things that can penetrate the soul with one shot. It's been 10 minutes since the start of the battle, and 15 Sentinel mechas have been blown up. This is a big loss. These knights are also his people. They are his vassals and can be regarded as his direct power. These losses must be calculated on his head. It's also getting red-eye in Deluxe. After quickly eliminating the main firepower of an infantry company, he turned around and went to fight the Lion tank, but he no longer hesitated. After sending a message to the companion next to him on the communication channel to provide fire cover, he activated the automatic reloading and reloaded the grenade launcher on his left arm while striding forward. He focused on the 3 finished glyphs, the fastest Lion tank team. He has been unhappy with these 3 channels for a long time. The railguns and laser cannons on it are always bombarding him. The shield generator, which has never been fully restored to its full state, can still faithfully block one blow after another. But if it is ignored and allowed to continue to hit like this, there is a risk that the shield will be broken. And those 3 lions were indeed a bit too close to him. The distance was less than 2 kilometers, and with the Night Titan striding towards them, the 2 sides were heading towards each other again. He arrived in 3 minutes. The 3 male lions had already sensed the danger, so they split up and tried to go around. But how does their mobility compare to that of the Night Titans? Deluxe caught up with one, and against a round of running shot it fired, he raised his power fist with his right arm, piercing the tank from top to bottom. The height of the lion tank is about 3.5 meters, which is a little more than half of the Night Titan. After destroying one tank, he quickly turned around, ran to the second tank, and knocked over the tank from the side with his power punch. Then it was channelish. The whole process only takes a few minutes in total. Deluxe feels quite refreshed. At this time, the grenade launcher in his left arm has also been loaded. He raised his head and looked for new targets through the visual information transmitted from the observation site on the Night Titan's head. However, at this time, 2 things happened. First, his comrade, the driver of another Night Titan, sent him a rather anxious voice message. Preparing to evacuate, another group of people guarding the town rushed out. Our rear army was not blocked and had already collapsed. Deluxe was quite dissatisfied. So what? With the 2 of us working together, as long as we don't encounter dense heavy artillery, there is nothing to be afraid of. Your Majesty has given us an order to win at all costs. Don't you? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt shocked. This is the consequence of the second thing that happened before. It turned out to be an infantry fighting vehicle, which drove within a short distance of him and dropped a group of infantry. He was aware of it, but in the process of communicating with his comrades, he was distracted and made a judgment that he didn't realize beforehand, but that may have been wrong later. He regarded the armored vehicle as the main target. A howitzer blasted it to pieces. However, the infantry that rushed and dispersed and approached him. The gravity punch hit, and the infantry squad on the left was reimbursed almost instantly. Gravity punch does not only cause damage to the part actually hit. When it hits the ground, gravity waves and gravel are scattered in all directions. These can kill infantry, and the alloy plastic steel armor plate is of no use. However, there was still a group of infantry approaching his feet. Realizing something was wrong, he raised his legs and trampled or kicked those people to death one by one. However, what they want to do has already been done. What the Night Titan is equipped with is a shield generator. This thing has the same characteristic as the Void Shield. It cannot identify and block slow targets. Close infantry, of course. So are the bombs they posted. Even though it was an ordinary explosive, it still caused a very bad effect when it exploded at the knee-like joint of the Night Titan. He wanted to move back and get closer to another comrade, but found that he was limping a little. He has not completely lost his mobility, but there are some problems with the power system of his left leg, causing an imbalance on both sides. This alarmed him. Then, he saw 3 more armored vehicles approaching. Having suffered a loss, he raised his hand to fire the howitzer, preparing to blow up the 3 vehicles from a distance first. However, a blue light suddenly appeared. A plasma-charged gun hit his left leg, which was already having problems on the knee. His figure suddenly tilted, and he knelt on the ground with his left leg. The howitzer, which was supposed to be a sure hit, also flew away. La Croca, who was clinging to the infantry fighting vehicle, put the recharged plasma gun back into the gun bag on his thigh, and then jumped off the roof of the vehicle. After landing, he rolled twice and stood up again, running with all his strength. With the powerful physical strength and the blessing provided by the exoskeleton, his short-distance burst speed was even faster than that of an armored vehicle. In order to cover him, an armored vehicle was destroyed by the gravity punch of the Night Titan. But this also brought La Croca into attack range. Reaching back, he pulled out the chained word he was carrying at the same time. He also approached the Night Titan from the side. He dodged the second punch and withstood the push of the gravity wave. He grabbed the upper edge of Night Titan's knee with one hand, climbed a few steps, and nimbly jumped to the side of its back. He was going to attack the Night Titan's cockpit, but couldn't. The cockpit is the top priority of the Night Titan. It has heavy protection, not to mention the chainsword in his hand. Even if it is a melta bomb, The miniature one he is equipped with may not be able to burn through the driver. Cabin, kill the pilot inside. So, he changed his target to the shield generator next to him. First, he attached the melt-a-bomb to the back of Night Titan's head and activated it, and then he used the chainsaw sword to slash at the structurally weak point of the shield generator. Bang! The shield generator exploded first, and the impact directly sent La Croxia flying. Afterward, the Melta exploded, burning half of Night Titan's head from the back. La Croca, who rolled in midair and fell more than 20 meters away, reluctantly stood up and looked at the results of the battle. The energy shield around the Night Titan has been extinguished. The Titan's head, which integrates observation, calculation, and servo-skull assistance, has been destroyed. Although this terrible war weapon has not yet been destroyed, it has undoubtedly become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Oh, maybe an elephant waiting to be slaughtered is a more appropriate description. The legs were broken. The head with the integrated sensing element was destroyed. The shield generator was destroyed. In this state, the Night Titan was already in a panic. This kind of panic can be easily seen even by ordinary soldiers. Although it still has powerful force in its hands. Although he can't stand up, the gravity fist can still destroy any military unit in the Alliance army at once. The guy is waving it out of the air for fear of something approaching. The howitzer launcher, mounted on his left hand, was also firing everywhere. However, it was all in vain. On the contrary, the Alliance's army has been able to process this Night Titan well. It was like shooting at a target. Without the energy shield, the armor strength of the Night Titan itself is actually very high, but it is still much easier to deal with. Especially the Lion Tank's rail-mounted main gun and reflector laser cannon, both of which can cause terrible damage. Within a few rounds, the Night Titan, which had lost its mobility and energy shield, suffered heavy losses. The weapon systems mounted on both arms were all offline. The gravity fist could no longer be swung, and the howitzer launcher had rotted away. At this point, although the Night Titan has not been completely destroyed, it is almost there. At least it is no longer a threat. It can't move, and it can't attack to pose a threat. It can only be regarded as a huge iron coffin. The driver, Count Deluxe, inside is just waiting to die. If you really want to completely destroy it, you have to bombard its energy core and power core, which have the strongest defense and are integrated with the cockpit. This is a bit of a waste of firepower. After all, the soldiers of the Alliance are still in a state of war at the moment. Since this Night Titan is no longer a threat, it can be ignored for now. Moreover, regardless of this mecha, there's another benefit. The armies of the Lumen Kingdom were not willing to just leave this mecha here, that in particular, many army officers and commanders are essentially vassals of the Deluxe family. The Lord was trapped, and of course they had to come to rescue him. This has become a situation of local siege and aid. And then, the enemy started to think about retreating. The remaining Night Titan didn't seem to have any intention of coming to rescue his colleagues. It couldn't be saved either. The Ranger Knight who had lost his mobility could not be towed away unless the war was won, and then it was towed by construction machinery. But the remaining driver of the Night Titan, who was also the commander of the entire army, obviously had given up hope of winning the war. He had noticed that his rear army had been defeated by the Alliance Expeditionary Force that rushed out of the suburban town. And when he saw Count Deluxe on the same level as himself, he was defeated directly. So what else is there to fight for? If he falls into the same fate as Deluxe, then he would rather bear the king's punishment. He gave the order to retreat. However, he soon discovered that retreat seemed like an extravagant hope. Prabhav marched westward. Currently, he directly commands more than Dash troops, all of whom are motorized or mechanized infantry. In terms of armored vehicles, they include Dash infantry fighting vehicles and Dash Lion tanks. This is the entire main force of the 37th Division and a small portion of the 38th Division. They quickly destroyed the rear army of the Lumen Kingdom. There were probably more than 4,000 people who had set up temporary defensive positions. They were originally intended to guard against the Alliance troops in the suburban town. However, without the Knights standing guard, these ordinary kingdom soldiers were quite vulnerable. Under the full-speed assault of the armored troops, they were defeated without even a little delay. Afterwards, Purbov had no time to chase down these fleeing troops, but instead led the army and rushed towards the main battlefield. And this battle must be fought well. Purbov already knows the latest battle report on the battlefield ahead. The main force of the 38th Division has played well enough. Faced with the enemy's strong surprise attack, the 38th Division, with its weak force, not only did not get dispersed, but also dragged the main force of the Lumen Kingdom into the quagmire while protecting the governor's mother. However, although the 38th Division is already fighting bravely, the gap in strength, weapons, and equipment exists objectively. If it weren't for La Croca's extraordinary performance, he would have had to pay a much higher price if he wanted to kill that Night Titan. But fortunately, the remaining Night Titan is timid. This is just as Purbov concluded when he exchanged opinions with his military and political commissar. No matter how intimidating these Lumen Kingdom troops may look and have powerful mecha power, they are essentially a group of people from the old era. Feudal system army. The two of them really don't think highly of this group of people. In other words, it relies on two Night Titans to be fierce, and nothing else is good. And those two Night Titans are also of the style of feudal lords. They were great, but they were also not looked down upon by Purbov. This is indeed the case. The two Night Titans failed to keep pace and cooperate well with each other. It is really ridiculous that one is dead and the other is escaping. What's more, Purbov didn't intend to let the one that was planning to escape. Purbov's commanding style is always known for his reckless and fierce playing style. But in fact, he never feels that he is really reckless. In the past, in many battles on Raging Owl, his troops always had various advantages. Especially in the battle to regain the eastern provinces, the Alliance's army always had advantages in quantity and quality of military equipment. So what's the strategy? Appropriately distribute the troops, and then fight up. Won't it be enough? Now, he had to be patient. He also showed that patience. Purbov wanted to keep the Night Titan, but he did not rush towards the Night Titan in a hurry. Based on previous battle reports, he had already thought of some strategies. How did the last Night Titan end? Break away from your own army. Just imagine, at the foot of the Titan Knight, if there were a dozen sentry mechs and hundreds of infantry at its feet, how could it get past the Alliance soldiers who crippled it at the beginning? La Croca, who charged behind alone, no matter how supernatural he is, he can't stand the firepower of the Night Titan and single-handedly penetrate hundreds of infantry and more than a dozen sentinel mechas, and directly threaten the Titan, let alone La Croca. Even with a team of Space Marines, it would be difficult to achieve this. You can't hit hard. But on the contrary, without the cooperation of friendly forces, no matter how strong the Night Titan is, it will be just like that. No war weapon can be fought completely apart from an entire military system. And if Purbov wants to eat this intact Night Titan, the first thing he has to do is to lose its wings. Under his command, the armored group of the 37th Division, as the main force, was like a pack of patient wolves chasing the retreating enemy troops. Most of the firepower of the armored vehicles and tanks was placed on the sentinel mechs, or if there was a good chance, they would also shoot a few shots at the places where the infantry was densest. The infantrymen who dismounted to fight also mainly targeted those ordinary Lumen soldiers. Retreating in the middle of the battle is actually a very challenging thing. Get one wrong, and a retreat can turn into a real rout. Obviously, the soldiers of the Lumen Kingdom failed to withstand such a test. At first, they could barely maintain order in their retreat, but under the constant pursuit of armored units, the morale of the Luman soldiers quickly collapsed. Just as I expected, Purbov grabbed the communicator and shouted, "Keep chasing me! Rush! Rash these infantry and those sentinel mechs. Those who run away don't care. Anyone who dares to get close to that Night Titan will be beaten to death by me." He gave instructions, and his troops strictly implemented this instruction. The remaining Night Titan quickly felt that it could no longer control the army. The messages he sent either went unanswered, or he did but couldn't. But there were fewer and fewer people around him. The energy shield could protect himself, but it could not protect those rare, ordinary soldiers who stayed by his side in the end. Although, during this process, the howitzer in his hand continued to fire at the Alliance's armored forces. In the process, 4 Lion tanks were knocked to their knees, and at least 20 armored vehicles were destroyed. But at the same time, the last Lumen soldier died at his feet, the last Sentinel mecha was destroyed, and the Knight Titan became completely alone. Then, although his physical system, perception unit, and power system were all present, he still fell into the situation of an elephant waiting to be slaughtered. Several infantry squads, under the cover of armored vehicles, quickly approached. The Knight Titan was panicked. He had seen the fate of Deluxe before. How could he still not know what fate he would face next? He has tried hard to avoid it. He used howitzers to destroy several armored vehicles with infantry. When the infantry was approaching in groups, he continued to use gravity punches and kicks with his legs and feet. However, these soldiers from the Raging Owlstar are really not afraid of death. Even those who were killed by the Knight Titan died in a miserable state, but they still failed to deter the soldiers behind from rushing up one after another. How can a 6-meter-tall Knight Titan be more agile than an ordinary-sized infantryman? There were people on the left and right, and even if he kept moving like ADHD, he was still inevitably hurt by rockets and bombs shot through the energy shield at close range. Soon, like Deluxe, he was incapacitated, then had his shield generator removed, and then was completely destroyed. In Pinzer City, the fighting gradually subsided. Ness Lumen and Gu Ming, who could be considered the instigators of this incident, had a quarrel. The reason was that Lu Man told Gu Ming that among the 8 targets he designated, one was definitely not on the Black Arrow star and was not on the starship in space. 3 were dead, and 3 were captured alive. But Gu Ming scolded him back. But the most important one was let go by you. Gu Ming lost control of his emotions. In your capital, under siege by your army. I also provided you with those loopholes in security. I even encouraged you to rebel. We have recruited some important security teams, but you can actually let people run away. So, incompetent. No wonder under your leadership and the support I've given you secretly for so many years, the Lumen Kingdom can only be ranked 3rd. It's all because of you. Trash. After scolding, Gu Ming no longer had the gentle and persuasive appearance he had when communicating with Lu Man in the past. He did lose his composure, and Wang Qi ran away. Causing him to panic, he has made a desperate move. Even if the plan succeeds, and he kills or controls all the people, the follow-up aftermath will be equally difficult. Not to mention that Wang Qi is not dead. In panic and helplessness, he lost his mind and cursed at his partners. Lumen is a king. So many years, when did he suffer from this kind of anger? He was almost angry, but in the end I endured it. He said solemnly, the matter has not yet been decided. The team that blocked Gu Hang's people has intercepted Wang Qi. I have given them a death order. They must catch the person at any cost and save him alive. If you want to see a dead person, you must see a corpse. After hearing this, Gu Ming calmed down somewhat. He knew that there were 2 Knight Titans among the troops blocking the town outside. This should be stable enough. His tone became calmer. That's fine. Your Majesty Lumen, please forgive me for being a little rude just now. I take back what I said before. I'm really sorry. Of course, Lu Man would not forget Gu Ming's rude remarks just now so easily. But now was far from the time to fall out, so he could only endure the humiliation and put a fake smile on his face. However, just when he was about to make a fool of himself, there was a knock on the door. Your Majesty, there is an urgent military situation. After listening to the report, before Lumen could say anything, he heard a crisp sound behind him. Turning his head, he saw Gu Ming slamming the cup in his hand to the ground. At the same time, a conversation was also taking place in the suburban town. Ms. Wang Qi, who had finally settled down, was in shock, but she had to cheer up and contact all parties. She wants to contact the star ships in the sky and actively look for opportunities to evacuate. But the results were not good. The civil strife among the 8 merchant fleets is still unresolved. The 4 merchant fleets that obey Gu Ming are very tenacious. The other 2 stand by and do nothing to help anyone. The orbital air defense system on the surface is a great threat. If it cannot occupy the planet's orbit, the landing ship cannot disembark. Then, she turned to put pressure on the other 6 major countries in the Black Arrow Star. In this regard, there have been certain results. Lumen, the current planetary governor, is essentially a rotation person promoted by the King's Council. He did not have the final say on the Black Arrow Star alone. The Lumen Kingdom was only ranked 3rd in terms of national power on the Black Arrow Star. There are also 6 other large countries of similar size. These 6 major countries were also confused by Gu Ming's sudden action, although their current response is basically to promise to efforts to mediate without any definite commitment to send troops. But it's still good news to know that not the entire Black Arrow Star is turned against them. The 3rd communication was a communication with his son using Starfleet Relay. During the call, Gu Heng didn't say much. He just calmed Wang Chi's mood and called Perbuff and Leroy. "You did a good job." Gu Heng showed a compliment, and then immediately conveyed a new order. "Next, stay for 8 days. I will arrive in 8 days." On the day something happened on the Black Arrow Star, Gu Heng already knew the news. He also built an astrological tower. Although the power is very small, it can only be used as an interstellar phone. Unlike some awesome astrological towers, it can be directly used as an intergalactic TV tower and can host a multi-galactic broadcast. Live broadcasts are of high value, whether as political propaganda or cultural products. Gu Heng also wants to build this in the future, but the cost is not low, and since interstellar communication is now available, it is barely enough. The plan to build a bigger and better star tower is not a high priority for the time being. On this day, he had to receive a communication request from his cousin on the starship. He informed him of the changes that had taken place on the Black Arrow Star, as well as the information that the 14 Gu's trading fleets that had gathered in the Black Arrow Galaxy were experiencing civil strife and confronting each other. He started making preparations immediately. First of all, the army began to gather on a large scale. At this point, it's quite smooth. A few months ago, the main force of the Alliance fought a battle to pacify the 3 eastern provinces. It was Yin Fangxiu who commanded the Central Group Army. Then, after the eastern provinces were pacified and the local militia and security teams were formed, the main army returned and began to rest. The soldiers even got a relatively long vacation. After that, even if there was a war in the north, the main force of the Central Army did not move. The Northern Army was basically formed with some newly formed troops. Long before that, Army Group Center had resumed training and ended the holidays for most of its soldiers. At this moment, war was called, and the entire Central Army quickly completed preparations for the war. The number of people Gu Heng planned to bring with him was not very large. There were only a total of 5,000 people prepared, namely the 1st Brigade, 2nd Division, 13th Brigade, and 36th Brigade. One of the most important troops is the Shifeng Brigade. This unit has recently undergone a new round of reorganization. First, the tank companies in the 5 combined battalions are all supported by fully equipped Lion tanks. Unlike other combined brigades, there are actually only 2 tank companies. The original 2 motorized infantry companies in each combined battalion were all replaced by armored infantry companies. An additional tank battalion was also raised. As a result, the total strength of the Shifeng Brigade has not increased. It is still more than 8,000 people, but it has more than 75 armored vehicles of various types and Dash Lion tanks. Counting the 2 ordinary mechanical composite brigades of the 13th and 36th, there will be more than 100 Lion tanks assembled. In terms of infantry, the 2nd Infantry Division has tens of thousands of people. This is the composition of the 5,000 troops that Gu Heng will bring. In addition, there are hundreds of Wind Falcons in the Air Force formation, as well as 15 Space Warriors. The reason why there are 3 more than the previous 12 is because there are 3 more warriors trained before, completing the growth of all superhuman organs has reached the qualified target. It's not that we don't want to bring more troops, we just need to consider the carrying capacity. Strictly speaking, Gu Heng currently does not have interstellar-level troop projection channels. Even if Gu's trading company is included, it's the same. Before, when my mother left, she left 2 ships in the orbit of the Raging Owl, but under the current situation, these 2 ships were of no use. Here we have to mention the difference between the Chamber of Commerce fleet and the serious naval fleet. In other words, it is the difference between civilian ships and warships. That's not just the difference between having weapons and equipment. The difference in cost between the two of the same specifications and sizes can be 10 times or even dozens of times. Starships built as warships have huge differences in hull strength, ship materials, initial design structure for various military purposes, and power. All of them have to be very different. These will be reflected in the final combat effectiveness. The 2 ships that Ms. Wang Qi left in the New Shao galaxy could transport 3 people and equipment across a galaxy to the Black Arrow star under peaceful conditions. That would be easy, but now the Black Arrow star is blocked and Wang Jiarong jumps anxiously, but he can't even send a spaceship that can evacuate Wang Qi to the surface. Even if he takes the risk to send one up regardless of the cost, and then being shot down by orbital air defense during evacuation, or being intercepted and blown up in the galaxy space, are all unbearable losses. The same is true for Gu Heng if he wants to project his troops. Civilian ships can transport people and equipment, but transport spacecraft that serve as a link between starships and the surface are truly undefended. During the landing process, if one ship explodes, it will be a loss of hundreds or thousands of people, plus a large amount of equipment. Even based on the most optimistic estimate, the orbital defense on the Black Arrow star is regarded as the most incompetent, and the 4 caravan fleets taking orders from Gu Ming are all regarded as fools, but they just engage in bath crossing the sea. Operation, it would be good if half of the landing ships can finally land smoothly. There are nearly 2 people. Are they reimbursed in the process of true projection? Gu Heng couldn't accept this kind of loss. And here, the value of warships is reflected. Warships are the ones that are serious about fighting naval battles. They're able to control the target star field, and they're able to suppress the ground's orbital air defense. This makes the process of projecting troops to the ground much safer. Even in the most unfavorable situation, we still have to carry out orbital air defense and hard-deliver troops. The serious landing ships equipped on the warships have both deception and camouflage, energy shield protection, and harder armor, so the probability of loss is high. Much lower, of course, let alone Gu Heng. Even the Gu family does not have warships. For businessmen, it is too expensive to maintain your own warships, so there's no need that if you have that kind of money, you can just build armed merchant ships instead of dragging them out to fight naval battles with other large forces that if you really need it, then you might as well try to build relationships and seek escort help from the Imperial Navy. Anyway, it will definitely be more cost-effective than raising your own warships. This is how business people think. But now, Gu Heng wants the warship to help. What should he do? There really is only one ship parked in the orbit of the Raging Owl star. Blade Tiger. This starship, which took over from the Quintet and came to Angry Owl to provide space support, was his current hope. Of course, with this frigate, it is impossible to break through the blockade of the 4 Chamber of Commerce fleets controlled by Gu Ming. Even though the addition of the Blade Tiger will bring considerable help to the other 8 Wang Qi camp fleets, this help is not decisive. He also couldn't expect that with this frigate, he could suppress the orbital anti-aircraft firepower of the capital of the Lumen Kingdom. It's almost the same after changing the Quintet number. However, what Gu Heng wants to achieve with the help of the Blade Tiger is not to defeat the star field power possessed by his enemy purely by force, but the skin of the Imperial Navy. The Blade Tiger is a serious warship of the Imperial Navy. When it arrived at the Black Arrow galaxy, it swaggered into the orbit of the Black Arrow star in front of both parties. Without the Blade Tiger taking the lead in firing, would Gu Ming's fleet and the orbital power of the Lumen Kingdom have the guts to fight? Gu Heng judged that they didn't have it, that if they did, they would be really crazy. The only remaining problem is how to make the Blade Tiger willing to carry his army to the Black Arrow star. As long as his army gets there, saving his mother is the most basic thing. Gu Heng felt that he could gain more. Gu Heng first communicated with the naval officers on the Blade Tiger. Although Elisha is not the captain, It is obvious that she is the one who calls the shots on that starship now. However, she did not dare to directly agree to Gu Hang's request. Personally, I want to help you, but I don't believe those people dare to attack the Imperial Navy. But just because we're the Imperial Navy, there's some things that I can't do without getting a higher-level explanation. Do it when authorized. These are Yi Lixia's original words. What level of authorization do you need? At least it's the order of Vice Admiral Tilements, the commander of the Pegasus Fleet. Gu Hang recalled the situation of the Pegasus Fleet and the so-called Vice Admiral Tilements. The Pegasus Fleet is the main fleet of the Empire stationed in the Pegasus Star region. Its defense area is not limited to the Pegasus Star region, but affects the star defense missions of at least 3 surrounding star regions. The commander of the fleet is also directly appointed by the Imperial Navy. But having said that, at least half of the long-term maintenance and construction costs of the Pegasus fleet come from taxes in the Pegasus sector. The influence of the political arena in the Tiamat Star region on this fleet is self-evident. The local naval family in the Tiamat Star district, the Fofana family, was formed about 70 years ago. General Fofana of that generation was appointed as the commander of the Pegasus fleet and flourished during his tenure, gradually forming a family. After the first General Fofana, his younger brother, his grandson, and great-grandson all held this position, firmly etching the name Fofana into the DNA of the Pegasus fleet. The last commander Fofana was Yalisha's grandfather, who resigned 8 years ago. The Fofana family has a profound influence in the Pegasus fleet. In the past 70 years, 2/3 of the time, the commander-in-chief of the Pegasus fleet has been named Fofana, that a large number of middle and high-level fleet officers were funded and promoted by his family. But the embarrassing thing is that after Yalisha's grandfather resigned, the family suddenly stopped. Although its influence on the fleet is still strong, it is difficult for the family itself to find a person with sufficient qualifications and achievements to serve as the commander-in-chief of the fleet. At present, the highest military rank in the family is one of Yalisha's uncles, who is only a major general, and it seems that there is no chance to go further. This in itself is nothing. In the past 70 years, there have been 20 years when the Pegasus fleet was not named Fofana. This is a dormant period, no big deal. What's more, there is an unexpected rising star like Yalisha in the family. After another 10 years of growth, she might have the chance to take over. Under Gu Hang's instigation, she participated in and defeated the green-skinned orc raiding fleet, which brought her great glory. She was the one who enjoyed the greatest victory in that naval battle. From this perspective, the Fofana family should be willing to help him. This can also be analyzed from Yi Lixia's words just now. Moreover, Fofana has a good relationship with the Gu family. Although this is a civil war between the Gu family, and they have no preference, choosing to bet on Wang Qi's side will undoubtedly further consolidate the relationship between the two parties after victory. Although the current commander, General Tilements, is not from the Fofana family, the relationship between the two parties is not shallow. He was originally from the Pegasus fleet, but was later transferred to another place, made a name for himself, and sat in the position of lieutenant general, and was transferred back to the Pegasus fleet. After coming back, he also knew that if he did not have a good relationship with Fofana as commander, he would not be able to keep the Pegasus fleet safe. The Fofana family is not that kind of local bully, and they respect Tilements very much. Anyway, no one in their family can push him forward, so it is better to establish a good relationship with the current leader and provide necessary support. The cooperation between the two parties has been quite good in the past 8 years. To put it bluntly, if there was persuasion from the Fofana family, especially General Fofana, the previous commander and General Tilements' old boss, this matter could probably be done. He talked to Yalisha about this matter again. In this private exchange, the female Commodore promised Gu Hang that she would talk to her grandfather, the former commander of the Pegasus fleet, the old General Fofana. Chat. But there is another person whose attitude is very important. The head of the sector, Mr. Peters. This person is the one with the best relationship with the Fofana family. After the second call, with Yi Lixia ended, Gu Hang thought for a moment and made another call with Mr. Pettis. Of course, Pettis also learned about what happened on the Black Arrow Star. Gu Heng just exchanged a few words with him and roughly understood the other person's attitude. The head of the sector obviously saw this as an opportunity. The political power of the Tiamat sector is mainly the confrontation between two major camps, the local forces and the sector government. The local forces refer to the Fashus family, which controls the governorship of 3 planets. They have a history of thousands of years in the Pegasus sector. They have been living here even before the Empire recovered. On Fashus 1, number 2, and number 3, all 3-star systems have deep-rooted control. The Imperial Astra Militarum's garrison in the Pegasus sector also has a lot to do with them. As for the Star District government, it is dominated by the Petters brothers. One of them is the head of the Star District, and the other is the governor of the Winged Star. Together with the navy of the Fofana family and the Chamber of Commerce of the Gu family, they formed an iron triangle that has suppressed the Fox family for 20 years. However, in recent years, the Gu family has broken away from this iron triangle, expanded its business beyond the Tiamat Star District, and has a tendency to reconcile with the Fokkers family. This was also the background for Gu Heng to be appointed as the governor of the Raging Owls. It was a trick played by leader Peter C. But this incident failed to firmly tie the Gu family back to the position of the Iron Triangle as Pedes had hoped. Instead, it made Wang Qi very disgusted with it. But at the same time, Gu Ming seized this opportunity and maintained a relatively good relationship with Pedes. Before Gu Heng made the interstellar phone call to Pedes, Gu Ming also called. Now, the situation is very delicate. After Pedes hung up the interstellar communication with Gu Heng, there was another line open next to it. This is the connection with his younger brother, little Pedes, and just now, his younger brother could clearly hear the separate phone call he had with a pair of uncles and nephews from the Gu family. The Gu family, which has always been known for its unity, will also have civil strife one day. It makes me laugh to death. His frivolous brother was quite presumptuous and gloating in his words. However, this time Pedes did not reprimand him, but couldn't help but smile as well. Yes, the Gu family's unity has collapsed. Does he still have to worry about the Gu family breaking away from the Iron Triangle and the alliance with their brothers and the Fofana family? Not all. Gu Ming has expressed his loyalty to him and reiterated their friendship many times. And that stubborn Wang Qi, her son, even single-handedly helped her to become the governor of the Raging Owl Star. Now, that little guy has made a clear promise that he will stand firmly on his side in the future. What he has to do now is just to choose the one that suits him better among the two of them. I suggest choosing Gu Ming. Little Pedestal said that Wang Qi is difficult to deal with. Even if her son agrees to all our conditions, in the end, it is very likely that Wang Qi will be the one in power in the Gu family. She may not be like that. If you are honest, you will fulfill the conditions agreed with us. Mr. Peters himself disagreed. He asked back, then do you think Gu Ming is very honest? A person who launched a violent coup in the united Gu family, after he has power, will he obey our arrangements honestly? Little Pedro thought about it, and it was indeed true. Mr. Petty said earnestly, don't treat others as fools and tools. In general, we have no way to check and balance the Gu family. For the Gu family, including Fofana, we cannot treat people look at it like chess pieces. We stand with their support, and they develop better with our help. Only by mutual benefit can things last long. Little Petty's rolled his eyes. It's the same thing again, although there was disdain on his face, and he even felt that his brother would appear pedantic at certain moments. Little Petty's had to admit that at least one point was right. They did not have the ability to check and balance the Gu family. No matter who they support or who wins in the end, as long as the Gu family does not completely fall apart and only half of its strength is left, it will still be the largest inter-sector chamber of commerce in the recent several sectors. Their taxes don't need to be paid to the district government, and they don't need any support from the district government. What else can be done? Completely cut. The Gu family is uncomfortable, and it will be inconvenient for them to do anything in the Tiamat Star District. After all, their headquarters is on the Flying Wing Star, but similarly, they lack the support of the Imperial Chamber of Commerce and a lack of financial support. The district government will also feel uncomfortable. If we unite, we will benefit both sides. If we divide them, we will suffer both sides. What else can we do? Just make do with it. If you are not happy with Mrs. Gu, you will always be unhappy. Little Petties still understands this truth. He listened quietly as his brother continued to speak. What Petties said to his brother was essentially his thinking process. Gu Hang can agree to any condition that Gu Ming can agree to. There's one more thing Gu Hang can do. We ask Gu and Fox to draw a clear line between each other. He has definite actions to take. Ban Blackbird Heavy Industries on Angry Owl. This will inevitably greatly worsen the relationship between Gu and Fox. Moreover, we must also consider the cost of making a choice. If we help Gu Ming, Wang Qi will die without support. But is there anything we can do to deal with Gu Hang? Those 8 Chamber of Commerce fleets that used to side with Wang Qi push it to the Angry Owl planet, and we can regard Wang Qi's son as the head of the family. Do we still need to send the Imperial Navy to help that Gu Ming control the Chamber of Commerce fleet? Do we still need to send the army to the Angry Owl planet to eliminate Gu Hang? That is impossible. The Imperial Navy and Army are not completely under our command, and it is impossible for us to find a suitable reason to attack the Imperial Chamber of Commerce and a planetary governor. By helping Gu Ming, we can indeed achieve the goal of splitting the Gu family, but we can only gain the friendship of at most half of the Gu family, and will turn the other half, plus a governor in the sector, into enemies. No, this may create the most ideal situation where both sides need to make good friends with us. What's more, the cost of helping him is so high. On the contrary, we have very little to do to help Gu Hang and Wang Qi. Although these two will be more difficult to control, and Gu's power will not be weakened too much, the mother and son will fulfill their promise. We must stand on the opposite side of the Fockers family, and our goal can be achieved. What's more, shouldn't they appreciate a good cooperation? This will lay more foundation for future cooperation. After listening to the elder brother talking a lot, Little Petties curled his lips and concluded, "So, you finally made a decision to help that boy Gu Hang, right?" Peter smiled slightly and said, "About yes." "Okay, then you can do it." Little Petties gave a big hunch and stood up. "I'm leaving first." Watching his brother leave, Mr. Peters showed a helpless smile. He didn't even speak about his brother. He didn't know how many times he said it in the past, but it was of no use. He always looked so careless. Alcohol, fancy sex, all kind of exciting entertainment. It's useless to talk too much. I'm no longer a child, and now I'm the governor of the Winged Star. How can I talk all the time? Gradually, he stopped talking. Most of the planetary government affairs are handled by him, the leader of the sector. It's not that he wants to seize power. He originally pushed his brother to replace him in this position, but on the contrary, he often thought about it. If Little Petties could take on more responsibilities and help him more, then he would be much more relaxed. However, after all, I was the one who shouldered everything. My brother went to live and drink, but he still had to work. Sighing, he thought about the words and sent an interstellar communication to the Fofana family and General Tilements, respectively. 7 standard Terra days later, on the Black Arrow Star, in the suburban town of Pinzer, the capital of the Lumen Kingdom, the headquarters of the Alliance Expeditionary Force. Said to be the headquarters, in fact, this place has long been in dilapidated condition. For the sake of practicality, nothing else matters. Originally, this was just a basement, but engineers reinforced the structure to prevent it from being blown down. These reinforcement structures appear to be very crude. The brothers in the engineering company have a heavy task. They have no time to design anything. They just have to avoid being blown down. It was here that Perboof and Leroy commanded their troops and withstood the joint attack of the Lumen Kingdom Army and part of the Gu family security forces led by Gu Ming. It was blocked for 7 days. At this moment, neither of them had much to talk about. Dried sweat stuck to plaster and blood on their faces and clothes. They had no conditions to bathe or change clothes, and they were still sweating and their whole body stunk. But no one disliked it. Everyone does. The hair is messy, the beard is unkempt, the face is gray, the body is full of sweat and smells of blood. This is the appearance of every angry owl star who sticks here. The two of them are just a little heavier, and they also have the special features of dark circles and red eyes. In the past few days, the two of them may only sleep about 2 hours a day. Fatigue is definitely still fatigue. However, they still try to persevere. They know that this war is very difficult. They had no support or supplies, and had to rely on their own existing strength to survive for 8 days. During this period of time, the two partners had some estimates of the number of enemies. King Ness Lumen, on the battlefield, assembled an army of more than 10 people, 2 Ranger Knight Titans, and more than Mechas in these 7 days. He estimated that his troops destroyed at least enemy troops, but the number of enemies never seemed to decrease. Those enemies have been attacking almost all the time in the past 7 days, day or night, sunny or rainy. Prabhav always used a very contemptuous tone to belittle the soldiers of the Lumen Kingdom when boosting the morale of the army. What's carrying junk metal? What's animals that are not treated as cannon fodder? Just comes to die, has no discipline, weak will to fight, and poor fighting skills. But what he said is also true. The Lumen Kingdom's conscripts are at this level. Especially the continuous attacks and the large number of casualties made those conscription soldiers feel that attacking the fortress-like town was simply to die. Their morale was so low that during the attack, as long as there were no knights to hold the line, they would be able to survive as long as they suffered a few casualties. Will crash. But the problem is there are many knights. If it were just the Lumen cannon fodder, Prabhav would not take it seriously at all. However, Lumen's Royal Knights put a lot of pressure on them, especially those 2 Knight Titans. When the 2 Knight Titans bombed from a distance, the Alliance Army's countermeasures were very limited, and they almost had to be passively bombed. And when these 2 Titans personally led the team into the frontline battle, it was even more of a nightmare. Having learned the lessons from the previous 2 Knight Titans being destroyed, the Lumen military will never let the Knight Titans be divided again. Ordinary Lumen infantry cannot be trusted, but those Sentinel Knights still have enough fighting will. They will guard the Knight Titans' feet and not give the Alliance soldiers any opportunity to take advantage of them. In this way, every time the Knight Titans lead an attack, it is a nightmare, which will make the Alliance Expeditionary Force pay a heavy price. It needs to concentrate heavy artillery to bombard, and the soldiers need to take risks to invest firepower and spend a lot of ammunition, or even a large number of soldiers' lives, before the opponent's energy shield can be temporarily overloaded. However, at this time, the enemy will often retreat, leaving no opportunity to take advantage. In 2 days, after the shield system is fully charged, they will return to the front line. The Lumen military fought more patiently. They knew that the group of people holding on in the town could fight back, but they had no reinforcements and no backup force. If this continues, with an entire country as their backing, they will definitely be the victorious party in the end. However, despite such dire circumstances, Prabhuv did not remain completely passive. He still adheres to the so-called elastic defense strategy. During an all-out enemy attack 3 days ago, he risked a sudden attack by armored troops camouflaged behind some dilapidated buildings, accompanied by artillery and La Croca's special forces. They successfully destroyed a Knight Titan shield generator, but at the cost of 6 Lion tanks, 30 infantry fighting vehicles, and more than 200 soldiers. Moreover, due to the relatively high losses, they had created opportunities but were unable to deliver the final blow, so they allowed the Knight Titan without its shield generator to successfully withdraw. But despite this, the results are acceptable. The Knight Titan suffered some damage and no longer dared to appear on the front line. It could only fire missiles from the rear. The front only has to face the impact of 1 Knight Titan, and the pressure is reduced a lot. However, after 7 days of fighting, they were still at the end of their rope. Report to Comrade Commander that the enemy's attack has been repulsed. Report casualties. Yes, the May 2nd, 37 Company in the south is gone. When the 3rd Company went up to support, no one was seen alive. The 3rd Company itself now only has 17 people left. The number has been retained in accordance with the previous political commissar's request. The command has been integrated into the battalion headquarters. At present, the 37th Brigade no longer has an organized company-level unit, and all of them have been assigned to the battalion-level command. The Engineer Battalion and the Logistics Support Battalion have also been assigned. The main force of the 34th Division guarding the east and north was severely damaged. The acting division commander Major Gale was killed in action. Now Major Mayev has taken over the command. This is the third acting division commander of the 34th Division. Perbouf's face was expressionless. Apart from the enemy being repulsed, the other news was not good. But his heart was already a little numb. This is the news all the time, especially in the past 2 days. They repelled the enemy's attacks again and again, and fought with the enemy for one house after another, and even one ruin after another. Until now, I am really at the end of my rope. Of the 3 strong troops he brought, less than Dash may still be alive today, and most of them are injured. But the human toll, while heavy, was worse in other ways. The 2 combined brigades have a total of 36 Lion tanks, and only the last one is operational. A total of 320 artillery pieces, Dash of which have been destroyed. Even the remaining 80 guns can still fire up to 6 rounds with the existing artillery shell reserves. There are less than 1,000 rounds of artillery shells. The rocket launchers are all gone, and there are not many mortar shells left. Even the bullets need to be carefully collected from the dead soldiers, otherwise they will not be able to hold on. It can be said that except for the food reserves, which are still sufficient for the time being because the residents of the suburban towns were driven away and all the food was left behind, all other war materials have reached the final extreme stage. However, it is only the 7th day. There is still 1 day left before the 8 days required by the governor. How to do? Perbouf doesn't know anymore. Taking advantage of a lull in the fighting, he left the command post. Leroy didn't try to persuade him. The political commissar was already lying aside and fell asleep. He was deaf in one ear and had not slept for 23 hours, so he needed to take a break. After coming out, Perbouf looked at the night sky, feeling full of guilt. He couldn't help but reflect on whether there were too many things he didn't do well in his tactics over the past 7 days. Was it his own command errors that led to the current situation? I betrayed the governor's trust? But no matter what, on the last day, I will personally hold a gun and go to the frontline battlefield. Even if we don't defend for the 8th day, even if the Lumen people occupy our position, it will definitely be after we are dead. He swore through gritted teeth. But at this moment, he saw dozens of long-tail flames streaking across the night sky on the horizon that if you want to use one word to describe the current mood of King Lumen and Gu Ming, it would be panicked. When Perbouf saw the orange-red tail flame piercing the night sky, he was not sure what it was. After all, the interstellar communication equipment he owned was destroyed in a previous bombing. He himself was lucky enough to survive. Leroy was deaf in one ear, so he was lucky. Communication equipment that cannot be moved cannot be saved. But Gu Ming was different. He has smooth communication with the 4 merchant guild fleets still under his control, and even has an independent astrology tower that can conduct interstellar communications. He knew clearly that the Blade Tiger, belonging to the Imperial Navy's Pegasus fleet, was approaching and was definitely not here to help him. Although there was no exact information, he was probably sure that this starship was carrying his cousin's army. When he first learned the news, he was extremely angry and made many calls to many big bosses in Phase Star. However, the most important 3 communications, that is, the communication requests sent to the leader of the sector, Peters, the commander of the Pegasus fleet, Talmans, and the famous naval family Fofana family, were not connected. Obviously, that's because they didn't answer. By this time, no matter how lucky he was, he understood the fact. He was abandoned. In the political situation of the Star District, they have chosen a side with Wang Qi and Gu Heng, mother and son. At this time, his mentality began to undergo some interesting changes. After a fit of rage, a fluke, and a lucky break, he became hysterical. He ordered the 4 Chamber of Commerce fleets to stop the approach of the Blade Tiger at all costs. This is a crazy order. He may not have been thinking clearly when he gave this order. What is the concept of actively attacking the Imperial Navy? Do you really want to rebel? Even if they win the battle, They won't be able to do anything like work in the Imperial Chamber of Commerce, and they will all have to flee for their lives. If you can escape and become an interstellar pirate, you are lucky. But fortunately, Gu Ming was crazy, but the frontline commanders of the 4 Chamber of Commerce fleets who heard the order were not crazy. They listened to the Imperial Navy opening public communications, and in the name of the Imperial Navy and the Pegasus Fleet, they were constantly asking all interstellar ships in the region to stop all hostile actions, otherwise they would be regarded as traitors to the Empire. These frontline commanders called in one after another, using the excuse of confirming the order, first to test the authenticity of the order. When Gu Ming repeatedly emphasized that the order was indeed issued by him, they turned to earnestly persuade them. Got up. Anyway, regardless of whether Gu Ming listens or not, we people will definitely not open fire. Everyone follows you to cause trouble, tuck their heads in their belts, and engage in family feuds. To put it bluntly, it is to live a better life in the future. When the eldest son of the family becomes the eldest son of the family, everyone can earn more and have a better status. When it comes to working with the Imperial Navy, it's a completely different nature. Whether it was people who were interested in their own future or people who were loyal to Gu Ming, they were all trying to persuade him. Even if it is the latter, they know that there is really no way out if they take action. Or do you really want to be a pirate? If you have this determination, what else can you do? Gu Ming also gradually calmed down, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Fortunately, there was no fight. Not only was it impossible to fight in a naval battle, but it was also impossible to fight the Blade Tiger's landing ship while it was flying to the surface. The first landing ship is also part of the Blade Tiger and belongs to the Imperial Navy. What is released after landing is the army of the Raging Owl. That is one thing, but if it is blown up in the air, there will be no bones left and no evidence of death. People say it is what to do with the Marines deployed on the starship. There is no denying it. Then we can only let them down and fight. Next to him, Ness Lumen was furious. How could the Imperial Navy do this? It's so unfair. What if this is just the beginning? What if the troops from the Raging Owl Star are continuously transported to the Black Arrow Star by the Imperial Navy? Are we just going to watch like this? Do you want me to use the power of a kingdom to fight against a planet? He kept talking, his expression filled with sadness and anger. Gu Ming sighed, then turned to Lu Man and said, "At this point, we can only fight to the end. Can you recruit more troops? Especially more knights, Night Titans? Your losses, I will make up for it in the future." At this point, Lu Man pushed him hard. Gu Ming fell to the ground. His bodyguards and the guards of the Lumen Kingdom all moved, but after all, there was no blood. Everyone just pulled out their weapons and pointed them towards the opposite side, but they did not fire yet. Ness Lumen stared at Gu Ming with red eyes. "I have staked everything on me, but the situation is completely different from what you promised in the past. I will make up for. Compensate your mother." Ness cursed. "Now it's a matter of whether we can win." Gu Ming stood up, also stared at Ness Lumen, and said, "Don't talk to me in this tone, as if I caused all the mistakes. The decision was made by us together, and you are the main force. Army, don't I know that the key issue now is whether we can win? Just now I almost let my fleet attack the Imperial Navy just to win." Having said this, Gu Ming calmed down a little. "There must be no conflict between us now. Do you understand? I need your strength, otherwise I can't win. You also need me, otherwise you won't be able to win. You won't get anything." Lu Man ruffled his hair and let out an unwilling roar. He really regretted it. But what can be done? Fascinated. After a while, he said, "There are still 3 Night Titans in the kingdom, but those 3 Marquis, they may not completely listen to me. I will try my best to persuade them, and I will make some promises. These promises will be made by you in the future. Help me pay the bill. If they stand over, in addition to the 3 Night Titans, they can also gather 20 Sentinel Knights and dash levies. Not enough. I can also contact several other countries. They have put a lot of diplomatic pressure on us recently, but essentially they're dissatisfied with our actions without notifying them and promising them no benefits. I can share some future powers in exchange for them not to support me, at least not to send troops to intervene. This will allow me to mobilize some more border defense troops. it's still not enough. Then think about it. Can you pray to the emperor and ask him to conjure an army of 1 million for us? At this point, Gu Ming confirmed that this was really the end of the Lumen Kingdom. That's it, but it has to be fast. It has to be fast. We are already very pressed for time. After the conflict broke out, Ness Lumen and Gu Ming had to get back together under the pressure of reality because they were grasshoppers on the same rope. They responded quickly and gathered a more powerful army to deal with the predicament. Of course, their goal is still very clear: to deal with the suburban town. The reason is also very simple. They have already experienced the combat effectiveness of the Raging Owl Stars. Yu Ming couldn't understand how his little nephew could train a strong army on that planet with less than 2 years of training on the Raging Owl planet. Before he went there, it was quite difficult to even pay imperial taxes on that planet. But no matter how unbelievable he felt, this matter was a definite reality, and he could only obey when he lamented. They didn't dare to underestimate the powerful Angry Owl Star. If tens of thousands of new troops came from the sky and wanted to annihilate them all, I don't know how long it would take and how much it would cost. Even, to put it bluntly, the two great marquises and powerful aristocrats that Ness Lumen mentioned, even if they listened to him, followed his orders, and immediately began to assemble their troops, as he said, they would not be able to, there may not be enough time to do anything. How strong can the military organization capability of a feudal country be? The troops of the Angry Stars have already crossed the sky and begun to land in orbit. At this time, it is impossible to mobilize troops from all over the country in time. At best, it is to squeeze out some more troops from the nearest place. The remaining troops are at most used as reinforcements and reserves. The temporarily newly recruited troops will be divided into two parts. Some of them will be mobilized to the outskirts of the capital Pinzer city to join the battle to besiege the suburban town. They could also sense that the soldiers of the Angry Stars in the suburban town were at the end of their rope. With another new force and more energy, maybe one day the entire town will be able to be conquered. In the past few days, they were still able to confirm that Ms. Wang Qi definitely did not run away in the town as long as they can capture or kill Wang Qi alive. There is still room for discussion. The other part of the army must be organized to deal with the new reinforcements landed by the Angry Owl Stars. Based on the calculations based on the flames streaking across the sky, they could roughly tell that the landing craft that landed from orbit were still 200 to 300 kilometers away from the capital of Pinzer. They speculated that the reason why those Angry Owl Stars were like this was mainly to avoid the capital area, where the most intense firepower was in the orbital defense system of the Lumen Kingdom. Indeed, Gu Ming's nephew probably found the right opportunity to take advantage of the Imperial Navy's tiger skin, because he was sure that they would not dare to attack the official fleet of the Imperial Navy. But the landing spacecraft that lands on the surface is of another nature. If the orbital anti-aircraft firepower on the ground is to hit a starship, if the relative position of the starship is within the shooting angle of the orbital anti-aircraft firepower and the distance is really on the orbit of the planet, it will barely be able to reach it. But the firepower on the planet is always immutable, and it cannot be so powerful that a sudden bombardment can destroy the frigate in the sky. Don't they still know how to run away? As long as he ran away and was charged with attacking the Imperial Navy, neither Gu Ming nor the Lumen Kingdom of Black Arrow could escape the accusation of attacking the Imperial Navy and being a traitor to the Empire. But the landing ship is different. It cannot escape while flying to the surface. Gu Hang was probably a little scared, worried that if someone dared to attack him during the landing, he would suffer too much loss. Moreover, there is room for wrangling in the future. With a distance of about kilometers, you can break through the atmosphere from other airspaces. When you fly lower and out of the attack angle of orbital air defense firepower, you can land again. The safety will be much higher, and you won't even want to fight. French attack. Unless the Lumen Kingdom is so awesome that it can integrate the orbital firepower of all other countries on the entire planet and conduct a joint strike, comprehensive coverage can be achieved. Otherwise, they alone cannot cover the entire planet's airspace. After landing, when the army advances, the orbital air defense will be of little use. Although, The distance of about -kilometers is not too far for a mechanized and motorized army. If it really charges hard, it will only take a few days. However, Ness Lumen and Gu Ming decided to do something. The new troops raised are used to do this. This unit will carry out tight defense along the way and set up checkpoints at every level to block the source of the Angry Owl army. They don't seek victory or annihilation. They just seek to slow down their march and delay the battle on the outskirts of Pinzer for more time, until the battle on the outskirts of Pinzer is won. Then it will be considered a success. They feel that this strategy is still very meaningful. At least when implemented, the probability of success is quite high. Although we still have to face the problem of an alliance army in the Kingdom of Lumen afterwards, as long as Wang Qi dies, many things can be resolved later. However, the next 3 messages that reached their ears were not good things. One is the remnant alliance army in the suburban town, which burst out with a strong will to resist. They seemed to sense that strong reinforcements were coming, and with their morale high, they became even more tenacious. Secondly, the newly arrived alliance army did not rest and recuperate at all after landing. With an exaggerated number of hundreds of lion tanks as arrows, numerous armored vehicles, self-propelled artillery, and troop-carrying trucks followed closely behind, charging fiercely and racing along the road. The speed of the advance was jaw-dropping. The blocking troops gathered in a hurry midway had little effect at all. They dispersed as soon as they were rushed and collapsed as soon as they were beaten. Even in a small-scale battle, the 20th century mechas gathered by the Lumen Kingdom army dug out a strong position. And with the 2,000 infantrymen who had finally gathered, they prepared to resist for at least a few hours. Yes, in the end, within 10 minutes, he was completely defeated. Of course, if that were the case, it would only make their faces look ugly and prevent them from completely panicking. What really made them panic were the 2 troops who were so fast that they couldn't think of anything to do. When the 2 of them just received the news about these 2 troops, they were about to arrive at the outskirts of Pinzer City. These 2 troops consisted of 15 red armored giants and more than 100 Wind Falcon speed attack boats. Today's update will be at night. I haven't finished writing. I can't bear it anymore. I'll post it after I've finished. When Ness Lumen and Gu Ming were so panicked that they didn't know what to do, the Phoenixes, which they were extremely afraid of and aroused great fear in them, had completed their second mission and successfully evacuated. They destroyed the Night Titan, which had lost its shield generator. To be honest, this process is not easy. Space Marines are strong, very strong, but not truly invincible. For example, if the Sentinel Mech's machine cannon hits the shoulder armor, chest armor, or even the helmet, it may be fine. But if you hit the waist, the joints, or the back, it won't make them feel better either. And even if it can only hit the thickest part of the armor, a few or a dozen machine gun shells are fine. If you really want to hit dozens more, it is useless to have power armor. That's a machine gun, not an ordinary bullet. Space Marines are not that easy to hit. They seem to be huge and wearing heavy armor, but when they move, they are extremely flexible and quick. It is obviously not much smaller than the Sentinel mecha in size. But when it comes to fighting, the flexibility of the Sentinel armor and the speed of rotating the cannons fixed on both sides of the body are completely unable to keep up with the action. Purely passive beating. But when there are hundreds of Sentinel mechas and thousands of soldiers nearby, just to block bullets, block vision, and serve as cannon fodder, it is quite annoying. What's more, can a Night Titan be ignored? The weapon in that thing's hand is also a fatal threat to the Space Marines. Once the howitzer is fired, it can be said that it explodes on the edge. If it hits the center, even a Space Marine wearing tactical power armor will die. If the gravity fist hits it, even a Martian with the combat power of a company champion and a Terminator armor will be killed. Tinksy himself did not dare to take the initiative. The pilot of the Night Titan became particularly timid after losing his energy shield. When he learned that there were space warriors coming towards him, he was even more panicked. However, running is definitely not an option. Alone, without the protection of infantry and sentinels, he becomes even more vulnerable. He could only fight hard, using the grenade launcher from a distance to blast the Space Marines through the sentry mechas and miscellaneous cannon fodder. But the results are not good. It's true that the center hit can kill Space Marines, but it has to be able to hit. As soon as he raised his hand, he noticed the bombing target and then started to maneuver, but he couldn't bomb it accurately at all. Often after one shot, nothing happened to the Space Marines. At most, the paint of the power armor was scratched by fragments. However, many of the Lumen Kingdom troops not far away were accidentally killed. But overall, this is a suitable play, and it does effectively curb the progress of the Space Marines. After all, the Phoenixes only have 15 people, and they have no heavy firepower to coordinate with them. When the speed of action is slowed down and stuck in a quagmire, the mission is almost a failure. If we continue to fight hard, if we are negligent, there will really be casualties. But at this time, a new boost appeared. Alliance Air Force. Before, there were only 3 Wind Falcons carrying the Space Marines rushing to the battlefield. More fighters have not yet disembarked from the Blade Tiger starship. At this moment, the uninstallation has been completed. The Wind Falcon formation quickly set off, using a relatively low-altitude approach to avoid the Lumen Kingdom's faulty prevention and control firepower network, and quickly arrived above the battlefield. And they are also the important support for Martins to try to attack and destroy the Night Titan. A formation of hundreds of machines swept in. Without saying anything, he fired 2 rounds of airborne missiles. This thing is quite powerful. If all were directed at the Night Titan, without an energy shield, these airborne missiles alone would be enough to severely damage the Night Titan. However, the Alliance Air Force did not do this. They have greater ambitions and want to achieve more results. Their bombing target was the Lumen army that was blocking the way between the Phoenix and the Night Titan. Except for a small number of them that bombarded the Ranger, restricting and threatening it. The rest of them blasted the ground troops of the Lumen army so hard that they were knocked off their feet. Exploding miscellaneous soldiers is boring. The main target of the explosion is the Sentinel Mecha. This round of airstrikes killed many people. And the weapons carried on the Wind Falcon are not just airborne missiles. Machine cannons and laser cannons are all equipped, and the firepower is no worse than a single Sentinel Mecha. The key is to still be able to fly. They began to lick the ground in the air. The Wind Falcons in a formation of 100 aircraft relied on missile bombing and cannon ground support, disrupting the formation of the Lumen army and causing considerable damage. However, in the process, Wind Falcon also suffered losses. Since it is a low-altitude operation, the risk is very high. The Sentinel Mecha doesn't simply take a beating and doesn't fight back. It raises its head and fires its machine cannons into the sky, which is equivalent to countless anti-aircraft cannons. The Falcon has thicker armor than traditional aircraft. If you really want to take a beating, it will be much more fragile than the Sentinel Mecha. Since the war started, 8 Foam Falcons have been knocked down in a short time. However, such a loss is worth it. The Space Marines who were about to be dragged into the quagmire in front are now active again. In the chaotic battlefield, 15 red giants charged fiercely, cooperating with the Wind Falcons in the sky. Those Sentinel Mechas were reduced in number. Half of the hundreds of Sentinel Mechas that had been put together had been wiped out at this moment. The rest were either panicking, cowering, and thinking about running away, or they were scattered everywhere, being destroyed by their own soldiers who had destroyed the order. It's messy and unattractive. The path forward for the Space Marines is now clear, and their goal has never changed. That Night Titan never wanted to sit still and wait for death. Such a dangerous situation also aroused his ferocity. When a howitzer was fired and there was no time to reload, he withstood the bombardment of bolt guns and heavy bombs, resisted with the thick armor of the Night Titan, and counterattacked. He rushed forward and struck hard at Martins with his gravity punch. Missed. In Martin's long fighting career, he has certainly seen such things as Night Titans. Although they all get along as friendly forces, he also fully understands that the Night Titan cannot be underestimated. Even though he was wearing Terminator armor, he didn't want to use force. Quickly rolling sideways, Martins dodged the blast of the gravity punch. The aftermath was ferocious, but for the Terminator, it could be ignored. He raised his power sword and slashed suddenly, and the Night Titan's gravity fist was cut off at the joint before he could retract in time. Then, he bravely moved forward and slammed into the Night Titan. His body was less than half the size of the Night Titan, and his head barely reached the Titan's crotch. But this collision still knocked the behemoth over. Immediately afterwards, the power sword was swung rapidly, and the swordsmanship level of the company champion was brought out. First, the weapon was removed, then the head was chopped off, and then the power system was destroyed. In a few seconds, Martin struck a dozen swords and dismembered the Night Titan. This process was clearly seen by Ness Lumen and Gu Ming, who were escaping. Their headquarters was not far from here. When the two realized something was wrong, they immediately wanted to run away. As a result, I witnessed this scene with my own eyes while running away. Liver and gallbladder are afraid of cold. Gu Heng listened to the battle report between the Phoenix chapter and the Alliance Air Force while sitting in the headquarters of the Alliance Expeditionary Force in a suburban town. To be honest, Gu Heng was the first person in the army to provide support to the suburban town. He was among the first to land in a spaceship. The commander of the troops fiercely opposed the governor's decision. It was too dangerous. According to their thinking, the governor shouldn't have come at all and could just stay peacefully on the raging Owl Star. If you have to conquer in person, then you should stay on a relatively safe starship and strategize. What are you doing by going to the front line in person? However, Gu Heng only gave some comfort to these persuasion, but did not listen. Of course, it's not that he doesn't take his own life seriously, but he has strong self-confidence. On the one hand, he was sure that since his cousin did not dare to fight in the starry sky when the Blade Tiger was approaching, nor did he dare to force the army of the kingdom to use orbital strike force. The bombardment had already reached the orbit of the planet, on the battleship. Then, it is very likely that they will not dare to attack the landing ship. What's more, the location chosen by the landing ship also avoided the air defense fire circle near the capital, which further ensured safety during landing. Another source of his self-confidence is his own strength. Not only is he a psyker who has been promoted to LV7, his strength has been greatly improved compared to the past, but more importantly, the talents and characteristics he gained after defeating the evil god. All these bonuses are taken into account, even if he is on a landing ship. Even if something unexpected happened and he was blown up in the air, he would still be able to land safely. Including the assembly of the troops after landing on the landing ship, he left it all to the 4 division commanders. He himself mobilized his psychic power and quickly flew to the suburban town. It's faster than the Wind Falcon that needs to be pulled out of the landing ship. It can also be seen from this that Gu Heng looks calm on the surface, but in fact he is still somewhat anxious in his heart. His arrival has considerable practical significance. With his current psychic strength, it might be difficult to tear the Night Titan alive from a distance, unless he can tear open the rift in the kingdom of God to strengthen his own psychic strength. But if the Night Titan dared to be exposed in front of him for a little longer, or if Gu Heng took a little risk and got closer and past the energy shield, then he could do this. As for the ordinary sentry mecha, that's out of the question. Gu Heng estimated that if he struck a lightning beam, one of them would be killed. And if the enemy engages in an intensive charge, it is also possible to baptize them with a chain lightning or use spiritual energy to form a thundercloud storm. After obtaining Storm Master, his spiritual energy can be turned into lightning. In terms of pure destructive power, it is much more powerful than using telekinesis in the past. With Gu Heng in charge, the Alliance has an extra artillery battalion. Moreover, not only is the firepower fierce, but the key is also extremely precise. This is the direct help Gu Heng can provide to the battle situation. And if the war really gets tense, he can still use his unique move, tear open the rift in the kingdom of God. In that way, not only will his own spiritual strength be greatly enhanced, but there will also be thousands of heroic warriors in the kingdom of God. If that doesn't work, the incarnation of a lesser god can be created that it still looks like a giant thunderstorm bear. Its strength is not as good as that of the big devil, and it is at least -% capable. It is like tearing apart a Night Titan with bare hands like a toy. However, the movement of these moves was too loud. It is true that he is a legal psyker, but he can tear open the cracks in the real world and summon real heroes to fight. This performance is too shocking, and it is not something that ordinary psychers can do. If it spreads, it will definitely lead to an investigation by the Imperial Tribunal. For the Imperial Inquisition, the identity of the planetary governor and the claims of being a legal psyker cannot be preserved. When the time comes, if they go crazy and insist on taking Gu Hang to the General Tribunal of the Eastern Universe for investigation, then Gu Hang could only kill them and fall out with the tribunal. Otherwise, would you really go? Of course, if this situation can't happen, then try not to happen. Unless absolutely necessary, he will definitely not reveal a series of abilities that can open the cracks in the kingdom of God. In fact, the fighting situation was not at all like that. The enemy indeed stepped up their offensive on Suburban Town because of the arrival of the Raging Star Army. They urgently replenished their troops and, at the commander's request, began a fierce attack. As for the troops under Popov's command in the Suburban Town, although they were not out of food, they were at least almost out of ammunition. Although Gu Hang's arrival and public appearance boosted the morale of the Alliance troops stationed in the Suburban Town, the objective conditions are still not dependent on human will. Gu Hang himself was also ready to take action, at least first using conventional psychic power to form a storm to supplement the firepower of the Alliance army. But it didn't work. As soon as the enemy's offensive started, it was abruptly interrupted by the landing Space Marines. The artillery position was overrun by the Phoenixes. Naturally, the attacking Lumen Army soldiers could no longer fight and retreated hastily, preparing for rescue. Then, the Night Titan without the shield generator and the rocket turret in the distance was also killed. The Space Marines were still under the cover of the Wind Falcon, retreating calmly, and after staying away from the enemy, they went up. He grabbed the fighter plane and flew into the Suburban Town. When he got the battle report first, Gu Hang knew that he didn't need to worry about the battlefield. He said to his mother, who looked a little haggard and embarrassed in front of him, "My army has fulfilled its mission, right?" Ms. Wang Qi is no longer as high profile as she used to be when she met Gu Hang several times in the past. She sighed. Thanks to General Perbouf and the Raging Star soldiers led by him. Without them fighting to the death, and without their huge sacrifices, I would definitely die here. If Gu Ming catches me, he will not let me go. Exceed mine. Gu Hang sighed. I didn't expect that the Gu family, which has always been known for its unity, would get into such trouble. Didn't you already expect that? It's one thing to take precautions before something happens, but it's another thing for it to actually happen. As for Gu Ming, what are you going to do after you're caught? You haven't caught him yet, so you are so sure that he can't escape? It is normal for Wang Qi to ask this question. The starship belonging to her couldn't send a spaceship to land in the Suburban Town to pick her up and leave, but Gu Ming could. Although Gu Ming's fleet was at a disadvantage due to its small fleet in space, there was no orbital air defense system on the ground to attack a spacecraft. If he wants to evacuate by spaceship, there is a good chance. Gu Hang didn't see it that way. He can't run away. The orbital anti-aircraft cannon on the ground does not belong to him. Wang Qi understood immediately what her son was referring to. The orbital air defense system is essentially in the hands of Neslumen. It is true that he and Gu Ming are allies and will help him intercept Wang Qi's spaceship and prevent her from evacuating. But if Gu Ming wanted to run away, I'm afraid Neslumen wouldn't agree. It's like abandoning him. If this happened, Gu Hang judged that the two would probably fall out. Wang Qi also agreed with her son's judgment. As for the ground part, Gu Hang also showed strong confidence in front of his own mother. The capital will be destroyed in at most 2 days. As long as Gu Ming doesn't escape in the spaceship, then my army will definitely catch him. Wang Qi has no doubt about this. The 3 troops led by Perbov were able to defend here for 8 days. In the past 8 days, the army on the opposite side has not stopped at all and has been attacking fiercely. But not only did he hold on, he also destroyed 2 Night Titans of the Lumen Kingdom in the previous battle. But now, Gu Hang personally led his troops to provide support. Not only were there 5,000 more people, more than Perbov's team, but the number of Lion tanks was 3 times the original number of the expeditionary force, directly reaching hundreds. there are also 100 Wind Falcons as an air force. With such military strength, the Lumen Kingdom has nothing to offer against it. In their heyday, that might have been okay, but the Lumens had suffered heavy losses in the past 8 days of fighting. Ness lost almost half of the royal army. Even if he could convince the two so-called marquises to help him with all their strength, it would only be a return to their previous fighting strength. But under Gu Hang's command, there was something even more exaggerated: 15 space warriors. Speaking of which, Wang Qi was completely in disbelief when she first heard the news. She had dealt with a war group called the Exterminators. It was a ship-based war group that had no home planet and relied mainly on a fleet. When she personally led the team to replenish supplies for the Exterminator, she couldn't afford the money, so she asked her caravan to wait, and the money would be available soon. At that time, the Exterminators were participating in a counter-rebellion war. Wang Qi saw with her own eyes that after participating in the war, the Exterminators defeated the Imperial traitors on that planet like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. That war group fought in a cruel style and did not regard the lives of mortals as their fate. The killing and plundering after the victory were done very cleanly, fitting their name. But that's second. After the victory of the war, the governor of that planet held a banquet to thank the Space Marines, but the Exterminators who attended the banquet, all wearing armor, were completely rude and demanded that the governor pay for supplies. "We're all done. Need supplies." According to the Exterminators, this is for the subsequent war. They will embark on the journey again and rush to the next war, which of course requires supplies. They also need population and ordnance to replenish the fleet sailors and replenish the mortal auxiliary army. They need to conduct a conscription on the planet, need a large number of teenagers, and use cruel escape and extremely high mortality trials to select new recruits. The Exterminators have listed quotas for these things and require the governor to provide them in full within a time limit. If it is not enough, they will get it themselves that if you dare to block it, you will be considered a rebel. The planetary governor couldn't get enough and wanted more time from the Space Marines, but the Exterminators took action without saying a word. Just as they said, they could get it themselves. Wang Qi saw all this. Some of the bloody loot and taxes were what the Exterminators used to pay for supplies. That contact made Wang Qi have a very deep impression on the Space Marines. She thought that the subsequent Exterminators would at least be reprimanded by the Empire. After all, they attacked and plundered an Imperial planet. But actually, no. The Exterminator walked away to the next war, but the planetary governor was punished by the Empire. Space Marines are angels, but don't forget that the prefix of the name angel is death. The Emperor's mercy they bring is usually by sending the target in need of mercy to the Emperor to experience it personally. The time she went to Angry Owl as a guest, she never saw the Phoenix. At first, she thought they were friendly forces, external reinforcements that her son had invited from nowhere. But later, I discovered that those space warriors actually followed Gu Hang's orders seriously. Wang Qi, who was implanted with a fear of Space Marines in her heart, and deeply felt that the Emperor's angels were something that she could not offend at all, and it was even better not to deal with them. Now that she saw 15 Space Marines fighting for her son, she could imagine. And I don't know how big the impact will be in my heart. She was vaguely uneasy about this, but at least she recognized the combat effectiveness of the Space Marines. With the assistance of these 15 angels of death, the victory of the war should be exactly as the sun said, without any problem. Thinking of this, she looked deeply at Gu Hang's face, being able to make the Space Marines obey orders. She didn't understand, she was worried, but she had to admit that her son was really capable. Afterwards, the mother and son got back to business. What to do after Gu Ming is captured or confirmed to be dead is essentially about how to reintegrate the family's power. Wang Qi didn't want Gu Ming to live, but if she had a choice, it would be best to capture him alive. Of course, it would be best to capture Phoenixing and have him publicly tried and executed. However, this cannot be forced out. On the one hand, guns and cannons have no eyes on the battlefield, and there is nothing they can do if they die. On the other hand, as long as Gu Ming does not die, there will be variables. When it comes to Flying Star, Gu Ming still has the foundation, so something unexpected will happen. Arrest, detention, trial, execution. There are still too many things that can be done in this whole process. Once you enter the formal process, some things are difficult to do. Rather than being forced to kill him in prison or under house arrest, if the situation changes and he is forced to suffer a bad reputation, it would be better to end it directly on the battlefield. Anyway, it was you, Gu Ming, who made the first move. Even if they are dead, no one could say that Gu Hang, mother and son, are cruel. As long as Gu Ming dies, coupled with the fact that he took the initiative to initiate armed turmoil and a family coup, and Wang Qi himself is the party with more support from the Gu Chamber of Commerce, it should not be difficult to completely control the power of the entire Gu family. After Wang Qi finished speaking her thoughts, she asked her son, "What about you? What do you think of Black Arrow Star?" Gu Hang showed a bright smile. "Mom, didn't you see it too? What does Gu Hang think about Black Arrow Star?" Of course it's a big deal. Originally, he sent Prabhav to lead the expeditionary force here just to protect his mother's safety and ensure the smooth transition of power in the Gu family. But now that an accident happened, he personally led an army and also sent Space Marines to come support, and the cost to pay was very high. Not just the military cost, but also the huge economic and political cost. The Gu family suffered heavy losses after this battle. In the past few days, not only has the war on the ground been fierce, but in the space star field of the Black Arrow Star, the two chambers of commerce fleets that originally belonged to the same family have almost beaten each other out of their wits. However, there's a bit of a novice pecking relationship between them. The main reason is that neither side is a serious navy. At most, they're just armed merchant ships. They are said to be frigate level and destroyer level, but in fact they are about the same size at most, and their firepower cannot match them, let alone other aspects. In addition, in the early stages of the battle, among the nearly dashed ships in the 8 fleets controlled by Wang Qi, apart from the various transport starships with no combat effectiveness, some civil strife broke out on the remaining armed merchant ships. At the beginning, the fight between the two sides was not very intense. It was not until Wang Zhurong reorganized the fleet and began to attack with all his strength that the battle between the two sides really became intense. But the other party tried hard to deal with it with the help of the planet's orbital firepower. Obviously, their side had fewer ships, but their losses were even less than that of Wang Zhurong's side. However, Wang Zhurong ordered the fleet to attack regardless of the loss. In a few days, both sides exploded more than a dozen ships, and the intensity of the war continued to rise. Wang Zhurong was also anxious. Not only does she have a deep relationship with her aunt, but even from a personal gain perspective, she is an outsider to the Gu family. She only got a high position by following her aunt, and she is a close confidant of her aunt. If something happens to Ms. Wang Qi, she will immediately be the second person to be liquidated. Although this naval battle felt like novices pecking each other, the pecking was still very hard. The brutal fighting did not end until the Blade Tiger, under the banner of the Navy, forced both sides to cease fire. At this time, more than 20 ships had been exploded. Gu Hang's heart was bleeding. This is all the family's property. If nothing unexpected happens, he will become the leader of the Gu clan in the future, and these are the resources he can use. Now all gone, and these are all obvious losses. The two sides broke out such a big conflict, even so extreme that they resorted to force. Wang Qi may encounter many difficulties in the subsequent process of cleaning up the situation and reintegrating family resources. Many past family business routes, relationships, and resources will be greatly affected. According to my mother, the family's assets will conservatively shrink by 40% after this battle. As for the political cost, it was mainly the things Gu Hang promised to Leader Pedes on the way to rescue his mother. After this battle, the Gu family's original plan of breaking away from the political alignment of the so-called Iron Triangle in the Tiamat sector and becoming more neutral to facilitate further cross-sector development was basically impossible to implement. After spending a lot of effort to ease the relationship, Samsung, which has even been able to purchase large-scale products and turn it into an important place of origin and consumption, may lose its market in the future. After all, It was to implement some of the blockade actions of leader Petters against the Fokkers family. Of course, these difficulties are mainly faced by Gu Hang and his mother. But although the two cannot be regarded as one now, at least after many incidents, Gu Hang has probably been able to regard the forces controlled by Wang Qi as a firm ally of the Raging Owl Star. This alliance is maintained together through unbreakable blood ties and is highly reliable. Gu's loss is Lao Tzu's loss. Then, it's not too much to collect some reward from Black Arrow Star to make up for the losses, right? Then what do you want specifically? Wang Qi asked this question. I want the Lumen Kingdom. Gu Hang told his mother his asking price very straightforwardly. The Lumen Kingdom is the third largest country on the Black Arrow planet, with a population of 4,000 million and an area of 480 million ordinary kilometers. I want all of these things. The Lumen Kingdom itself can exist. The Lumen family should not exist. After a pause, Wang Qi continued. Besides, this is still a simple economic account, and the others have not been calculated yet. This is the Black Arrow Star. It has an owner, and there is a King's Council. You occupy the Lumen Kingdom, and the others would do 6 kingdoms and a lot of small countries think. How do you establish reasonable governance? If conflict intensify, is it possible that a war will break out? How many resources do you have to invest in dealing with these wars? Obviously, Wang Qi is skeptical about this. To the end, she gave her own advice. It is better to exchange the results of this victory for some real benefits. Population and land are real benefits. I mean shorter term, more immediate. Gu Hang sighed. Therein lies the greatest disagreement between him and her mother. Businessmen consider benefits, consider return on investment, consider risks. But Gu Hang has never defined himself as a businessman. Pure interests are never his primary consideration when making some decisions, including coming to the Raging Owl Star to be the governor. The same principle applies. At this point, Gu Hang said, "Did I invest anything in rebuilding the Raging Owl Star?" Just this rhetorical question stopped Wang Qi. Yes, the situation in Raging Owl Star is much worse than that in Black Arrow Star. According to Wang Qi, isn't Raging Owl Star a more negative asset? But what about the results? With the current development situation of Raging Owl Star, even she cannot open her eyes and tell lies. And all this is based on the premise that Gu Hang started from scratch. She knew better than anyone that Gu Hang had not received a penny of investment from his family in the past 2 years. But even so, Raging Owl Star is already a prosperous scene. She didn't know how her son did it. She also tried to make circumstantial inquiries, but never received a positive answer. But if the corresponding model is copied to the Black Arrow Star, what potential will the 4,000 million people of the Lumen Kingdom unleash? She couldn't help but think. Gu Hang's words continued. Of course, I will not treat this place as my homeland or as a core area for development. My energy and resources are also limited, so I will give priority to the Raging Owl Star. And, as mother, you said yes, there will be all kinds of obstacles and troubles when I control the Lumen Kingdom. For the time being, I will only treat it as a colony, but I will still invest a small amount of development resources. After all, as far as the current situation of the Lumen Kingdom is concerned, no matter how it is done, it is all vain, and it will only take a few ounces of oil to squeeze it to death. To comprehensively improve productivity and make the cake bigger, then that's the kingly way. I've calculated this investment. It doesn't need to be too high, and I will liberate the people. Their current production relations are really too primitive and too backward. Wang Qi worriedly said, if you do this, you will definitely offend the other 6 feudal kingdoms, and there will be a big diplomatic problem. Some of the history from his past life flashed through Gu Hang's mind, and that was indeed the case. Among a large group of feudal monarchies, what would it look like if a foreign country with a centralized system appeared? You are right. However, there will be a major window period soon, which can exchange for a period of peace. Wang Qi immediately frowned. She thought for a moment and understood what Gu Hang was talking about. Imperial tax? Yes. Gu Hang said, if nothing unexpected happens, in at most 2 or 3 months, the fleet of the Imperial Taxation Department will arrive in the Tiamat Star region. Wang Qi followed Gu Hang's words and thought about it. Now, the governor of the Black Arrow Star is the king of the Lumen Kingdom. This is authorized by the King's Council and registered with the Imperial Administration Department. This means that the planet's imperial taxes must be paid through Ness Lumen. Theoretically, he also owns the ownership of the entire planet. Yes, Gu Hang said. After I kill Gu Ming and Ness Lumen, you go clean up the family's mess, and I will clean up the Black Arrow Star mess. I will reconvene the King's Council to confirm the Gu family's mess. The amount of the claim against the Lumen Kingdom is the ownership of the entire Lumen Kingdom. I will take advantage of the 2-year governorship authority of the Lumen Kingdom to take advantage of this period when the imperial tax is about to be handed over. The other 6 the country has to agree. They have successively sent this period of imperial tax materials to the Lumen Kingdom, and they must compromise on this matter. The risk is still too high. Wang Qi said, "You are right. At least before the imperial tax is handed over, no matter what you do, the other 6 countries will not make any big moves. But after 3 months, the imperial tax will be handed over. It's over. They can't let the power and responsibilities of the planetary governor rest in your hands. They will definitely reopen the King's Council and re-elect the governor, and there's no way you can win." Who agreed to reopen the King's Council? Gu Hang said, "This is the tradition of Black Arrow Star." "What does their tradition have to do with me?" Gu Hang asked back, "Does the Empire recognize the Black Arrow Star's tradition?" "Admit it, that's not right." Wang Qi reacted. "Does the Empire recognize the so-called King's Council tradition of Black Arrow Star?" "It depends on which aspect you look at. The Black Arrow Star changes its governor every 4 years. This governor is elected by a certain king from one of the 7 major kingdoms by the King's Council. He reports to the Empire, and the Empire accepts it. Then the 2 taxes in the past 4 years are obtained from this governor. From this perspective, the Empire certainly recognized it. The Imperial Administration Department will respect the local traditions of the planet to some extent, and if it wants to change the candidate for governor, then it will be changed for you. However, from another perspective, this is not at all contrary to imperial policy. The Empire collects taxes based on the governor, who is the governor. Similarly, the Empire's corresponding governance policies are also directed towards the registered governor. Military aid and interstellar trade all follow the governor. In essence, the process of changing the governor of Black Arrow Star, from the perspective of the Empire, is that the previous governor resigns and elects a new governor, which is approved by the sector government, then approved by the Star Region government, and then approved by the Imperial Administration Department. Just because of the special situation of Black Arrow Star, the whole process will be smooth. During the process, what will happen if the incoming governor himself does not resign? What would happen if Gu Hang took advantage of the governor's authority he obtained from Ness Lumen and refused to give in? In the Empire, governors had no term limits. As long as you pay enough taxes every 2 years, you are a governor recognized by the Empire, and the Empire doesn't care about other things. In the history of Black Arrow Star, this kind of thing happened more than once. If the country that dominates the position of governor refuses to give up, if it is a country that is particularly powerful at a certain period, then other countries will hold their noses and tolerate it. If they can't bear it, they will be beaten. In the end, they have to be obedient. And if it is not strong enough, then war will break out that a powerful country that dominates the position of governor will, on the premise of meeting the imperial tax, beat up those who are disobedient, subvert the royal power, support puppets, plunder the land, etc., to confirm their hegemony. This is all clearly written in the history of Black Arrow Star. However, this hegemony usually does not last long. In the past 200 years, the international situation on Black Arrow has been relatively stable. The King's Council has played an important role. Everyone is obedient, and there are less hegemony wars for the position of governor. Wang Qi sighed. "You're going to turn Black Arrow Star upside down." Gu Hang innocently spread his hands. They were the ones who started the attack. The conversation between mother and son, Gu Hang and Wang Qi, was all about what to do after the war. And no matter how many differences there were between the two of them, and how worried Wang Qi was about her son's plan, there was one thing that they had not discussed at all, but it was tacitly accepted as the premise for everything. Gu Ming and Nest Lumen are dead. The reason for this acquiescence was that neither of them regarded this matter as a problem, but as a definite fact. The reality also proved that the two of them were not arrogant. After the Phoenix and Sky Corps completed a beautiful assault and destroyed a Night Titan, the Lumen Corps that besieged the suburban town collapsed. It was also a credit to the Phoenixes that they had insufficient intelligence during the assault. They didn't know that Gu Ming and Nest Lumen were right next to the Night Titan that they killed, so the two of them escaped. Otherwise, with the ability of the Phoenix Birds, they could kill these two people on the spot. But they can run for a while, but they cannot run for a lifetime. In the next few days, several things happened in succession, which was a symbol of the disintegration and collapse of the alliance between the two of them. And these things happened quickly. First of all, the last Night Titan in the Lumen Kingdom army was destroyed. After the defeat on the battlefield in suburban town, before the main reinforcement from the alliance arrived, the Lumen army worked hard to gather the troops and withdraw to Pinzer City. However, at this time, an armored combined battalion of the 1st Quenching Brigade, as the first unit to disembark from the landing ship and the vanguard of the entire army, had already raced to the battlefield. Seeing the reorganized main force of the Lumen army, this combined battalion was still a little scared. Their strength is less than 1,000. Although they have 9 Lion tanks and more than 50 infantry fighting vehicles of various types, they have to attack the enemy's main force of tens of thousands, especially when the opponent's army has hundreds of Sentinel mechas. There's a Night Titan. It is indeed difficult to deal with. If you rush in, you may not be able to come back. The commander of this unit, a major battalion commander, after thinking twice, decided to play it safe. He commanded the troops, but followed from a distance to monitor the movements. In fact, the major battalion commander was still very nervous. The number of his troops is too small, and they are all armored troops and mobile troops. In order to pursue the enemy, it is impossible to dig out any temporary positions or fortifications. If the enemy really hits us head-on, it will be really troublesome. Especially if the Night Titan moves, it will be even more nerve-wracking. However, he soon discovered that he was worrying too much. The opponent's performance was much more panicked than him. When the armored troops led by him appeared, the enemy jumped up like a frightened bird. From his military binoculars and from the reports of his scouts, he could see that the enemy army had become extremely panicked. The Night Titan, which he was so afraid of, even accelerated away from them. This made the major and battalion commander feel very ridiculous. Not to mention his combined battalion. The cost of building that Night Titan was much more than their entire brigade combined. As a result, when the Titan was accompanied by a large number of other troops in the surrounding area, when it discovered that its own battalion of troops appeared nearby, its first reaction was to speed up and flee. While he thought this was absurd, he suddenly had a different idea. Otherwise, give him a fucking vote? The Lumen army is too stretched. It felt like his spine had been broken. However, his reason was still online, and he was not directly beguiled by this tempting idea. But soon, another thing catalyzed his thoughts and made him make a decision. The Space Marines and the Alliance Air Force were coming. Military communications reached his command vehicle directly, and after a brief communication between the two parties, he made a decision. Oh, he doesn't need to make this decision now. Within the Alliance's military hierarchy, the authority of Phoenix Chapter Leader Martins is quite high. According to the Alliance's military regulations, he is required to obey the Chapter Master's orders on the battlefield. He only needs to ask for instructions unless the Chapter Master's orders are in absolute conflict with the mission he is currently performing. Now, Chapter Commander Martins just asked his surveillance team to directly launch attacks to divert the enemy's attention. This does not constitute a conflict. The only thing worth worrying about is the loss. But this is a serious battle order. Why not worry about losses? The troops quickly prepared themselves for battle and launched an attack. They are already in a state of readiness for war at any time. They don't need to prepare anything extra. They can start fighting with just an order. And the result of the fight. As expected, the Lumen people had no will to fight at all and were beaten casually, running away like crushed sand and gravel under the torrent of steel. This was a rout battle, and the specific casualties were actually very small. A battalion of troops could not carry out operations such as outflanking or organized annihilation. However, their assault was indeed effective. The Lumen people, whose morale had collapsed after losing the battle in the suburban town, were just barely being reintegrated and were on the verge of collapse again after being pushed away like this. Of course, there are always reliable ones among them. That's the knights. Among the feudal legions, these feudal lords, who serve as mid-level officers, are knights who have been carefully trained since childhood, and their fighting will is still good. Under the command and persistence of these knights, the assault of this combined battalion inevitably began to slow down and gradually tended to fall into a quagmire. After all, their military strength is still a bit too small. The Knight Titan also reacted and did not continue to flee. Instead, it used long-range firepower to attack the Alliance's army. Casualties began to appear, but at this moment, the Phoenix appeared. The iconic roar of the winged falcon arrived first. Their initial position was at least 100 kilometers away, but after the battle began, they arrived on the battlefield in just 15 minutes. There were no missiles. In the previous battle in the suburban town, they had used up all their airborne missiles, and for a while they had no conditions to replenish them. However, the airborne laser cannon and real single cannon still exerted a very powerful effect. After a round of licking, the Lumen army became more scattered, and the Space Warriors also fell from the sky. What they're doing is repeating the same old tricks. The 3 Wind Falcons performed a juggle. They lowered their altitude to about 10 meters, and their flying speed also slightly decreased. At the same time, they fired fiercely at the surrounding areas that, at the same time, the hatch opened and the Space Marines jumped down one by one. However, what if we should not underestimate any enemy no matter what? Some of the knights driving the Sentinel Mecha have experienced battles in suburban towns. After the iconic sound of the Wind Falcon appeared in the sky, some brave ones among them raised their guns and fired at the Wind Falcon. Most of them failed. The Wind Falcon passing by at high speed is not so easy to hit. However, the 3 Wind Falcons carrying the Phoenix were in trouble. The lower altitude and lower flight speed put them at greater risk. One of them was hit in the wing by a series of machine guns just as the Space Marines were being dropped. The entire Wind Falcon rolled and fell, hitting the ground hard and smashing the Sentinel Mecha that exploded the Wind Falcon. The morale of the surrounding Lumen people temporarily increased. Take down a plane, especially one loaded with fearsome Space Marines. However, this high was short-lived because it was quickly replaced by panic again. Not to mention the 10 Space Marines who successfully landed, the slightly deformed hatch inside the Crash Falcon was suddenly kicked open from the inside. A Space Marine jumped out and fired violently at the surrounding area with his bolter, clearing out threatening targets. Of course, the so-called threat is not that threatening. In fact, when they saw that the Space Marines could emerge from the crashed aircraft unscathed, all those Lumens could think about was running away. Afterwards, multiple Space Warriors came out and the 5-man team gathered. When the Wind Falcon crashed, none of the 5 Space Marines were seriously injured, and all of them retained their combat effectiveness. However, the crash still delayed some time. Their battle brothers have all rushed towards the Knight Titan not far away. There is no need to follow these 5 people. They raised their weapons and began to clean up the surrounding enemies, focusing mainly on those Sentinel Mechas that had a strong will to resist. During this process, their attention did not ignore the most important target, and they were not surprised to see with their own eyes the process of their chapter leader quickly annihilating the Knight Titan. The Knight Titan's most important defense, the shield generator mounted on it, is ineffective against the Space Marines, unless they are foolish enough to only use ranged weapons to attack. The inability to recognize slow targets allows Space Marines to walk, pass through energy shields, and attack directly with cold weapons. There is not much difference whether there is a shield generator or not. Of course, the Night Titan itself also has heavy armor. Unfortunately, Martin's had a power sword in his hand. In front of this kind of decomposable weapon, ordinary armor is just like paper. How he dismantled the Night Titan in suburban town. He was doing exactly the same thing now. And when the Night Titan collapsed, the Lumen Legion, which was already on the verge of collapse, collapsed even more completely. Not to mention the ordinary Lumen soldiers. Even the knights driving the Sentinel mechas had lost the will to continue fighting. This also made the evacuation of the Space Marines smoother. They could easily join up with the synthetic battalion that had broken out of the quagmire and evacuate smoothly. The road evacuating from the suburban town to Pinzer City was covered with Lumen corpses. It's a pity that the main force that came to support was not unloaded fast enough. Many of them were still behind to crush the troops sent to intercept them with a torrent of steel so that they could not take advantage of the enemy's collapse. A beautiful siege and annihilation battle was fought outside Pinzer. The Alliance's troops could only use small-scale wolfpack tactics to bite off piece after piece of meat from these scattered troops. Although a large number of the enemy's effective forces were killed and a considerable number of Lumen people were forced to become deserters. But in the end, about 2 people were released into the city. It looks like a large number, but in fact, more than 80% of the enemies are either dead or fleeing and are no longer organized and no longer a threat. What's more, most of those who fled back to Pinzer City were miscellaneous soldiers. The main army of the Lumen Kingdom, even if it still exists in name, is actually finished. In this country, a population of 4,000 million supports an army of about 50 people, but most of them are under the control of feudal lords. The core of it is actually about 600 knights, and the top level is 6 Ranger-level Night Titans supported by the whole country. In the political ecology of the Lumen Kingdom, there are 2 great marquises, each of whom owns a Night Titan and has more than 200 knights loyal to them. Although they are vassals of the kingdom, they are relatively independent. Ness Lumen, the core force at the king's command, is called the Royal Knights, consisting of 200 Royal Knights plus 2 Ranger-class Titans, plus 2 counts who are directly loyal to the royal family and their vassals. That was another 200 Knights and 2 Titans. These constituted the overall military strength of the Lumen Kingdom. From the very beginning, Ness Lumen used almost all his war power. There were not many ordinary soldiers gathered, only about 15, but 400 knights and 4 titans were gathered in advance by him in the name of the festival. This is almost taking away all of his base. Then it was all gone. The most painful thing is, of course, the loss of the 4 Night Titans. This loss cannot be viewed solely in terms of the cost of 70 tax coins. The maintenance cost of these big guys is more than dash tax coins each time. They must be maintained every 2 or 3 years. Otherwise, their combat effectiveness will be damaged. Over the years, the Lumen Kingdom has spent an unknown amount of money on them. Now all gone. Of the 400 knights driving the Sentinel mecha, no more than 50 were withdrawn. In terms of the political ecology of the Lumen Kingdom, those knights are the middle-level rulers of the country. Titans are the high-level rulers. After catching them all, not only the military power was completely lost, but the political ecology of the kingdom was also destroyed until nothing was left. In this sense, even if the Alliance suddenly becomes benevolent and stops here, withdraws its troops and leaves without even paying a dime in compensation, the Lumen Kingdom will most likely cease to exist. The other 6 nations on the Black Arrow Star will not let go of such a weak Lumen. The remaining 2 Marquis, whose strength is not much damaged, may not necessarily have any ideas. Moreover, it was obvious that Gu Hang would not be so kind. Soldiers approached the city. The Union Army, which had completed its reorganization, surrounded Pinzer City. Purbov looked at the city in front of him with a calm expression. Leroy walked up to him. Purbov turned and looked at his old partner. One of his ears was wrapped in gauze, and there was blood oozing from it. His political commissar, Colonel Leroy, was permanently deaf in one ear. But Leroy himself didn't feel anything about it, and he still had a smile on his face. He asked Purbov, "What's wrong with you? You've obviously been promoted, but your face is still so heavy." What he was saying was that Purbov had once again been confirmed as the commander-in-chief of the Alliance Expeditionary Force. Although the governor had arrived in person, he did not interfere with the military command and would leave it to him. Moreover, although his military rank has not been changed, the governor has made it clear that when he returns, he will be promoted to the rank of general, making him a serious major general. Logically speaking, this is something to be happy about. Prabhav has been thinking about this general title for a long time, but when it's really within his reach, he feels like I'm not that happy. Facing the question from his old friend, he sighed deeply. I have never had so many people die under my command. This sentence also silenced Leroy. He followed along and recalled the scene when the expeditionary force set off on the raging Alstar. The young and high-spirited faces boarded the spaceship with great vigor. And now, even if ammunition is replenished, these 3 divisions will have little combat power left. They made huge sacrifices during the 8 days of bloody battle. When we got to the back, no matter whether it was a frontline combat unit or not, the engineering battalion, logistics battalion, guard company, etc. were all pulled in a fight. If these 3 divisions want to regain their combat effectiveness, it is almost equivalent to reconstruction. Since the establishment of the Alliance, up to now, the largest-scale operations have been nothing more than the 2 wars of pacifying the Chingu area and pacifying the eastern provinces. Leroy and Prabhuv were both involved. In those wars, the Alliance always had the upper hand, and it had never encountered a situation where 3 divisions and brigades were crippled in one battle. The tragic sacrifice made these 2 military officers unforgettable. But what can Leroy say? War and the undead? Kindness does not control soldiers. He just warned Prabhav. This sentence was an ancient Terra emotion he heard from the governor. Prabhav nodded. I understand. Tu was just wondering, could we have done better in those days? Could we have had fewer deaths? Leroy patted his good brother on the shoulder and comforted him. The past cannot be changed. What we can do is to do better in the future. Now, the newly arrived number 1 Wind-Destroying Brigade and number 2, the 13 Indy Infantry Division, the 36 Combined Brigade, and the -H Combined Brigade are all under your command, and you are still the commander-in-chief of the Expeditionary Force. We cannot live up to the sacrifices of the soldiers, let alone the trust of the governor. Yes, Prabhav nodded and asked, how about the thing I mentioned before? The governor has agreed, Leroy said. After the 34th, 37th, and 38th Divisions return, they will definitely be rebuilt, and their designations will not be revoked and integrated into other units. They will also be given medals and medals for their meritorious service. Number, I can rest assured that you don't have to worry about this matter in the first place. Leroy said, these things belong to the historical heritage of an army and are part of the foundation. Even if these are not false, in actuality, they can be used as internal promotional materials. As a legacy of military history, new soldiers who join these meritorious troops in the future will easily feel proud after learning and understanding these histories, which will have a great bonus to the morale of the troops. Instead of tearing down these 3 teams, let's rebuild them. Prabhav showed an embarrassed smile. Then I'm not worried about what might happen. You better focus on the matter in front of you. Leroy said, we have to take this city beautifully. I already have an idea. Prabhav said, it's just in time for you to come and take a look. He began to explain the battle plan to his political commissar in detail. The wounded soldiers of the 34th, 37th, and 38th Divisions were left in the suburban town, and the remaining several thousand troops were integrated together, barely enough to serve as 2 infantry regiments. They were placed in front of the north gate of Pinzur city, kilometers apart, established a position, and began to bombard the city with the help of artillery. Of course, the main offensive operation does not require them, who have already made huge sacrifices. The main thing is to play the side drum, and the 4 new divisions are the main force. The Sheafing Brigade is in the east, and the 13th and 36th Brigades are in the west. These 3 combined brigades will be the main offensive forces. They will use armor and heavy artillery to knock on the gate of Pinzur city. The remaining 2nd Infantry Division was placed directly south of Pinzur city, in addition to sealing off the southern part of the city. Their mission was to guard against the two marquises of the Lumen kingdom south of the royal city. The movements of the two so-called marquises are a major unknown factor. Leroy looked a little worried. If they're determined to gather troops to intervene in the battle, they will still have 2 Night Titans and more than 200 sentinels. And the maximum 20 infantry that can be mobilized. Although those Lumen infantry are all cannon fodder, their numbers are here after all, and they cannot be completely ignored. The governor said that he has sent an envoy. Purbov said, I hope those two people can recognize each other. But you can't put all your hopes in diplomatic efforts. Leroy emphasized, well, you can't get on the battlefield, you can't get in diplomacy. This is also the wise saying of the governor. Don't let those two ambitions. The arrogant Marquis understands that if they cannot interfere in the war in Pinzer City, even if they want to, they will not be too honest. The 2nd Division must be prepared for a fierce battle. However, in fact, their worries did not come true. After being reminded by the headquarters, the commander of the 2nd Division dispatched a large number of reconnaissance troops to closely monitor the two Marquis troops assembled in the south. The focus is on the 2 Night Titans, and the Space Marines and the Alliance Air Force are ready to fight. Once these two things appear on the battlefield, the scene that has been played out twice before will have a chance to play out again. However, the attitude of the two Marquis was ambiguous. On the one hand, they put strong pressure on the envoys sent by Gu Heng and spoke harshly. On the other hand, they did not take many actual actions. Apart from gathering troops, there was no more movement. The two Marquises Asego and Janvies once again expressed their dissatisfaction and protest strongly to the envoy from the Raging Owlstar. After watching the envoy leave, the serious and fierce expressions on their faces were removed at the same time. The two looked at each other and sighed. Asego said with a sad face, Our protests are of no use at all. The Alliance's army should have started attacking Pinzer by now, right? Then what can we do? Marquis Janvis said, You don't agree to send troops. If you ask me, just give it a try. There are only more than one angry star stationed south of Pinzer. We are just people. We have 20 troops, 1 knights, and you and me. Are you afraid of these Dash people? Asego said, How long did it take for the royal family to go from ambitious planning to complete collapse? Only half a month. Half a month ago, Ness Lumen was still thinking about how to permanently occupy the position of governor. He did not hesitate to put down all the family assets and got involved in the internal struggle of the Goof family. Now he can only ask us to save him. Do you want to experience the same fate again? James stopped talking. If he had the guts, he wouldn't be chatting with Asego here. To be honest, Ness Lumen was not a bad king in the past few years. This guy has been practicing power while focusing on development. Many nobles, large and small, were attracted by him into the so-called royal knights, and the power and treatment of traditional nobles were continuously compressed. Instead, Lumen gradually strengthened his centralized rule. This put a lot of pressure on the two traditional Marquis lords, Asego and Janvies. Among these pressures, the biggest source is the royal knights. For Night Titans, 400 knights, 3/4 of the land and population were under the centralized power of the king. Even the two of them must show respect to the king and reiterate their allegiance. Such a king and such a royal knights, who were so overwhelmed by their two families, were defeated in half a month in front of the angry Owlstars. Who is not afraid of this? Terrified. But now, the two of them still have differences. If we sit back and do nothing, those angry owls capture Pinzer City and win the war. How should we deal with ourselves? Janvis asked a core question. This is where they find themselves between a rock and a hard place. The envoy from the angry owl stars conveyed Governor Gu Heng's goodwill to them and gave them conditions. According to the envoy, they characterized King Ness Lumen's behavior as a rebellion. This word made the two Marquis feel quite ridiculous. Your Majesty is plotting rebellion? But they immediately realized that what Governor Gu called rebellion was not a betrayal under the conventional concept in their minds, but a betrayal of the empire. Ness Lumen arbitrarily attacked the Gu family, which had an official license from the Empire and was a member of the Imperial Merchant Association. This hostile act had constituted a betrayal of the Empire, and he had to pay a price for it. This is a major premise that needs no discussion, and Governor Gu's meaning is already obvious. Regardless of the specific price Nesluman has to pay, this major premise is non-negotiable. The anger of the Gu family will not be extinguished by anything or any explanation. They will catch Liu. King Man, anyone who dares to obstruct this will become the enemy of the Gu family and the enemy of the Raging Owl Star. Under this non-negotiable premise, other things have to be discussed. The two marquises can still retain their titles and pass them down from generation to generation. They can still retain their own armies and control their own territories. And the Lumen Kingdom as a whole will be preserved. They need to remain loyal to the whole. From nominally obeying management to shouldering taxes and military obligations. What does it mean? Do you want to change us to a king? How? It seems that it is not unacceptable. The Lumen Kingdom has a history of hundreds of years, and the Lumen dynasty has always been the ruler of this country. But earlier, there were also many countries fighting here, but the Lumen family unified the entire country and maintained this unity for hundreds of years. For hundreds of years, the people on this land seem to have become accustomed to and acquiesced in the Lumen family's right to dominate this land. But in fact, after getting rid of this psychological barrier, people will find that it is not a big deal to have a king on their head. Will there be any changes in life? This is true for ordinary people, and it seems to be the same for the two marquises. After all, the conditions stated by Governor Gu's envoy were the same as when they pledged allegiance to the Lumen family. How we did it before, we still do it now. No, John B. shook his head and said, "Forget it, the Lumen family. How can they accept a group of alien visitors sitting on our heads? What's more, we don't have a chance. Those angry owl stars, there are only tens of thousands of troops in total. There are still troops from the Lumen family in Pinzer City. Let's work together to drive away those angry owl stars. The entire kingdom will be ours. The Lumen family no longer has the ability to compete with us. And it's not just us. Can other countries accept that a country controlled by aliens appears on Black Arrow? We can win support by sending envoys. No big deal, we have to cede some territory." As he talked, James became more and more excited. However, Asego put a basin of cold water on his head. "By the time you invite foreign troops, Pinzer City will have been captured long ago." John Bees was stunned for a moment, and then said, "This is the meaning of our existence. We have to march and hold back the troops of the Angry Owl Stars. What's more, even if Pinzer City is captured, Nirvana, it doesn't matter if S. Lumen is dead. We can continue the war, as long as we can win other countries on the Black Arrow to our side. Can those Raging Owls still defeat us on our home court?" Asego continued to shake his head. "Yes, they can. We have the help of interstellar warriors, and they have space superiority. That Gu Ming is finished, and the interstellar power of the Gu family will be in the hands of Governor Gu again. Here, the orbit of our planet will be controlled by them, and we must fight against the Raging Owls under orbital strikes." After a pause, he continued, "The largest foreign trade partner of the entire Black Arrow Star is the Gu family. Without them, we would have one less weapon, and even if the Titan is damaged, there will be no place to repair it." At this point, Asego finally gave a summary. "In short, I have made a decision. I will quietly watch the results of Pinzer City here. I will not let my army attack the Raging Owls. Whatever you want, it's up to you." James frowned. He had to admit that what Asego said made sense. What's more important is that Asego is immobile. The troops he can mobilize are not enough to realize the plan he talks about. Even if the two families work together, they may not be able to do it, let alone him alone. He wanted to persuade him again, but Asego no longer gave him this chance and left directly.